Hi, welcome back to my channel. My name is Kim, and today I have a long video for you, and we're doing a book buddy deep dive into Onyx Storm by Rebecca Yarros. I have my friend Natalie on, and we're just gonna chit chat about the book. So I hope you enjoy. Okay, so today I wanted to try a new video form, and I'm gonna do more of a podcast-like video with my friend Natalie. So I've known Natalie for a few years, and we've bonded a lot over books because we both love books so much. Actually, Natalie is who you can thank for introducing you to the Ravenhood series.
You're welcome if you like it.
Yes. I mean, I'm very grateful for that. But okay, so today we're gonna just do a deep dive into Onyx Storm by Rebecca Yarros, obviously. Just up front, there's going to probably be a ton of spoilers, so if you have not read it, leave if you don't want spoiled and come back and watch it later. But yeah, we're going to be talking about what we liked, what we didn't like, what we think the future holds for the series. There's also probably going to be language used today. But yeah, okay. So I guess first we'll talk about how we kind of were introduced to the series. I feel like we both read it fairly early on, right? I can't remember exactly when Fourth Wing was released.
It was May 2023.
Okay.
And I read it by June.
Okay.
Because you could not find it anywhere.
Right.
Right after it first came out.
Right. I think I read it in July. So okay, so we were both pretty early. I think I just missed that like craze, and then I didn't get the original copy, which
that is like one of my biggest regrets, because I remember seeing it in stores, like both at Barnes & Noble and at Target, and being like, ooh, that looks really pretty, but like I was like, I don't really need to spend $30 on a book that I don't know anything about. And then it started getting crazy reviews, and I was like, okay, now I want it, and then you literally could not find it anywhere.
And see, for me, I really wasn't reading a lot before Iron Flame, because Iron Flame, I was reading here and there, like with book club and stuff like that, but like I really wasn't like reading like I am now. What did I say? I said Iron Flame, huh? Yeah, Fourth Wing.
That's fine.
And then I read Fourth Wing, and then like that I've been reading like crazy ever since. So I wasn't even thinking about buying a book when it was like there on the shelves, accessible, and that's still I know I still look at those resell every now and again and debate on getting it, but
I still look at them for you.
maybe one day, but okay. And then obviously we both fell in love, because how many times have you read Fourth Wing?
I think only 3. I read it once physical when I first got it. I listened to the audiobook before Iron Flame, and then listened to the graphic audio before Onyx Storm.
Okay. And I'm also 3. I read it on, I think I just got it on my Kindle when I first read it. So I read it on my Kindle twice, because I read it on my Kindle the original read, and then I read it again right before Iron Flame came out, and then I did the graphic audio like you did before Onyx Storm came out. So okay. And then I've only read Iron Flame twice, the original read, and then I re-listened to the graphic audio right before Onyx Storm.
Same. Although I think I'm going to have to change my approach for book 4. I think at some point before it comes out, I need to go back and reread the physical and like annotate.
Like I want this series to be like my jump into annotating books, because I feel like it's a good one to do it with, right? Because there's so many like Easter eggs and things, and I want to be that person. We'll see. We'll see if I...
Okay, and also, will I annotate my physical copy? Probably not, because I very much like all of my books to look like they've never been touched. But the Kindle, that's I think why I got the Kindle, so that I can like highlight passages and like not feel any type of way about it.
Why do I never remember to highlight things on my Kindle? I never remember.
I'll be honest, this is the first time I did it. But like when you're reading like a Kindle Unlimited book, they underscore passages that are common highlights, which like sometimes I look at those and I'm like, why is everyone getting excited over that line?
Same. Sometimes like, okay, I totally get it, and the other times I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, is that supposed to be important for some reason? Because not to me.
Well, I think a lot of people just highlight their favorite quotes
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
too. But with Fourth Wing, I feel like you don't need, you can highlight your favorite quotes, of course, but I feel like you need to be looking for Easter eggs.
Yes.
Um,
I
which
know.
I'll be honest, I am not good at finding them.
I'm not good at finding them either. I'm like, I think I was telling you last night, I was like, we keep sending theories to each other, and I'm just like, why can't I think of a theory? That's
Yeah, I
never
was
going to
like,
be me.
yeah. So I'll be honest, when we're going through this book, I'm bringing a whole lot of vibes and very little evidence because I did
Same.
not like.
Same. Or like,
So
or I have, like, sometimes I think I have evidence, but I don't have the evidence. It's just, I
right,
think I remember. I'm like, I think it
yeah,
mentioned this.
yeah. I'm like, I think I have pretty good retention.
I think
We'll
I do
see.
too.
We'll see.
But yeah,
But
I guess we'll see. But yeah, I always forget to highlight anything on my Kindle. And now I, after being done and then like deciding I wanted to do this video, I'm like, dang it, like there's nothing in there. I didn't do any. But so I definitely need to go back. I think I do, like you said. I think at some point, I mean, we have no idea when the fourth book's coming out, which is
I know.
depressing as all. Oh, so fucking depressing. But at some point, I think I need to read them all physically. Either on I mean, Kindle's fine, but wherever I can, yeah, like highlight and like write things down, because that is something I really loved when I was re-listening to Iron Flame right before Onyx
Mhm.
Storm came out, like picking up on the little things, like the little hints of Xaden being intensic and stuff like that. And I'm like,
Yep.
oh, that's like so obvious now that I know.
Right.
Did I have any idea before? No. But, you know.
Well, okay, so
Well,
I have a lot to say about
I
that
guess
one.
I
I don't know if we
did.
want to get to that right now, but like,
Yeah, because I remember we were like kind of on opposite spectrums with that, I think. Because I think I did kind of think there was something with him. Like, I did think he had a second signet.
uh-huh.
And you were unsure, right? Or were you,
I think
with him, did you
so.
think he did? And you were unsure about the others.
So, okay, I think with him, like, because there was a lot of theories that Xaden was intrinsic before Iron Flame came out. And I had heard all the theories, I listened to their evidence. Again, I did not go back and reread the physical, and maybe I could have been convinced otherwise had I done that and like
Mm-hmm.
really interrogated it. But like, I kind of, all the instances that I could remember, I kind of just like brushed it off as like being part of their bond or
Right.
like
Okay.
explained it in some other way in my head. So I was kind of like, I don't think he is. And then when that like, as soon as she asked in an Iron Flame, like, what is your second signet? My stomach just like dropped. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, I should have known. I should have known.
Mm-hmm.
It was right there the whole time. Everyone was right. And then of course he like confirms it a little bit later. But like, yeah, I just had talked myself out of it. It's like I was aware of the theory and then I convinced myself that that was
Right.
not a thing.
Right.
So I was 100% wrong.
And I think
And
I
I was
was
okay with it.
right. And I remember I was on the fence. I was also on the fence more with the second signet of the other marked
Uh-huh.
ones, which
Yeah.
we got some confirmation in Onyx Storm. So
Uh-huh.
we'll get to that. But I remember I was on the fence of that, but I felt like I was more on the fence that they did. And then I think after Iron Flame, since there was like really nothing else said about it, I kind of was like, okay, maybe not. It's just
Mhm.
Xaden. But obviously his is explained because of his, because he bonded to Gale, and which was his grandfather's, so it's like, okay, so it's just
Mhm.
him. And then obviously, so I kind of had given up on it. But we were also wrong about another theory that a lot of people agreed with, and we'll get to that too. We both felt very weird about. I was grumpy, okay?
Yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
say. But yeah, we'll get to that a little later, I guess. Okay. I guess we'll just start, like, what did you rate it? I guess we'll start with that.
Do you want to start with
I
that?
don't know. Should we go do that at the end? Should we just talk about what we liked
Maybe.
the best?
Yeah, we could start with what we liked about it.
Like, what was your favorite?
I think.
Favorite parts?
Okay, I think this book really surprised me with like how funny it was. I think there was like a lot of like okay, it was not all funny. Okay,
Right.
this is not exactly a comedy, but
There were tears.
there was a there were a lot of instances where I actually did laugh. And I really was not expecting that in this type of book. But Riddick was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Love him, adore him, protect him at all costs.
Yes,
Although now
please.
I'm very worried for his safety. Um, Xaden was okay. What was that? My favorite review that I saw, Xaden so hard,
Yeah.
and honestly, yeah, I agree.
Yes, yes.
He was great. Violet, really kind of like got her confidence back, and I
Mm-hmm.
loved seeing her like be smart again because I feel like that was something that some people like kind of complained about was that they're like, oh, she's supposed to be so smart. They're like constantly telling us how smart she is, but like we don't see that. And like
Right.
I don't know that I completely agreed with that, but I feel like there was a lot of instances in this book where she really did show us because she didn't tell us her plans and she just executed them and we got to see the brilliance of it kind of like afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really appreciated that growth in her character. Um, what else? I don't know. You go.
I think similar things. I really loved Violet's character in this book. I think I know a lot of people are annoyed with her in Iron Flame. And when my with my reread with Iron Flame, I don't know. I really a little. There was like a little bit in the beginning, but it was kind of both of them. Like I know you and I both agree. Like, I know a lot of people say Iron Flame has a miscommunication trope, and we do not agree with that because it's not miscommunication; it's lack of communication
No.
is the problem there.
Right.
Um,
Exactly.
so I feel like they're both this very stubborn in that book with giving
Hmm.
each other information. Um,
But like honestly, I feel like rightly so.
yeah, I agree
So yeah,
because
and
I
especially on
understand
my yeah,
her wanting to know, and I understand him having to keep
not wanting
things
yeah,
or like
not wanting to tell her.
or and it being hard, or even if he wants her to know now, it being hard for him to finally like open up about that because like he's just been just him for so long. I mean, I know he has,
Hmm.
the marked ones and everything, but there's a lot that he's just kept to himself, so a lot he's on his shoulders, so I get that. But yeah,
Yeah.
but Violet in this book, I loved her. I thought she was like she's I think like a big theme in this book is her obviously like leadership, right? Like there's multiple times where she kind of like says like she says she's not a leader. She's like that's a Xaden thing. That's a Brennan thing, but not her. But what she's not
Hmm.
realizing is she is a leader, and obviously she's gonna have to be a leader now after the end. Um, moving forward, it's kind of like Xaden kind of pushed her into that. Like you are, I think you are, and now you're gonna have to
Hmm.
do it. So I did love that. I loved more of the found family aspect of this book. I got getting more tidbits like with Riddick and even like with Kat and everyone like on the quest squad, right? As
We need
Riddick,
t-shirts,
I want a
right?
quest
Like
squad
we need
t-shirt,
quest
one
shirts.
hundred percent. So I liked that because I love all our side characters and I want more with them, even more. I mean, we didn't get a lot with like Rhiannon or Sawyer or anything this book, but
No, they were hardly even
mm,
Imogen was hardly in this book.
yeah. But I'm thinking with how it ends, I'm thinking we're gonna get a lot more next book with that because we're not gonna be able to rely on Xaden Violet stuff as much. So
Yes. So
that's what I'm.
yeah, I have kind of a lot of ideas about how she did that and why she did that. I don't know. We don't have to talk about that right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
but I would definitely love to see a lot more of Rhiannon and Imogen in the
Me
future
too.
because I really do love them. And even Rebecca at the event that we went to said that Imogen is like one of her favorite characters.
Right.
She named Imogen and Riddick, right? And Riddick we saw
Yes,
a lot of
we
in this
did.
book, but Imogen we
Scares
like
me.
barely touched on. Um, so I kind of hope that that means she'll expand on her character even more in the future.
That's what I'm hoping
So,
too. But yeah, I liked that. I don't know. I liked exploring more of the world. I did like that
mhm.
and getting that there's stuff that again, I think something Rebecca always does is she always it never the books never go where I expect them to go. That's one
No.
thing. Like I did know that we were going to get more of the world in this book. That obviously
Mhm.
they were going to go out like on this, to figure the stuff out with Andarna and all that. But I don't know. Like the fact that she brought more of like the gods and stuff into this book, I wasn't expecting that at all.
Mhm.
So I think she answered some questions and gave us a shit ton more. Which
Yeah.
I mean like I'm fine with, right? Because we still have two more books, so it gives me, makes me more
We do.
interested for those.
She better wrap up all of these threads that she
I know.
she opened.
That is the thing.
That's my only hesitation. Like,
yeah, I know, like, that's kind of a common complaint about this book is, like, it's just a bunch of more unanswered questions, but
mhm.
I don't know. I feel like I have faith in her, though. I think she,
Yeah.
I think she
I
can,
think if
she can
oh, sorry.
stick the landing. I think she can. I'm
Yeah.
hopeful.
I think if she hadn't said she has all 5 books plotted out,
Mm-hmm.
I would be a lot
More,
more nervous than I currently am. Um, and so just knowing that she has a plan and she knows where she wants to go with all of this gives me a lot of faith in the
same.
world and all the questions that I know I have left. Um, I have heard a lot of people saying that this was supposed to be a trilogy
I've been
originally.
hearing that
And
too.
I don't know where they're getting that
Me
from
either.
because, like I said, we've been on Fourth Wing from the very beginning,
Right.
like June, July, like the month after it released. And from that point, my understanding was that it was a 5 book series. So I personally have not seen it written or a video clip or anything of
Me,
Rebecca saying it was originally meant to be a
me
trilogy.
neither. Like
So
the only thing I've ever seen, like something I guess somewhat like that, is how she felt like the Iron Flame was like 2 books, like originally.
right.
That's like
But
kind of the
it's not like
only.
that was not gonna be the end.
No,
So, even if that was 2 books originally, then
I
I'm
also,
still not sure how
yeah,
trilogy would
and I
come out of that.
also people are saying like this should be a trilogy. Like they
I don't
feel
think
like it
so.
should be like that. She just added a bunch more stuff, and it shouldn't have. And I'm like,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, they
what?
said it doesn't have enough, like, material
I
to be a
know.
5 book series, so it should be a trilogy,
No,
but,
I
like,
don't get that.
I disagree with that because I feel like, honestly, we've had so many of these questions we've had since Fourth Wing. Like, people have been asking about her hair literally since Fourth
Mm-hmm.
Wing, and she's been
Mm-hmm.
saying there is a reason for it. Did we
We
learn
didn't
that
get it.
reason? No.
We got
We
like more
got
hints
a
about it.
little morsel because I think, like, going into this book, I was kind of maybe somehow back on the train that, like, maybe her mom did channel from the source while
Mm-hmm.
she was pregnant, and that's, like, part of what that was. I don't know why I kind of got back on that. I was never fully on board with that to begin with,
Mm-hmm.
but I think, I don't know, with the idea that, Xaden was just gonna control it, then I think, I thought maybe that's a possibility. Maybe you
Right.
can just kind of handle it and be Venom for a long time without,
Like
like,
showing it.
fully
Mm-hmm.
transferring over.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm like, okay, that's
Yeah.
obviously not happening. um, but yeah, so she gave us this little tidbit of Violet being dedicated or halfway dedicated
yeah.
in apparently an outlawed process.
Right. I'm really
And
confused about
we
all
have,
that.
I'm so confused.
Like,
I,
no idea.
mhm,
I
I
need
have a
more
lot of
information.
questions.
I think I told you last night. I feel like Rebecca needs to write us a whole like history. We need like a textbook to just go along with the series because I need to know like
Yeah.
the stuff about.
So
Or we need
all
like
the
we need
anthologies
Violet's
that she
dad's
references, yeah, I need his
books.
journals.
Yeah.
I need her mom's journals.
Yes.
I all of the textbooks that are referenced in the
Mm-hmm.
chapter headers, I need those. Like
Everything.
I need the same sources of information that Violet has.
Seriously. And then maybe we could figure things. Maybe then we could figure out a theory.
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. I
Maybe.
still don't have faith in myself, but. Oh
No.
my
And like, you know
gosh.
what? I consider myself like to have pretty good retention and to be
Me
like
too.
pretty good like reading
Reading comprehension.
comprehension.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still
I
missing
think
stuff.
it's. I think part of it is because when I read it for the first time, I just want. I don't know. I just want to enjoy it. I'm not
Yeah,
like
for sure.
necessarily trying to. I think I did it a little bit more with this one. Try to pick
Yeah.
things out.
I learned my lesson last time, okay? I'm trying to I did
Right.
try to kind of pick up on stuff a
Me
little bit more,
too. But I think I'm
but
just there for the vibes the first time.
yeah.
And then when I'm done, I can't bring myself to reread it again right away. I know people will do it, and I'm just like, I can't. I need to go read
Yeah.
something. I need a palate cleanser. I need something and I just need to like sit in it for a while. So it's been like about a week for both of us, right? Like, I
Mhm.
think it's a week today for you, right? Did you finish it last Saturday?
I think I finished it Sunday.
Okay, Sunday maybe. And I think I finished it Friday. So yeah, we're about a week.
We're right
We've
about
just
a week,
like
yeah.
sat with these feelings. And like,
Yeah.
I've read 2 books since then. But like,
Which I'm
my
impressed.
brain still. Well, one I was already halfway done because I had started it before Onyx Storm. So I guess I read a book and a half. But my brain just kept gravitating back to Onyx Storm.
Yeah.
And like, and then obviously you go on like social media and then you see like theory after theory after theory, which some I'm like on board with and some I'm like, no, I don't like that.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. Like, yeah, I guess like that's the thing is like I did also read something else, but I have not stopped thinking about this book since I finished it.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, you know, I'm sure we'll get to parts that we like didn't like and like despite all the issues, I cannot let go of it. And so I think that really factors into the rating that I give it. Is
Me
that
too.
it's just like how much
When a
it sticks
book
with
sticks
me.
with you, exactly. That same for me. Okay, I don't even know where we are because we're just talking, which is fine because this is how I wanted it. But okay, something I did want to ask you because another
Okay.
like common thing I've been seeing is that people are like confused in the beginning of the book. Did
Yes.
you feel confused?
Okay. So I think so I was slightly behind you when I started it,
Right.
right?
Uh-huh.
I'm blaming that drive, but it's fine. I was like, otherwise I would have been right there.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
um okay, so I was slightly behind you, and I think I made a comment to you that it felt like a revolving door of people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um
You did.
and so I don't necessarily know that I was like confused because I had just reread Fourth Wing and Iron Flame
Right.
at least via audio. So like I knew I remembered most of the more minor characters that were still like we have all the flyers, we have all the first years, and those people didn't play a major role in Iron Flame or even in Onyx Storm. But like I kind of knew who they were. We did also have the character guide at the beginning, which
Right.
honestly did not include enough characters.
No,
If
it
I'm being
didn't. It
honest, like there
didn't.
were so many times I flipped back to that and I'm like, ugh, you're not in like
You're not in there.
Flame Squad or whatever, so this doesn't even count. Um, wait, what are they? Are they Flame? Flame? What are they? Flame Squad, Tail Stick? Whatever. Iron
I
Squad.
forget. Yeah, they're the Iron
I
Squad.
don't
I
know.
do know that. And I know they're in the fourth
Um,
wing, and that's like
yes,
I forget all the other things all the
I
time.
know
I'm like,
the sections are Flame, Tail, and Claw, and I think they're in.
I know they're not Claw, right? They're
No, 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 no.
are they
Are those
Tail?
the sections?
I don't know. You remember what?
They're second squad, Flame section, fourth wing. I think
Okay, yeah, that
that
sounds
sounds
right.
right.
That sounds right.
All right,
Don't quote us, people.
yeah, I was
Look it
like,
up
remember when we
yourself.
said not a lot of evidence?
Yeah,
This is
vibes. We're here for the
example one.
vibes.
Anyway, yeah, so it's like unless you were in their squad, you weren't listed in the front of the book,
Right.
which I think like I was like wanted to remember like um Garrick's dragon's name or Mira's like I
Right.
just need like the characters plus their dragon, their signet maybe a little bit, but like the important ones stick out to me. But yeah, so there was just not enough of the characters in that list. Um, which is fine, I guess. But like, so I wasn't necessarily confused. It just like there was a lot happening and a lot of people that were just like constantly coming in and out of scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And the pace was really fast. And like, also,
Yeah.
this I think was the first time where Violet is like executing on a plan that we know nothing about.
I
Um, and
I
so,
think that was it, right? Because I think I remember
yeah,
telling you, I was like, I don't know if I am, like, I don't know if I'm supposed to know, and I just
right.
forgot, and then I'm confused, or if I'm not supposed to know yet. And then
We
we
weren't
weren't
supposed to
supposed to
know.
know. So I was like, okay, then that makes more sense why I'm like, kind of what's going on, especially with the thing with Mira and like fixing the wards and stuff. I was like, what is, when she like brought the thing that like was proof that she could do it. And I'm
Hmm.
like, what? I'm so confused. I guess in the sense I was confused, but it was because I wasn't supposed to know though. And
Right.
but I just was I was unsure on that. So like I guess I was like a tiny bit confused. I don't think it was bad though. I feel like it was answered fairly quickly. So it's not like we were just like left in the dark
Right.
too long wondering like what's
Yeah.
going on here.
Well, because oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, like, we kind of started in the middle of the
Oh, right,
action,
right, right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, the prologue picked up right where Iron Flame left off, and then we jump ahead a couple weeks. So we didn't see Violet's plan, which happens several times in this book. This was just the first time I think that has, like, really happened to us without us already being invested in what's going on.
Right,
So I think that's where a lot of the confusion came from, but, like, we weren't supposed to know. So
right.
I think, people just didn't like that, and then also everyone forgot who all the characters were, which,
Yeah. Which
I
that's
mean
kind of like, that's not on Rebecca. That's on, you know what I mean? Like, it's
I
kind
mean,
of,
I
I
guess she
mean,
could have included more phrases
I
like Lynx the
guess.
first year or whatever, just, like, little
True.
phrases like that, but I guess it didn't really bother me
I
too much,
guess
and then
I kind
I
of,
would say by about chapter 10, all of that was done,
yes,
and we, like, really hit our stride.
I agree. I kind of appreciate the lack of hand holding though with that kind of stuff. Sometimes when I read series, I'm like, because I've read them, like, and I'm just like, I don't need.
Yeah,
I'm like, I know
yeah.
this already. Like,
There's definitely times where it's like I, like, roll my eyes a little bit, like,
yes, because I'm
"Why are you
like,
holding my
why
hand
would
through
I?
this?" Like
Especially with fantasy series, right? Because it's like, why
yeah,
would I be reading book 3 if I didn't read book 1 and 2? Like, it
right,
makes a little bit more sense in like a romance series, right? Where like there technically could be standalones, and then you kind of got to like this
right,
character was in this book, and then you're introducing him here. Like, it makes a little bit
yeah.
more sense. But in a fantasy series, like, I'm sorry if you're reading book 3 and you haven't read book 1 and 2, then that's on you. I don't know. You're gonna be
Yeah, you're gonna
confused.
be
You're gonna
you're
have
gonna
no
be there,
idea. Yeah. So it's like,
so
I don't know. But like, so that whole first plan basically. I mean, obviously there was a lot of politics going on too in the beginning.
mhm.
Xaden's now a duke, which was nice. I liked that.
Kind of a shock.
Kind of, yeah, kind of shocking that they would give that to him. I think.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say just now, 'cause, like, would they? Because they took it like, he didn't have the title because his dad was literally leading a rebellion,
Right.
and then so they gave it to Llewellyn, who I guess
Hmm.
the place is also called Llewellyn? Is it, like, Llewellyn House or something, like, the same as
Maybe.
Ryerson House? I'm
Oh, yeah, maybe.
slightly confused about that
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they all
yeah.
thought he was Llewellyn. Like, it seemed like a physical place, which I guess a lot of places are kinda named after
The people.
whoever
Yeah,
founded it or
yeah.
whatever. Well, I guess it's not entirely out of the question.
Right.
Um, but they gave it to Llewellyn, and then the other guy who was fostering them.
Right.
This is already
Other
wow.
guy.
Look at us with the facts. And
I feel like
so they
Llewellyn was
were
the one in the book more. Like, I feel like that
he
the
was.
guy wasn't. But yeah, other guy.
No. Other yeah, that very important guy that like fostered
Foster,
Xaden.
Xaden, and Liam.
Yeah, I know. So he was like in charge because they took it away from
Right.
the Ryersons. Not that Xaden was like 17; he wasn't gonna be
Yeah.
running it anyway. Um, and so then they were in there running it in his stead, and then because he like hid Eratia from Melgren and the King for so long, and he like didn't tell. They're like, "Well, you're not loyal." So then they
Right.
give it to Xaden,
Which,
who was
not
definitely not
loyal.
loyal.
I know. I
So,
still don't trust any of the people up there.
oh no.
Melgren. I mean, obviously we can trust Panchak. Freaking Dane's dad. Hate him.
Okay, so I kind of struggled with his dad a little bit because I feel like I don't so like they basically grew up together, right? So like she
Mm-hmm.
grew up with Dane. She knows his dad
Yeah.
really well. Um and I just feel like his personality like that was like an interesting turn because
Yeah.
like
Uh,
he felt a lot more like Varish to me
yes.
in this book than like a, a second father figure. And I feel like I don't know. So I think I just kind of struggled to I guess relate the two in my head that someone that was like her mom's close confidant
Mm-hmm.
and friend and the best friend or the dad of her best friend
Right.
and then turn into this character that's like very similar to Varish and
It
purposely
was.
hurting them. And
Yeah.
so like I mean I guess like
It was
it's not
a
like she really described her relationship with him prior to this. Like they didn't have much of a relationship in Fourth Wing, and then in Iron Flame he got dismissed pretty quick.
right.
Um
But I
But
get what you're saying. It was kind of like a character shift that like I don't know. I'm not saying it wasn't believable, but it
no,
was just a little like sudden, I guess, like to that
it
extent.
seemed like it.
Like,
Yeah.
but I mean, I don't know. I guess if they knew all this the whole time, I guess we can't be surprised. It's not like it's not like they were taught like that's they already knew that stuff. So I guess they
Right.
were gonna keep their stance on it throughout. But yeah, it did feel
Yeah.
a little weird. Like I get like he's gonna be pissed at Violet because she got him like demoted or and you
Mhm.
know whatever. But I don't know. I mean like I feel bad for Dain in that aspect too. Like because I mean, I know there's mixed feelings about Dain, but I like Dain. I'm a Dain supporter. I feel like
I like
he's
Dain.
competed. I think he's redeemed himself with what he did in Iron Flame, and he continued to redeem himself in this book. I think like there is that
Mhm.
part where she goes to him for help to get her dad's journals, and he does it, no questions asked. So I feel bad for him because I mean,
Me too.
actually, his like love and respect for his dad is what got. I mean, is what led to all that happening with Liam and
I
everything,
know.
really,
I know.
because but and then just to be shunned by him so like easily. So I felt bad for Nate.
Me too.
But I wanted to talk about what they did do. I was the with the awards there.
Yeah.
Like I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I get it. I mean, I get that whatever they did. I don't get
Clear
what
as
they
mud.
did. I have no
Right.
I guess like split it somehow to like add in this extra rune that will allow the flyers to channel. Um
Okay, yeah. So did they like add a rune? Did they just like change the rune?
that's what I'm unclear. I probably should have reread that
And then
section.
also, yeah, my question too is like,
But it
how did they
seemed
know what to like, okay, like we know Violet is not a rune expert.
right.
Um,
And that's
we
been
know most of
reiterated this book too. Like she's not
right.
good at it.
And most of these cadets are also not rune experts.
No.
Even Mira is like decent, I think, but
Right. And the
she's
flyers are
not
better
amazing.
because
The
they've been
Flyers are
doing it
better,
longer. But like,
but they're all still training.
yeah,
Like they
they're
don't know
still young.
everything.
Yeah. And I
Um,
also I don't know that it felt like too easy.
I kind of agree.
I kind of think I think something's gonna happen with that later. I don't know what, but it just seemed kind of just I don't know.
It was just kind of
Like
thrown
too
just as a
perfect.
way to like ease tensions, but like
Right. Well, because I know she needed to do it, right? To keep her word with Kat's uncle.
Dracarys?
Chakar. Yeah. Every time
Dracarys or
I hear
something?
that, like I read that, all I hear is Dracarys in my head from like Game of Thrones. Um, but
But
I
it starts
know
with a
it
T,
starts with
right?
a T, so it's different. But like that's where my head goes. Like
Yeah.
that's the.
Yeah.
But anyways, right? Because she made like that deal with him that they need to be able to be like taught with the
Right.
writer. So I mean, I know that's why she had to do that to keep that word. But I don't
Yeah.
know. It seemed a little like too like tied up too perfectly. So I don't know. I'm
I agree.
curious if something else is going to come of that in the future.
Well, so I kind of was wondering, I'm like, okay, like, were they copying the runes on the Erasure word stone? Like, were the runes the same? Because, like, nobody understands the word stone. Like, they can't make another word stone. So when they
Right.
were just like, we're just gonna alter the runes, I was like,
I
you do
like
not
you
practice this on, like,
right. And I think there is a line in there somewhere where they're like, are you going to potentially sacrifice what your mom died for, you
yeah,
know, to try this? And she's kind of like, oh, I got to. But like, yeah, that's a big risk. You could have just like
I don't know if
screwed
I would have done
everything
that.
up and then not
Yeah,
have wards anywhere because at that
right,
point, the wards in Orisha weren't even, well, they were falling, right? Like
right.
getting worse and worse.
Yep.
But that's what I'm wondering too, because like I know the Flyers could use their magic in Orisha,
Hmm.
but we assume that's because it wasn't done properly with the seventh
Correct.
dragon. But maybe
Because remember, Warwick and Lyra had different opinions
right.
on how like the ward should be shared, and
Mm-hmm.
Lyra was of the opinion that everyone should be protected under the wards, and
Right.
Warwick wanted to lock
Wasn't.
it down. So I wonder if the wordstone at Orisha would enable they didn't bring it back up after the
They
wordstone
didn't.
got activated at Orisha, so I don't know.
I mean, it did
Um,
happen kind of. towards the end, so
Yeah.
we might get something else with that. I mean, we probably will, I'm guessing.
That's true. But like, yeah, I don't know. It did happen really fast. I agree. I don't know that um I loved that part.
I think I do think like that was probably my least favorite part of the like was kind of like that
Mhm.
whole beginning ish part before they like kind of set out and go
Mhm.
on the quests and stuff, because like you said earlier, it was like very fast paced. It felt very like it was like okay, it's like was like more setup. Like usually, like you know,
Mhm.
like, you get a lot of setup, and like that's something actually I think Rebecca did really well throughout the series. Is like some fantasy, there's like so much setup in like the first book that it can tend. I don't like to say it's boring or anything like that, but it could just be a lot. And the
Mhm.
way that Rebecca always taught us about the world and stuff, I felt was like very, I don't know, unique, because we like learned a lot through like Violet reciting things to calm herself down and like things like that. I
Mhm.
just felt like it was more palatable. Um, but like I feel like in this one, it kind of felt a little too setupy. I don't know, and it kind of felt like we need to get this
Yeah.
out of the way so that we could start the real part of
Right.
this book. I guess that's kind of
Right.
how it felt. So I guess if probably my if I that was probably my biggest complaint, I guess, about the book, if I had to pick one.
Yeah, I would say the beginning was probably my least favorite part.
Yeah.
'Cause I think like also yeah, it felt a little bit unnecessary. Like, okay, fine, we got the um now the Flyers can join Basgaiath and they can
Mm-hmm.
stay, and we got the treaty that we wanted, but it all seemed like too much happened for like a little impact
Right.
in
And
a
I
way. So like, and it was like resolved for like how big of an issue was presented to be. It was resolved really, really quickly.
mm-hmm.
And I don't trust them with runes. I'll be
I know,
honest.
I don't trust that either. And that's what I'm wondering, like is what they did gonna eventually like make those fail or
I don't
something?
know.
I don't know. And I'm assuming if like the wards in Orisha are exactly the same, that they're gonna have to do that there too.
Well,
But
oh, you mean like if they were
now
the
that
same as
it's
the
right, if it's all
Basgaiath
set up the same,
wordstone?
if it
Yeah.
isn't set up different, like we're unsure, because now that
Yeah.
those I don't know. I do think that it is weird, and like that's the thing though. Like with Rebecca, like sometimes something we think is just kind of a throwaway situation doesn't end up to be a throwaway situation. So I don't know. That's why I try not to like judge it too much now that the series is
Right.
incomplete, because like who knows, next book that could all come back and be like super important, and then we're gonna be like,
Yeah.
okay, now I get why it was here or something like that. But as of right now, with what we have, I'm just yeah, it was probably like oh, I think because I I think you said like about chapter 10. I think once I hit chapter 10 is when I felt like I really got more into the book and like
Hmm.
more of that feeling like I couldn't put it down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So if I
And
had to
before
pick.
we move on to the next thing, I just want to say that like I think I didn't necessarily love that it was so easy because I honestly have really loved that Violet has struggled throughout this series. That things don't actually come that easy to her
Mm-hmm.
and she has to like actually try and figure it out. So like, especially in Iron Flame, when she had to activate the Wordstone in Orisha,
Mm-hmm.
like she failed the first time.
Right.
And like she was like twice, I guess. Um so
Yeah.
like she is not perfect and she has to try things again. She's not perfect with her signet. We saw a lot of growth with that
Mm-hmm.
this book.
We did.
But like the fact that she couldn't aim for shit for multiple books,
Yeah.
like which like like that's how it would be, I feel like. I feel like that's
Yeah. It's
accurate.
more realistic.
Yeah. And so I like the fact that like and even though she's smart and she's capable, not everything is second nature to her.
Mm-hmm.
Um and so I do think that is one thing that I really enjoy about the series is that they mess up and they have to grow and they actually
Mm-hmm.
have to try at things. Um, and I appreciate that as
I
well.
agree. I like that too. Yeah, because sometimes it is in some fantasies and stuff we've talked about in
Yeah,
other fantasy series. Yeah,
yeah.
things just come way too easy to like the main female or the
Hmm.
main character. Period. Usually female, but yeah, I do like that. Okay.
But
Okay.
oh, sorry.
No, go
Well,
ahead.
I was gonna
What
say, speaking of chapter 10, can we
is
talk
that? The
about
chapter?
that?
Is that the
Yeah.
Garrick chapter?
Well,
I'm pretty sure. I have written down here is pretty much my next thing is Garrett 2 signets.
yes.
And I think it was 10 because I remember I think I told you like you have to let me know when you get to chapter 10 because I think it's the end, right? So like we also meet. I am not even going to attempt to say her name.
Okay, I'm going to take a stab at it. It's probably going to be wrong. I'm going to say Theophany.
I think it is Theophany. Okay, yeah, I think you are right. We also meet her in that chapter, I believe. But yeah, it's funny because what you and I were literally talking that morning.
Yes.
And we were talking about the signets, and we were talking about how someone has to be what's he called? A wind walker or what?
A distance wielder.
Distant wielder. There you go. But she calls him a walker, right? Enough. Okay.
I think so.
We were like, someone's got to be that. And I know some people thought that was going to be Violet, but neither of us ever thought that.
Or Auric.
We thought it was going to be Auric or Garrick.
That was a really popular one.
And a big reason, remember, we thought it was Garrick is because, wasn't it, like Rebecca Yarros said if she was, like, stranded on his desert island, he was who she'd want to be with her?
So she mentioned, somebody asked, like, okay, if you were going to be stuck on an island, who would you want to bring with you? And I think she said, oh, you don't know Garrick's signet yet.
Okay. And so that makes complete sense.
Right. And then so, like, I was just kind of like, well, that's weird, but okay. And then so I don't remember what her actual answer was to it. But then
that was a little
in my head, it was dumb. Like, I was like, oh, this is like survival related or something, which was stupid. But now, as soon as this hit, I was like, well, duh, because he could just walk him right out of there.
Just leave.
So,
we're not stranded anymore.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
So I'm like, well, that was brilliant. And I kind of love that it was Garrick.
I love that it was Garrick. I love that we got more Garrick this book. But yeah, I was so excited when I read that, which also kind of confirmed the other theory that marked ones do have 2 signets.
Because we had talked about that.
We were talking about that, yeah.
And I remember after Iron Flame, we were saying, like, we'd kind of dropped that theory a little bit.
Right, because of the whole... Because of what started that theory was the fourth wing, Liam wielding ice at the end.
Yes.
Or like Violet thought she saw Liam wielding ice, and we're like, wait, he's Signet's Farsight. So like, and then what I think some people just like chalked it up to like an editing mistake. Obviously, it wasn't.
Which like they said that was like confirmed that it was an editing error, but I know again. The same as the trilogy thing, I haven't actually seen any like clips or screenshots or anything that Rebecca actually said it was an editing error. Mm-hmm. Or if she did she just lie to us?
She might have. Get us off the trail.
Yeah, so I thought that was really interesting, but I remember we were talking about it and we were kind of like, okay, well, Xaden has the second signet because of who he's bonded to. Because I remember the popular theory at the end of Fourth Wing was that it was the actual mark itself, like their rebellion relic that was giving them their second signets. And then, we learn that the relic came from the protection rune that Liam's mom gave to everyone, which no one can really replicate. And then... So then that kind of theory kind of dropped because we're like, oh, well, that was a rune. Mm-hmm. But then, like, on my reread, I was, like, thinking about it, and I was like, wait. Like, if we're getting second signets because of who the dragons have bonded to in the past and, like, direct familial relations, a lot of these rebellion kids are descendants of riders, and all of them are being forced to go into the riders quadrant. So I was like, the chances of them being legacies, I think, are way higher than for like the normal cadets.
Right.
So I was like, I don't think it's all of them, but I was like, I had a suspicion that it was going to be quite a few of them.
And you might be right because
that's
as far as we know, Bodie doesn't have one. But Imagent does.
I have a lot of questions about that.
I have questions about that. So we are confirmed Imagent has 2, Garrick has 2, Xaden has 2. Those are the only 3 confirmed, right? Like that we got. And
but Xaden,
Bodie says he doesn't.
But just like Xaden.
But he's not supposed to know. I don't know. I'm so on the fence about that. I feel like Bodhi's he's a mystery.
Yeah.
We need to know more.
He's kind of a wild card to me right
He
now.
is a very big wild card because, especially because of the ending and discourse there, or
well, yeah, but
some people think.
Beside all of that, like he's kind of been, I don't know, like he is supportive of Xaden, but he's also just kind of on his own. I don't even really know how to describe it. Like he was the one that brought up Cat initially. Do you remember
He
that?
did in Iron
He just
Flame,
casually dropped that bomb.
right?
And Violet did nothing with that information. No, at least not
Not
immediately. Which I was
immediately.
like, you are a better woman than me because I would have
I would have
immediately
been like,
brought that
as soon
up.
as I got there, I was like, "Who's Cat?" or Katrana or whatever he said her name was. Like,
Yeah.
why did Bodhi say this?
So I like Bodhi, but like,
Do we? Are you
there's more going on
thinking
there.
Bodhi is gonna be not good? Gonna be a spy?
No, I think he has good intentions. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I think
I'm with you there. I mean, like, I don't necessarily think he's necessarily gonna be like bad
no,
but
but
like
he's just a
it's
little
something.
unpredictable, and that
Yeah,
can be dangerous.
I think so. Yeah, like he's not as level headed, maybe,
I
and might
I don't have
make.
a lot of evidence to back that up. Theme of the day, but I just kind of get that vibe from him.
Yeah,
So
I get what you mean because like I said, we haven't even this book, like we got a little bit more with Bodhi, but still
yeah.
not even that much.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it would have been kind of easy for her to give us more stuff with Bodhi, especially like even Iron Flame, because like he was like
He was the one around.
he was the one left closest to Xaden,
Mm-hmm.
and we still didn't really get a whole lot from him. So yeah, I don't know. He's a wild card for sure.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not really
sure.
sure what to do with him yet. But yeah, so like we did kind of get confirmation from Xaden that enough of the marked ones have second signets that their records aren't accurate, is what he said.
Right.
So it's like
Right.
it's not enough that they're all completely suspicious, but like their records are definitely inaccurate.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I do kind of think it probably is still just like the fact that a lot of them are legacies. I know some people are still convinced that it's from the relic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm I'm not fully on board with that one.
Because they got the relic from Coda, right?
Yeah, because that's why it
And
counteracts Melgren's signet.
that's why I don't know. I guess that's weird because I guess Coda wouldn't willingly give them that either. Because
Right,
part of
that's
you
their
is thinking
thing.
like it would be have to see something he willingly gave them, but like maybe it's not. Maybe it's just how it is. Because it's not like he would willingly give them a way to like hide from Melgren's signet, and I don't think.
Right, so the protection rune was meant to counteract, I think, the signet of whoever killed their parents. And so because of that, then it counteracted Melgren's signet because Coda was the one that killed them. Is my
Right.
understanding.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But I think what's interesting is like I don't know any other runes that leave relics. Or maybe we just haven't applied
Well.
runes to people. And so
Yeah.
maybe
I mean, like
but
we have somebody that like has the rune, which we're very suspicious
someone.
about.
But that's a scar, and
That is a scar.
it's not like a mark like the marked ones have.
True. It's different.
So, but then okay, if they were getting it through the relic, then that would also imply that Coda is channeling to like 20 plus other
Right.
writers,
And that's like
which
you would feel like he would know that.
he would.
Especially like strong signets, the ones that I mean, I guess you don't I guess you don't really know which signet. How do we know that the shadows come from Sigale? If that's a thing, right? Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, how
Like,
would you
which
know which one
signet
they
comes
came
from
from?
what? Which
Well, okay, and also doesn't matter. Like,
I don't. Maybe not,
because
but
like,
because
does
they're
it just
both strong
manifest?
signets.
Right, but does it just like manifest? Like just the fact that like he opened that once, does that kind of give him a signet that would manifest? And then they're just still pulling through the dragon they are actively bonded to. Because like
True.
Violet kind of did that. So like when her bond broke with Andarna, at the end of this book,
Mm-hmm.
she still dreamwalked
That's true.
while So
And I
she
was
was
surprised by
definitely
that.
pulling, right? But she was definitely pulling from. But so it's like once the signet manifests, does
It's
it
just
matter
theirs as
what
long as they
source the
have,
power
right,
comes from?
as long as they have a source. I
That's
mean,
kind of maybe my suspicion.
it kind of makes sense too, right? Because if you pull from the ground, it's still like Xaden, when Xaden pulls from the ground, it's still his shadows. It's not like he
Right.
gets a different thing. So it's just,
Right.
yeah, whatever's power. Yeah. So I guess that, so maybe Koda would never know. If he gave it to them, like he would not feel it because it's actually
Yeah.
coming from like Sagael or the other
I'm
dragons.
still not fully on board with that theory. Because,
I'm
like,
not
also,
either.
there's the whole thing that, like, once a dragon starts channeling, then you only have a certain amount of time to manifest a sig. So, like, and most of these people were kids. So, like, if they did get channeled from
That's true.
Coda initially, most of them would be dead,
Right. That is very
right?
true.
So, I'm still kind of against the idea that it's coming from the relic. I think it's that a lot of them
As
are
something with,
legacies, and the
yeah.
dragons intentionally picked the writers,
I think,
which is pretty much what Xaden said. So, I think we're just
I think
that's what
so
I'm sticking
too.
with.
I think so
I could be
too.
proven wrong later, but that's my thought.
I know we've been proven wrong before.
I know. I was just like, I don't have a great track record, I'll be honest. But that one, I did come back around before Onyx Storm, and I did kind of think that that was a possibility.
The
And
Dreamwalker.
so I feel kind of, I don't feel confident about that one.
Okay. I felt
I feel
good about the second signet thing because I was
Yes.
like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
One win for us. Good job.
One. Right. We got a lot lost later.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so something I found interesting in this, and I was like wondering, is that like Xaden's obviously his powers are getting stronger, right? And like there's discourse on if it's just because he's learning how to use them more, or if it's
Right.
because of the venom. Because like there's the scene where, because we have Professor Xaden Ryerson in this book, and there is this scene.
Woo!
Like, can he get any like more titles and that makes him even more appealing?
That make him hotter?
That make him hotter, basically.
It's probably about
Duke,
maxed out,
Professor,
right?
Shadow Daddy. Like,
I mean, Wing Leader was still pretty
Wing
freaking
Leader.
hot.
I think he's a general now. Is he? No. Is he? What is he in?
I think he's still a lieutenant.
Lieutenant. There you go. I mean, all the titles.
I'm
He
not
doesn't
mad
need
at it.
any of them, though.
No,
really, I
no,
mean, but
no.
whatever. It
Just
helps.
Xaden is good enough.
It
but
is.
We'll take him.
He is. But yeah, so there's that scene where they have their first signet. What did they call that?
Sparring.
Sparring, basically, yeah. And like Kat is surprised at his like strength. You could tell there's like there's this passage there because she knows him, like he's trained her too, and she even seems surprised by his strength. So I'm gonna chalk that up to him being Venom.
So, okay, so that I even noticed it like in the prologue chapter. Like when he is sneaking to see Jack.
Okay, yes.
Right after he turns, like the way he is like completely melted into the shadows and like completely like invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was like, was he always that strong?
Right.
And I guess okay, so when I was kind of thinking about it more, I did kind of think back to when they broke into the library or the archives. The archives.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my bad. And he did kind of do a similar thing.
Yeah.
And kind of stayed hidden with his shadows.
But wasn't it just was he shielding all of them or just him? I can't remember.
Just him.
Okay.
And I still kind of got the idea that like if you looked close enough, you would still see him.
Tell. Yeah.
And this kind of seemed like he was literally walking
around,
right
past people.
Yeah. And so I was like, wow, that seems like really strong. And because so much of it happened right after he turned Venom, then I was like, is that because he channeled from the source that he got so strong?
So I kind of think so. That's where I'm going with that. But there's also a few passages, which again, last night I was like, man, I wish I had that passage, but I don't remember where the heck it was.
Yeah.
Where it almost seems like he's starting to read minds. Not just read intentions, but read minds. And that's also makes me wonder, is that because he pulled from the ground power? So is it making that stronger?
So, yeah, I have a lot. Okay.
Get comfortable.
Thoughts. Okay, regardless of why, his signets are definitely getting stronger.
Right.
But in terms of the intrinsic aspect, I okay, so I struggle with, so like if you read the interview that Rebecca did with, I think it was Variety after Iron Flame,
Mm-hmm.
they kind of talk about that a little bit and how she was like, he is an intrinsic, but he just reads intentions. And I think kind of
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca's response was somewhat along the lines of like, well, like, is it like he doesn't have any other intrinsics to measure himself against
That's
because they
true.
kill them all. So like what he perceives as intentions, like how do we know that isn't just mind reading?
Mm-hmm.
Um so I think it's a little bit of like he doesn't fully understand his own signet. There's nobody to train him on this,
That's
nobody to
true.
help him with
Mm-hmm.
this. Um so does that mean it's like not getting stronger? No, not necessarily. Like I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I think his idea that he only reads intentions is probably a
Maybe.
little bit misinformed. And I think also some of it was like him trying to make himself feel better about it too, if I'm being honest.
Maybe.
That he was like, well, I can't read everyone's minds. I just like can read their intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I don't know. So part of me feels like even if it's getting stronger, it was always going to be that he could read minds. Um, and just kind of how he chose to interpret that
Yeah, that's a fair point.
was different.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's definitely getting because he definitely had a lot more examples of him actually responding to Violet's thoughts, or like
Mm-hmm.
he reacted to Halden.
I want
When
to talk
we,
about all of
yeah, me too.
it.
But he was like, um, he like knew what Halden was thinking about
Mm-hmm.
Violet, and that's why he like
Yes.
pushed him. Um, so there's definitely a lot more instances of that happening.
Yeah.
And even of them like kind of sharing thoughts amongst themselves, like and memories, because it happened a couple of times, right? Where they kind of looked through each other's eyes,
Yes.
similar to how she could do with her dragons.
Yeah. Yeah, there
And she
was.
was like, is that a bond thing or an intrinsic
And like
thing?
neither of
She's
them
like,
really
what is
knew.
that? And he's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of it is like they don't
Just
even fully
unknown.
understand his powers.
Right. And
Yeah.
like
Which
nobody
how would they?
does.
Right.
I'm
They can't talk
wondering,
about it, so how would they get better at it? I don't
right.
know.
I'm wondering if the Venom would know more. Because they seem to know more about everything.
Well, they've had a lot
So,
more time to learn everything
right.
because apparently they've been around for like ever.
Yeah. Well, apparently they're like immortal.
Old. That's what it sounds like. I guess as long as you can feed yourself from the source,
You're
like
immortal.
that
Yeah.
sustains you, right? So they're kind of like earth vampires. Is that a weird thing to
I
say?
know.
Is that weird?
Makes sense.
Like instead of just sucking blood, if you just drain
Yeah, you
magic from
just
the
drain
earth,
the
you'll be
magic.
fine.
Yeah.
You can just keep living.
Yeah, because that's what it kind
But
of
if you,
seemed.
but it sounds like if you don't, you will eventually die, right?
Right,
Because like
because
Jack was pretty
Jack was
close to
like
death.
emaciated, I think they said, because he had it
Yeah,
channeled, and then like
yeah,
she was keeping him alive by giving him the
right.
little things to channel from.
My
So,
question, this is random and off topic, but remember how when she went to go interview him that time, interrogate, whatever,
yeah,
interview, it's fine.
yeah.
It's very casual. uh, she brought orange peels, which I thought was hilarious. She
Yeah,
was like,
yeah.
"You can take this, or you can take this. Like, I'll
Right.
give you an out." Would that have even worked on him?
I kind of was wondering the same thing in that scene. I'm like, is he still alert?
I
Can a
mean,
villain still
dropping
be
a
taken
mountain on
out?
him didn't work.
No. And then
So,
so
and we
like,
know, like, yeah, they can pretty much only be killed by power. And so, like, those
right.
imbued daggers. So I
Hmm.
was like, are you just
Can he
gonna make him
still be
suffer for a
taken
while?
out
But I
by
kind of don't think
oranges?
he's. Yeah, I was like, I think you're just gonna torture him.
I
Like,
kind of think
I
so
don't know that that would
too.
kill him.
I was unsure about that in that moment as well. I was like, really? Would that still work? I mean,
I mean,
he
I still
survived
wouldn't.
killing his dragon
I know.
too.
I
So it's
know.
like, if orange can still take him out, then I don't know. That seems a little flawed.
I agreed.
Never let anyone know what you're allergic to, obviously, even if you're a venom.
Right. That was his fatal flaw, his kryptonite.
Yeah, literally.
But
I know, but that was funny. I had that same thought too.
okay, yeah.
Okay, we mentioned
So
Holden, so should we talk about Holden? Um, I loved seeing jealous Xaden in this book.
Me too.
I
So,
could
okay, I
take
have
more
to
jealous
say
Xaden.
the whole signet sparring class, I was just like kicking my feet and like
That was a
giggling. Like
really good scene.
that was great until Halden showed up, of course.
Right.
But yeah, to
Right.
say what you continue.
I was just gonna say, I loved seeing a little bit of a jealous Xaden. And obviously Holden is kind of like really violent.
Okay, that was my reaction because like at first I was like, okay, he's cute. I'm sure he could be kind of
Right.
like charming or whatever. And the more we got to know him, I
I'm
was
just
like,
like,
girl, what did you see in him? Like he is not
I
like
mean, I guess it just
was it literally
shows.
just that he was hot? Because
Maybe
I
I
was like,
just that's what it shows. Even the most intelligent women can be fooled by a hot guy. I don't
I
know.
guess.
Because
I
yeah, he
don't
just
know.
seemed like a complete douchebag the whole time. I mean, I'm
Honestly,
not
like,
surprised he
yeah.
cheated on her at all. And it's weird because I guess she kind of kept that a secret. Because like Dain was surprised when it
Yeah.
came out, like, oh, he did that. Like, none of you guys, like, you guys are surprised that a guy like that did that. But I don't know, it was a little like, this seems very not violent. But I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess it kind of happened with Xaden too, right? Because like when she first started falling with Xaden,
Mhm.
falling for him, like she wasn't admitting it to herself. Like she, or at least found
Right.
him attractive.
Mhm.
He was an ass to her at that point too. So I don't know. I guess she
Yeah.
just likes a bad boy.
Although, was he really an ass or was he just like a little standoffish?
Yeah, true. I think he wasn't
That's
as
probably me
bad.
just justifying
We're
it,
just, I
but
mean, because it's Satan. Like, we
I know.
have to. Like
Let's
he
just
could do
ignore
no
any and
wrong.
all red flags.
It's just like
Exactly.
how at the event, how Rebecca was yelling at everyone for, judging Dain for
Yeah.
being overbearing, but we don't judge Xaden because
Yeah. And she's
he's
like, is it
Xaden.
just because he's hot?
Just because he's hot. I
But
mean,
I like Dane.
I
Dane
do too.
redeemed himself for me in Iron Flame, so and Dane is also supposed to be hot.
I mean, yeah, I think they're all
At
hot,
least
right?
cute.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think there's not a hot person in this book. It's not, at least of of the young characters.
Right, yeah.
It's a little unfair, it seems, that everyone's just so hot. But yeah, I know Dane is supposed to be described as that too. So
I mean, she had a crush on him forever. He can't
hmm
be ugly,
he's just too
okay?
goody two shoes, I guess. So I guess that knocks him
Yeah.
down a couple.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm not surprised. That whole scene. Okay, so we haven't even really got to like them going out on this quest or anything like that. But when I did like seeing like the different islands and stuff like that, and I'm not surprised that
Mhm.
that first one they went to, Holden almost fucks everything up for them, and gets his like guard killed and eaten by, was it jaguars or a big cat of
I
some sort?
I think
I think it
so.
was jaguars, right?
I think so.
Um, no surprise there. Um,
Unfortunately.
I loved that scene though. I mean, I hated that Xaden channeled again, but that scene
I
gave me a
know.
little bit like kind of flashbacky to the scene in Fourth Wing where he kills everybody for her
In her
in her
room.
room, which is one of my favorite scenes in Fourth Wing.
I love that scene.
It kind of okay. So there's like that scene in Fourth Wing, and then there's also the Iron Flame scene where he saves her from Varish, and he kills
Yes.
everyone there too. Um, I guess I just love Xaden on a killing spree.
I mean, yeah, it was pretty hot.
It was. I mean, obviously, again, I hate that he pulled more power to do
Yeah.
it, but
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know. I those scenes are always good, but I think those scenes. So like throughout those different, so we got that one. I can't. Don't even ask me to remember the names of the places because I'm not.
Oh, also, well, even if I could distinctly remember that, I
I'm
would
not
have
going to
no idea how
pronounce
to
them.
say them. So,
But we have that one, right? For that one was like
Deverelli or something?
something like that. And then we have the one where we meet Xaden's mom.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But I did, so before we talk about Xaden's mom, I did
Mhm.
love that like, again, like how I was talking in the very beginning, how this book is kind of shows like Violet really coming to her own and is a leader, and I loved that, her seeing her interact in each different place and how she got them out of every situation. I loved all that with those scenes, but my favorite was that island with the smart people. The knowledge,
like hypnosis or something. The wisdom one,
the
because they're all,
wisdom,
so all of the isles besides the first one were all based off of a god, right?
right?
So we
Which was
had the one
interesting.
for luck and wisdom and war
Or
and hold on, let me check my notes
something
for who
else.
the gods are. I did actually. I
Did you do
decided I was
that?
like, okay, this
Okay, I
time I
appreciate
have
it.
to keep track of who the gods are. So I did make myself a little list. So Malak is the god of death. Amari is the queen of the gods. Dune is the goddess of war. Zanal, god of luck. Can't pronounce that one.
The
I don't
wisdom
even
one.
know that I should try. The love one,
Oh, the
yeah.
love one. Okay,
And then Hedion, god of wisdom.
wisdom. Okay, so what was the first one then? The one where Holden almost screwed everything.
Deverelli. They don't believe in gods. They do
Okay,
science.
okay,
Which,
okay.
good job. Like,
I
I
mean,
don't know. They
I like
science.
that, but I didn't like them.
No, they kind of sucked.
They
Like
sucked
they
big
were,
time. Like, yeah, big time. But
yeah.
okay, so the Wisdom Island. I think that was probably my favorite of all those little, you know,
I
of the
think because
quest.
I liked seeing Violet in her element.
Right.
I
And
think that's
that
what I
she
liked about it.
outsmarted them. I
Mhm.
mean, they almost still killed Garrick, which was,
That
and
was
like
stressful.
that was such a that was such. So first you get the
And
whole,
Riddick.
and Riddick. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, we had a Riddick scare and a Garrick scare in
Yep.
that section. But I just loved that. Okay, I loved. I had a feeling. I think we talked about this before too. I had a feeling we would meet Xaden's mom eventually, so I'm not surprised. I am a little surprised. I don't know. I can't decide how Rebecca wanted us to feel about her. Like, did she want us to sympathize with her at all? Because I don't. Like, I don't know how. Like, I understand. Okay, so I kind of understand how it seems. There's an excerpt on one of the top chapters from Xaden's
Mhm.
dad, right? That says something about not, like, again, I don't know
Like
exactly.
marrying for love is kind of dumb,
Yeah,
kind of
like,
thing,
save your
and it
love for
should
your children. It was
something
along
like
those
that.
lines. So, like, I understand that obviously it was like an an arrangement. She was going to go there, give an heir, stay till he was so old, and then leave.
Yeah.
But, like, and like, it seems what she's wanting to make it seem like is that Xaden's dad made her leave and wouldn't let her take him, which, well, obviously he wasn't going to let you take him. Like, that was the whole deal, right?
Right.
But the fact that you left, you never tried to, like, contact him at all. Like, and they were aware of what was going on. They
Mhm.
had up to date news or whatever.
They did.
So
Yeah.
she knows that he died. She knows everything. And, like, you didn't do anything. Like, you didn't try and go take him then or help him then. Like, so I don't
Right.
know. I don't have any sympathy for her. I kind of don't think that's the last that we'll see of her. I kind of feel like maybe she'll
Probably
come
not.
back. Um,
But like I don't know. You're right though. Like I don't know how Rebecca wanted us to feel cuz she does do those kind of minor characters and complex characters fairly well. Like I think her mom kind of completely flipped a switch for me.
yeah, true.
Like I thought Violet's mom, I guess.
Yeah.
Um I hated her in Fourth Wing and
Mm-hmm.
then by Iron Flame even though we really didn't
We
have a
still
ton
didn't
of
know
interaction
her.
with her. No. I was still sad that she died.
I was too. More so the second
And
time. It
yeah.
hit hard listening to the graphic audio.
I know. There was a lot of scenes that hit kind of hard in that
They
one.
did. They did.
Um,
And
yeah.
but I get that makes sense too, because what Rebecca at the event again that we went to, she mentioned how, like, she has backstories for, like, all the, like, she writes, even if we're never gonna know it, she knows it. So I
Hmm.
guess that, I mean, obviously helps in the writing process to, like, I don't know, make us feel something that we don't think we're going to feel for a character. So like I could see her maybe having an arc too if she does come back. But at this point in time, I don't care for her. I don't have any sympathy for her. I mean, like her being upset. And like also I'm just kind of like, I would imagine you've lived there forever, right? You know how they operate, and you didn't think that they were going to try and do something. Like she seemed shocked that, he tried to poison her son and poisoned Garrick in the process. But it's kind of like, were you though? And then there's that part where she like brings the food to the room and then talks to Violet. And then like Violet talks to Xaden after, and he says something like, you talked to her for like this amount of time and she's already charmed you. Which I thought that was an interesting... It was interesting to me because I'm like, how does he have that like perception of her? Like it kind of seems like he kind of knows that she maybe is a manipulator, but it doesn't seem like he had ill feelings about her when he was younger, because he was obviously upset she left. I don't know. That kind of seemed a little weird to me. Or if that's just...
So I get what you're saying. I think I just interpret it as him being bitter.
That maybe that's all it is.
That he was kind of just like, like, I have really complicated feelings about my mom. Mm-hmm. I don't want you siding with her.
Yeah, you better not like her.
Right. Like, not saying you can't ever talk to her, but like, I need to sort through my feelings before you make a judgment.
That's true.
It's kind of how I took it.
Simple as that.
Either way,
I guess I was like, I just never know with Rebecca's writing.
No, seriously. And you're just kind of like...
Anything, this tiniest little thing here can just turn out to be something later. And then, like, we never saw it coming. So, like, I don't know.
But also, like, why does every single book just, like, make my heart break for Xaden?
I can't do it anymore. Like...
This poor man.
It just... All I got is it better end happy at the end, because he deserves it. Every book, I'm like, he deserves it. And like every time he gets like just this like ounce of like, oh my gosh, when they got to the first island with no magic.
And he was actually
like happy, and to the point where everyone was like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like Dain is like, what? You're asking me like a normal just question about our childhood? Like, I want that for Xaden. And like even that was taken from him when we get to that scene where he ends up channeling from because he channels from her, what did conduit. Call it? Her conduit, right?
Yeah, because it broke.
And it's like that shattered that illusion that he could get away from it, because it seems like there's somewhere always you can maybe find magic, right?
Yeah.
And
so it's also I can't remember which chapter it was, but it was like pretty close to when we started journeying.
We didn't journal. That's why we have no fat. No fat.
Exactly.
Just vibes.
But there was a quote, like one of the chapter headers again, that they took, I think, an ASIM to one of the isles. And pretty quickly, within like 24 hours, they basically went insane. So
remember that.
It sounded like they were very calm, level-headed for the first like day or so, and then after that, they like went insane. And so I read that, and then the whole time I was anxious about Xaden,
right?
Regardless, so I was
even like, he wasn't there yet.
From that, I knew that wasn't going to be a long-term solution anyway.
Well,
that they
and
could never really stay there.
That it like is not good for the dragons.
Right.
Or it's like painful for them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But still though, like he had found some peace.
I know.
And it was like taken from him. And like, gosh, why did she... It's like she hates him. Rebecca, why do you hate Xaden?
I know. I need something good to happen to... And like, honestly, I feel like I need more of a happy ending for Xaden than I do for Violet.
I agree. And I do think that involves Violet, right? Because I don't think he would have a happy ending without her.
Probably not.
But yeah.
I guess we can let her stay. I'm just kidding.
Natalie, I hate to break it to you, but he's a fictional character. As much as we wish he was. But yeah, back to that. scene. Okay, because something about that scene I want to talk to you about where Riddick almost dies, right? We think, or well, I guess maybe he doesn't almost die, but he almost gets, we think he gets injured.
Okay. Yeah, it was implied that he was
gonna,
mortally
right.
wounded.
And then Garrick almost dies.
Yes.
Remember how we've talked about, like in Fourth Wing, she did that with Liam, right?
Yes.
She like thought, she put him like in peril. We thought he was going to die, and then he didn't, and then later he does. Like, she's done this twice now with Riddick. Because he almost died in Iron Flame.
Yep.
And now, this, obviously, he didn't even get hurt. Like, it was definitely just, you know. But it still made us think.
She teased us. And so, I'm really worried about him.
I am so worried about Riddick. Especially because we got that teaser from her at that event that in the 4th book, someone we love is not going to make it out.
Which we knew.
I mean, you can't read the series. I mean, you know.
After Liam, I expect her to pull that shit.
I agree.
So, you know, so it's like...
And I appreciate it.
Me too.
As much as I hate it, like, I don't want to lose anyone, but I appreciate it. Because how can you have a series about a war and not lose?
Where there are no stakes.
When there's no one's dying, no stakes. Yeah. Again, I know we have another popular series, which I love, that we have issues with for that reason.
Yes.
But, so I do appreciate that. But yeah, I am terrified for Riddick.
Mm-hmm.
Terrified. Because I've always liked Riddick, but I love him even more after this book.
I know. Me too.
And like, he's like, I love the development. The fact that he can like freeze blood, basically.
Like what?
That's, scary. Terrifying. But useful. Obviously, he uses it at the end to kill a wyvern, which was like amazing. And then I loved something that I loved about this book. I didn't say is I love seeing the interactions between the other dragons and their riders. And Atrum.
Yes.
I think it's Atrum and him. Oh my god,
they are hilarious.
They're hilarious. Like, of course, Riddick would end up with like. I feel like it would be hard to find like a jokester like dragon, but he got the thing closest to it.
Yep. I think it's so funny that they play pranks on each
on
other.
each
And
other.
It's like it's so perfect. And yeah, so I absolutely loved getting to see other relationships.
Me too, because we got that, right? We got them. We got Rhiannon with Fergie. Is that how you pronounce hers?
I'm gonna get it wrong. I think I say Fierge for no reason at all.
It sounds cool.
I'm like,
it's better than I think I've seen like a reel going around where people are calling her Fergie, because
it's definitely not.
It's not Fergie. And then we got Imagent and her dragon. I can't.
Blaine.
Oh yeah, Blaine. Okay.
That's also not how you say it. I saw a reel today that it was like, if you're going based off of the Gallic version, it's not right. But none of them are right. So I
think I saw that too. Like, we don't even say Sigel right. I think the only one that I think we say right is Kath, because it is Kath.
Yeah, there was no confusion on that.
I think all the other ones are wrong. But you know, sorry. They're hard. Okay. But yeah, I loved getting those like little glimpses, because you know, obviously we only see Violet and I guess a little tiny bit of Sigale and Xaden, like tiny bit here and there.
I live for the bonus chapters. Let me because I actually love Sigale's sass so much, and seeing her and Xaden interact, I adore it.
I know. I want more.
And I think that's part of why I was so sad for him in this book, because Sigale was like tuning him out.
She was icing him out.
Yeah, and like the fact that he was just like, yeah, like she won't talk to me, like that makes our like flights like really awkward and stuff. And I'm just like, you poor baby.
But like also, but then like, but she still cares about him so much.
Yeah, she didn't give up on him.
Like there's like the part where they're at the place with her mom, like she's like pacing and stuff, because she knows what like turmoil he's in and stuff. And like obviously I don't think she even gives up on him at the end. I don't think. So I love that. But yeah, like that was hard too. I felt bad for him with that too. It's like he has like Nobody. I mean, like,
Mhm.
he does, but like that, I couldn't imagine. Well, we saw it, right? We saw what it could do to a writer when Andarna breaks the bond.
Mhm.
Like, Violet was just utterly depressed. And so,
Mhm.
like, I couldn't imagine, like, having that, someone in your head all the time, and then, like, they
Yeah.
just choose not to. Oh.
Well, so I feel like I got like a little taste of it when they were on the Isles, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
um even so like I know she could still talk to her dragons, but even her not being able to talk to
To
Xaden
Xaden.
anymore,
Mm-hmm.
like made me more uncomfortable than I thought it.
Right.
Like I'm not, even involved in their bond or whatever, but I was like it was like hard for me not to like automatically think, well, like just tell him that or just do that or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and like they can't communicate that way
Right.
anymore. And that was like frustrating for me as a reader. So like I
Mm-hmm.
couldn't imagine
As
like,
it happening to you.
right, like as a writer what that would feel like.
So, do we think, kind of the segue to this, because do you think that it's because of Andarna that Violet was still able to talk to them?
I mean, she's the odd one out, right?
Right.
So,
I think that's the only thing that like makes any sort of sense, at least with the information we have at the moment. I mean, there's
yeah,
that theory too, which I want to talk about later, which would also make sense why she could.
yeah, yeah.
But
But I feel like it probably does have something to do with Andarna, and that's even like what Mira said. Um, at this point, when I was reading through it initially, I'm not gonna lie, I was slightly worried it was an intrinsic thing, and I was like, girl, maybe you shouldn't admit that out loud. But
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
but
But
then
yeah,
Xaden couldn't talk to Sigil, so
yeah,
yeah.
it makes more sense that it's Andarna. Well, since we're talking about Andarna, I guess we could talk about the Irids and how disappointing they were.
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
I don't like them at all. Like, I don't understand their logic whatsoever with leaving her there, hoping that by the time she hatches, humans are going to be peaceful. Like, I don't know. Like, why did you think that? Like, uh,
And then also, like, they got mad at her for being raised by the dragons
right.
they
Like,
left her with.
what'd you want her to do? You got mad at
I'm
her
just
for pretty
like,
much every decision she's
yeah,
made, actually, in her short little life.
right.
And it's
Like,
like,
they were appalled that she was not a Feathertail. And
yes.
she
Like,
was just like, I had to save Violet. What do you mean? Like, she did it, like, for, like, self-defense, like, to protect her rider, and they're mad at
and
her
like,
for it.
how would she even know that that was, like, with the
Right,
knowledge they had, only adolescents have feather tails. So that's
right.
all she knows. Like, you left her with no knowledge of her
Nothing.
kind.
They didn't leave behind their journals to guide her.
Right.
So, like,
And Darna's just on her own with,
yeah.
the elders
Hmm.
of all the other types. Like, I don't know. I obviously we're gonna get more of them.
We
Obviously.
are.
But
We are.
like, and obviously we're thankful for the one. I don't ask me any of their names. The
Started with an
one
L. That's all
that's
I got.
technically part of her clan, I guess. Is what it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Came and fired the wards for them, obviously. We're thankful for that. But like,
Hmm.
other than that, they just seem like pompous
Yeah,
assholes.
they were very judgy.
Yeah.
They were rude. I I was not a fan.
No.
And they went and sought her out. Like they landed on that island to specifically to talk to her,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're just like, "You're not good enough. We're leaving you again." And
Right.
it was like that was horrible.
I know. My heart broke for her
I
because
know.
like throughout she's just so excited to finally like find one of her kind, and
Hmm.
then they suck, basically, and like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get it. Like, I know that's just like a tidbit, I'm sure, of what we're gonna get with them. I'm sure that hopefully they'll redeem themselves at some point for us.
I hope.
Like, my whole thing is like, if you want, I don't know, peace isn't just gonna happen. People aren't gonna just get over. I don't know. Come and help,
Right.
teach it, and like
Right.
nurture it, and
Well, and the
then we'll
thing is,
see.
like, I feel like it was, I don't know, like, I'm not sure the word to describe it, but like, it's not that all of the humans are fighting amongst each other necessarily. They're
No.
fighting against the venom,
Right.
which I know we're human at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like most of them now are literally fighting to stay alive. It's not that
Right.
they are choosing a life of war. And even like Navarre, like when they're trying to like they try to keep brokering peace with Pomeril, and yeah, I don't know. Because like they're at war, but it's not necessarily with each other. So
Right. I mean, yeah, they did like try to cover it up or whatever, but like,
I've completely butchered my train of thought. So I don't know what I was gonna try to say. I feel like it was eloquent in there somewhere. But
we've all been there.
um
But yeah, I don't know. I didn't understand their thought process in that at all, and
mm-mm.
I don't know. Hopefully, like I said, I just hope we get a redemption. Like if for not anything for Andarna,
I know. But
because
so I don't are we allowed to talk about it yet? We're
yeah,
not
go ahead.
there.
That she
But like
left,
when
she
yeah, when
breaks.
she
Mm-hmm.
left, we don't know anything that happened when she left.
And was she even gone that long?
I think it breaks down to like a little over a week if
Like,
you
did
like
she
do the
even
math.
leave? Did she just camouflage herself?
You think she stayed? But why would she? But the bond was broken. So like
True.
if
But
she was
like,
gonna stick
how?
around, why would she keep it broken? I guess is my kind of question.
I guess I don't know how long would it have taken them to like travel because Andarna's also can't like fly very far.
No.
So like, unless he helped her,
But he doesn't have a harness
no.
like Taryn does. Um Yeah, so where did they
Where did
go?
they go?
How
Yeah.
long did they go for? And so like some people are kind of like theorizing, or I've seen theories on the internet that um she like can still kind of manipulate time. And so perhaps she did because he said it was going to take like years for her to train with them, right? And
Yeah.
like learn their ways. And she was gone like a week. And so like is that just like either the aisle that they're on is like outside of time, and so
Okay.
time
Mm-hmm.
passes differently for them there than it would on the main aisle on the continent? Or is it like Andarna can still kind of control time so she could come back in time, or like it was sort of paused for them while she was full speed ahead, sort of
So
like
yeah,
I
something
don't
weird
know.
with time.
I have
Time.
I have a lot of questions. This is where all my questions start rolling in.
Right. Yeah,
I
we're
feel like
basically to that point now. I feel like we're like getting like towards that end, the end part of the book. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we did a good job talking about the whole book.
well, we don't have to like jump all ahead,
No, no,
but
no. But
because
yeah,
what
like
did
that's like probably the first part is obviously well, we have that first battle, right? Okay, someone we haven't talked about really is Arik
yeah.
and how we're like giving glimpse obviously of what his signet is because he like knows these like little tidbits and we're kind of like how does he know that because we have that first little battle right by the Dune temple where he
Yes.
tells Violet she needs to protect the Dune temple because that's after that is when that dragon comes fires the wards and then
Hmm.
Andarna leaves and like so I was like heartbroken when Andarna left but part of me is like she'll come back. So I don't know if I was
Yeah.
like too. I mean, I was sad, but I wasn't too worried about it. But I did feel like she left very quickly. Like I know
Yes.
he is like telling her like she has to choose right, and then she's like, "Well, I don't know how to break the bond," and then he breaks it for her, and then she just leaves. Like she doesn't even try to like say bye, and
But
even.
if the bond is broken, she
But like, could
can't. I
she?
think is
She
the
could have like
problem.
come over to Violet, let her give her a scratch. I don't
Yeah.
know, like something. She just like, all
Yeah.
right. I don't
I think
know.
that's what hurt me the most too, was how
It
sudden
just
and
like,
abrupt it felt.
mm-hmm,
And it felt very un-Andarna like, right? Like every time they go into battle and they tell her to stay somewhere, she ignores them and shows up anyway,
mm-hmm,
right? And then for her to just be like this random stranger just falls out of the sky and is like, "Hey, come with me."
right.
And
I'm
she's
your
like,
kind.
"Okay." And
And I
that
get it.
didn't
I get it to an extent because she. she really wants to know, right? Like
Yeah,
she really
and
wants to
she
know about
she needs
herself.
to.
She
I think
does. Because
it's gonna be critical to the story,
she's
obviously.
obviously a key, right? Like she's part of the key to like
Yeah.
defeating the Venom or whatever. We don't know why or how or what, but she is.
Hmm.
So she does. She needs to go learn about how she can. Because as far as we know, I mean, at least we still think, right? Her fire can burn venom. Was that just proven this one? Because I know there was like some talk, like Taryn's telling her, like, "Oh, that could just be because it was your first time."
Right, and
But
it
I
burns
can't remember if she
hotter.
attempted to do it again or not, and it didn't work. Why am I thinking there was a scene where she tried and it didn't work? Maybe I made that up.
This is where lack of evidence is hurting us. I don't
I
know.
don't know. Don't. I may have made that
Um,
up, everybody.
because
Don't listen to
does she
me.
actually encounter another Venom directly in this book?
Maybe not.
Because even when they go, which, wow, okay, we didn't talk about this at all.
What are
But do you
we?
remember when they went to, because Marin, um,
Oh,
yeah, we're
right.
skipping all over the place. Okay, so when that city that the Venom took control over, and Marin's family had to escape.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, that was kind of like the Garrick part, right?
yeah, so that was Garrick. So I'm actually thinking of a different,
Are
different
you
scene.
thinking about when they went out on the first? Okay, so we kind of
Their
did
first
skip over on the
quest
first
squad.
quest squad
Yeah,
without Riddick, because like technically they
yeah.
break the rules to go on the the quest, right? Because they're supposed to like go and come back and go and come back, and they're like that's going to take too long.
So that was their
That's
initial
the
thing.
one.
But
But yeah, with the first one with the Grady,
yeah,
which
what the heck happened there?
I was like, thought it was weird at first. I was kind of like, because I remember you and I talking about it. We're like when they chose him to like be in charge. And we're like, we
Hmm.
don't really remember much about him. Like, I can't really
Like,
remember.
yeah,
Well, I
I
guess it
remember
doesn't
he was.
matter because
I
he's dead.
know. I had the same thought, but I remember like when he came up, I was like, okay, wait, wait, wait. Like I never got a complete vibe on him in Iron Flame. Like I know he was the RSC professor.
Right, and he
I for
obviously
some
gave them that stuff, so already a little sus. Like he gave them
it
that
was a
stuff to
little
like
sus,
disconnect them.
but like part of me had a vibe that he was gonna be like the cool Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, you know, like
Right.
and um but like obviously he was doing really sus things, so then I was like really kind of on the fence about him, but I couldn't even remember which side he really ended up being
Me
on.
neither.
It didn't really seem like he was really for or against either
Yeah, he just seemed
side.
kind of like
And then they sent
there.
him on this quest squad, which was just out of the blue, and then freaking Aura just like
Yep.
lights everything on fire, and that was it.
Yep.
She just burns him.
He just died like so easy. Like really, and I'm like, okay. That was an interesting scene. I remember thinking like, oh, I guess he was just
That
there to
yeah, that
die.
was,
Like I
I
thought we were like thinking like, oh, maybe he's gonna be another, important character. No, he's just there
no.
to burn to death. What a horrible
Yeah.
way to die.
That was a shock to me.
It was.
But honestly, I was kind of glad because I hated the initial quest squad. I hated all of them.
I.
And it didn't make
Mm-hmm.
any sense to me. Like I
Mm-mm.
was like, if they're picking cadets, why are they just picking random ones? Like what
Yeah,
is so
because like
great
she
about
was
her?
like a flame wielder. I forget what the other one. Like they just. I mean, I'm not saying like. I mean, I would take any signet if I could.
Yeah.
But like
Like God, she's just
comparatively, like that's what
right.
you're gonna send. I don't know on
Hmm.
this like quest that's supposed to hopefully find something that's gonna help save everybody, and that's what you're doing. I mean, obviously, I
Well,
don't
and she's
know.
untrained. So like I'm even surprised like I get why Violet would pick cadets that she knows and trusts, but like why would they pick cadets?
You would think, yeah, it would be weird. It would be like, obviously, Violet has to go, and obviously, Xaden has to go. Well, and he's not even a cadet anymore. So, like, Violet
Right.
should have been the only cadet, you would
That's how I
think.
feel. Yeah.
But, like, or, I don't know. It was weird to me. That whole thing, that whole, like, the way, why they chose them was weird. I mean, and
Hmm.
obviously, it didn't last because they just were like,
Yeah.
we're going with whoever we want. And, like,
Yeah.
okay, so I maybe we should say, so it ended up being Violet, Xaden, Auric,
Hmm.
Riddick, Cat,
Drake.
Marin, Drake.
I don't think Marin was on it.
No, I think
Oh,
she.
maybe she was.
I think she
I
was.
think you're right. I stand corrected.
Um, Holden had to go, at least the initial.
They got swapped out. So,
Oh yeah,
right,
they
like
did.
Arik
So
and
they went the
Halden
one
never went at the
time.
same time. Yeah.
Right. So the first time
He
that
had to ride in
they
his basket.
in the basket. I want to see fan art of that.
Right?
Okay, yeah, that's true. So they went out and they did go back the first time, and then we went out.
Yeah.
Arik was the
Yeah.
one to win, because then that's how he basically came out of hiding, right? Because like he was still trying to hopefully not let them know he was there. And then I feel horrible forgetting the other flyer's name because he died.
Traeger?
Traeger. That was sucked. That was like so, and she totally.
Wait, did we say Dain too?
Oh, and Dain. Yeah.
He was
so
also
Dain.
on the quest list. Which
So
it was hilarious to see him stumble a little bit. And then Arik is just like, oh, I know all these languages perfectly.
I know. Arik was just like a surprise after surprise in that book. He really was.
He was a real asset to the team.
He really was. And I thank God he got to go the rest of them instead of Holden, because Holden was just trash.
Oh my God, I hated him.
But yeah, I like that too. I also because wait, okay, so
Sorry, you were gonna talk about
Traeger. I was gonna talk about Zenil. That was that one, but was that before or after the Dune? Is it Dune?
I think it
was after, right?
Dune was
Zenil was the last one, right?
The second one they went to.
Okay.
Like I think they went to Deverali, and then there was some random island, and then
Xaden's
Dune was near the beginning, but Zenal was.
That was the last one, right? Because I think when they're going to go bury that, where they land to burn them is where they find the Irids.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so
that was the last.
Let's talk about Dune then first, because they went there first, right?
Yeah.
And that's where we're finding more out about Violet, because there's people there with her hair.
Yeah.
Hair like hers, right? But they seem to do something to make their hair like that, though, right? Doesn't the queen, or what? I don't know if she was a queen or what she was. So again, there's another thing where I thought one of them was going to die, because what it ends up being Dain, Xaden, and Violet who have to fight to like get an audience with the queen. I think she was a queen. The leader. I'll just say the leader.
Yeah.
I thought Dain was dead.
No, for sure.
I was like,
I was so anxious during that, and like,
and I know people don't like him, but like, do they hate him enough to want him to die? Because we both like him, so obviously I don't want him to die, but I was so nervous reading that scene.
Well, I was even nervous for Xaden, because like, honestly, part of what makes him such a good fighter is that he can't read people's minds.
Right. I was thinking that too.
He can't anymore. I was like, dude, I'm nervous. I was like, I know you're talented, but I am nervous for you. I was like, ugh.
Took a big advantage away from him that he's used to.
Right. Exactly. And so I'm just like,
and actually he would have if Violet didn't save him.
Yeah.
So I mean, and Dain got knocked out. Luckily he didn't die, but he got knocked out.
But like, and Dain was just so like cool about it. Like, they cut his arm and he's just like, okay, I'm in. And I was like, what? Like, somebody panic here.
I know. He seemed way too calm about the situation.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, doesn't she says something to Violet, asking her if she eats something or does something to make her hair like that. So that's even more weird to me. So is their hair not naturally like that? Why is Violet's naturally like that? I mean, that's why we kind of said in the beginning, it gave us like a little something about her hair, but I almost gives me more questions about it. If it doesn't naturally happen, is it because they dedicated her?
I think so. So that was kind of my impression, that like, after you're dedicated, you get the fully like silver hair, and so that's why so many of them had hair like that.
She's only partially dedicated, so that's why it's only the tips or the ends or whatever.
I think so.
That would make sense.
I still have no idea what it means to be dedicated.
Me neither.
I don't know what changes the hair color, why it does that. I really don't know a lot about this one.
No, that is probably one of the biggest things I'm like, what? And I
We
have
need a
no
lot more
thoughts.
explanation.
Yeah.
And I'm not entirely sure how it's gonna tie in either. Because like I get how it tied in for Theophanie's arc.
Right.
Um, I don't know what it's gonna mean for
For
Violet.
Violet. Right. Because she's not fully dedicated. So.
No, and they kept saying like there's multiple paths that they could see for her. Um, which I don't know what that means
Mm-mm.
either, but that's why they didn't finish the dedication
Right.
because
Because it was like unsure.
yeah.
Because they made it seem like, well, from what. Well, we're kind of getting ahead. Like, because that's another thing later. We'll talk
I
about
know.
that part later. The whole Mira and like the grandmother.
Yes.
Because yeah, there's the grandmother, which I thought we would like. I thought at some point Violet would go visit in this book, but she didn't. I think for sure she's got to
No.
go visit her next
I
book,
think she's gonna have to.
100%. But let's finish talking about the islands. This is
Mhm.
all over. But you know what?
Mhm.
It's just how it is, right? This is how people talk about stuff. It's the Neil, right? Is that how you can say it?
I think.
So that whole thing was a roller coaster for me because whatever they're supposed to get these gifts and just and be thankful for them, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Is it Dain gets slapped in the face and he has to thank them for it?
That was funny. I appreciated that.
I think that was kind of a nod maybe to those people that still maybe have a little bit of beef with Dain, right?
Yeah.
Look, he got knocked out in that fight. He got slapped in the face. You know what? Is it not enough? Like, can he get some slack now? But I do think those gifts are gonna. I think those gifts are more important than we think they are. Like, I think they've got to be. I know a lot of people have been talking about. So Violet gets a broken compass, and Xaden
Mhm.
got like a box.
Yep. A
So
glass box.
I'm not sure about the box, but I know a lot of people are like kind of equating that compass to like the compass in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mhm.
Like, it's gonna point her to her heart's desire is what it does in that. But I don't know, but I do think those are going to be important. I just feel like why else? I don't know. Why
Right, why
else?
would we do that
Why would we
if
do that?
yeah.
But that scene, because like I think Dain gets slapped, right? And then I think it's the cousin, what's his name? Drake, right? And then they're like chanting claw, claw, claw. And I was so nervous. I'm like, he's going to get like ripped open or something, right? Like,
Mhm.
and then he gets broccoli, a little orange kitten, which you're like, oh
Uh-huh.
my god, and then you're like, oh my god, and then you think like, okay, she's making me think that was what I was supposed to be worried about, and then it was
Right.
fine, and then fucking what's his name? Traeger gets the
The
arrow
arrow.
and is dead in seconds because he gets like that was such a roller coaster for me because I really did think like,
Yeah.
oh, she tricked us again. Everyone's fine. Oh wait, no, they're not. And I
Yeah.
felt so bad because something we didn't touch on is Kat and him had started a relationship, and I know everyone hates
Yeah.
Kat, and I get it, but like, I don't know, I don't want any of those people to like die or anything. I'm like,
No.
obviously we want her to move on, right? We don't want her to be wanting Xaden anymore.
I
So
know.
like she's like, and he had a thing like I think even back from Iron Flame there was like a little tidbit. There was like a line in there that he was like looking at her a certain way, and so it kind of
Yeah,
was
that
like
he would
set.
yeah, like pining after her kind of
Yeah,
like
and
yeah.
then he's dead like that. And you know what's so bad about these deaths with the people that are bonded?
Mhm.
It's what like the Griffin dying after.
I know. I
It's
know.
like that's something that hit hard too in the Iron Flame graphic audio when the flyer dies on the cliff and then the sounds they use for like the Griffin
I
dying after. I was
know.
like, you guys are that's too much, too
Brutal.
much.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, because these like perfectly healthy things are dying,
Mhm.
and like
Yeah.
that's crazy, and you know
I
what's
do think it's
happening.
so interesting that the is that the freaking nature likes everything in balance because like that's the reverse of dragons and their riders, right? That if the dragon dies, the rider dies,
Right,
and
and if the
with the griffins, if
it's
the flyer
either
dies, the griffin dies.
is it either did the
I don't think so.
okay.
I I I mean, I guess we haven't had an instance where the
Because I
griffin dies
do know they
first.
said that they always do die. Whereas with dragons, if the rider dies, they might die. right? But they
Right, but
might
most
not.
likely not.
Most of them don't. Like, and we know Taryn has told Violet multiple times, like, she's it. So if she dies,
Yeah.
he's done. But, like, yeah, that is, I don't know. It kind of makes it even more, I don't know. It's just sad. I don't know.
It is sad.
It's so
I know.
sad.
It was.
And then they had to thank, and then Violet had to thank them for it.
Yep.
It was, that was like a gut wrenching scene. And then they go and they get an army from them. But
Yeah.
like, fuck them.
I know. I know.
That was hard. That's why I think, like, the death, like, we didn't lose anyone big in this book, but the two deaths, they were sad. That one was shocking.
Yeah.
That one was shocking
Yes.
and sad.
Yeah.
The other one was freaking sad. I got teary-eyed.
I was trying to reread the very end of the book,
Last
and I
night.
got to that scene again, and I teared up again. And I was like, I just read this. I knew what was
written
happening, and
so
it just...
beautiful.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, we'll talk about that soon, because I feel like we're kind of getting there. Because I feel like that's... So then from there, obviously, they go... Like I said, they find that island so they can burn their bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when they find the Irids, which we already talked about them. And we already talked about Andarna leaving. So I guess we pretty much have just, like, the end to talk about with the big things. I mean, obviously there's so much. Oh, I guess, you know what we can talk about now is kind of the dedication thing. So Mira went to talk to her grandmother and found this stuff out, right? So we find out that it was her dad that did this, right? The mom wasn't on board. And I guess he did it because of her being so fragile. But did they know that then? She was like a baby. Like,
I don't have answers for you because
because that's the thing too, right? Because because what we were talking about earlier with the hair, because Violet says her hair grew in like that, but Mira kind of says, well, like, you were so young, like, and when you came back from there, it was like it was like that, right?
Yeah, so it almost kind of sounded like maybe it wasn't when she was born.
That's what kind of seemed.
Or they were also so young, they kind of didn't
really remember or didn't really know. I mean, maybe she might not have even had much hair yet or something. I don't know.
That's true, yeah.
But, like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it made it kind of seem like he did that because she was because she had, the issues. But I just feel like, how did you know that was she so young? So I don't know if that tracks. And then, like, obviously from there, we kind of get a little bit of a prophecy kind of deal with them saying they thought she was the one, right? Like, one of her paths was, like, she was going to be the one to, like, turn for someone she loves. But that's actually Xaden. Because Xaden, like, yells, right? That's how Mira finds out. He's like, it's me.
Yeah. Because they said the heart that beats for you, or Mira was like, or within you.
Right.
Will, like, turn.
And so Mira's thinking it's going to be Violet, because she, at that point, didn't know, right? Brennan knew, but she didn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that was a whole new level, too. Like, so now we're kind of getting a little bit of, like, prophecies, and...
Mm-hmm. She also came back with a bracelet. I don't know if that's going to mean anything.
And it had runes, right? I think she said it was, like, knotted. I think there's something with that bracelet.
And then also, I know people keep mentioning Xaden also has one. I personally do not remember that.
I don't either.
But these internet sleuths are pretty good, so I don't know.
I don't know how they find things out. Like, we were talking about this morning, how they keep finding out these, like, rumored castings just because a random actor, like, that no one really knows about, put a dragon in their caption and follows Rebecca Yarros. They're like, how do they find this out? Who is just, like, randomly looking?
Okay, but also every single time that they have been like, hey, the new book is on Amazon, go pre-order it.
They're right.
And it's an untitled release with not even a release date. They've been right.
They have been. I don't know how they do it. They're smarter than me.
I don't know either, so I will follow them. But
like I said, I can't even make up a theory of my own.
No.
I'm definitely not going to go try to figure out who's being casted as Xaden.
I know.
By some random caption. But anyway.
Yeah, so they say Xaden also has a bracelet like that. I am undecided on that, but I feel like it's probably going to be meaningful because she
Yeah.
usually doesn't throw in random little things
She
like that
doesn't.
without it meaning something.
It really doesn't. So, for sure. And I'm wondering
Yeah,
if we'll, like I said, I think for sure Violet's got to go and see her grandma in the next book and
I think
get some
so.
answers. Because now, yeah. I mean, for whatever they did, for whatever reason they did, it made her stop talking to them, her parents. So, yeah. And like obviously she's the only one that's able. If she didn't hasn't found anything in their either of their journals yet telling her any more information, then she's got to get it from someone living.
Right.
So,
And it sounds like
I'm wondering if
she's the only option.
Mira knows more than she said, or if the grandmother didn't tell Mira everything.
I think Mira knows a little bit more.
Maybe. And then like that bomb, like the bomb of Xaden saying that kind of like cut that discussion. It kind of ended that discussion.
Yeah.
So she might not have gotten to it, but
You know what other part we skipped over?
what?
Her second signet.
Oh, I had that written down. Okay. Well, I mean, I think it kind of comes around
I
this
think it
time,
came
right?
before Mira came back, though.
Maybe. But
Right?
it's like
Because she has to fly off again, and then we're in the final battle, and that was like
right because she gets
it. I think
captured. Okay.
so. Slightly
So
before
this
this.
is the theory that you and I were completely wrong about. We were very adamant that she was not going to be a dreamwalker. We were very adamant that those were her dreams in Iron Flame and not Xaden's, which I still kind of feel, at least the first two, I don't know. I don't know. I still feel like they're hers, but
So again, like I said, I have not gone back and like reread those passages like with the actual book.
with the,
And so like I love the graphic audios. I think they're amazing. I think they're really well done. However, I do feel like since they leave out some descriptive things because they do.
I've heard that, which is kind of disappointing, but
I know. So it's like you don't get the full entire book read to you like you would with the
with the
audiobook.
regular audio.
Because like I think I even noticed like one part I just like happened to look and I was like flipping back and forth and being like, okay, maybe if I read it, it'll be faster on my reread. And there was definitely a whole description of like Rhiannon's room or something at the time, and they didn't mention that at all in the graphic audio. And so like it's hard for me to just like determine what's important and what's not. But then I think that it was harder for me to maybe pick up on details and
Yeah,
be
that's
as
true.
critical in the graphic audio version.
And I didn't know that until after. I didn't even
Yeah,
realize that. And now I'm kind of like,
yeah,
and with a book like this,
I know.
who's
Like
deciding what's not important for us to know?
I
Who
know,
knows?
I know.
Does Rebecca have any say? But that just shows me that I definitely need to do a physical reread before the fourth book comes
Right.
out at some point.
Yeah, that is my that's what I'm saying too, is that like
Yeah.
I think it was really good for me to remember the characters and get the overall vibes of the
Mm-hmm.
book and like I think, looking back on Iron Flame, it was really people like hated it for the miscommunication, which
Which
we
we
agree
know.
that's like I don't think that was the issue with them
No.
at all. They were being stubborn, but it wasn't that like, oh well if somebody was just honest and said this one thing that would fix everything.
No.
That's not how it was gonna work.
No.
Um so like and then I think listening to the graphic audio again, like um it like wasn't as bad as I thought it was the first time. Like not that I thought it was bad. I thought it was good. But it
Right.
was like easy to kind of perseverate on those like more negative opinions after and be like, okay, maybe that was kind of overdone and drawn
Yeah.
out. And then on my read through again, I
Like
was like,
no.
you know what? It really wasn't that bad. I loved it.
I did
And I
too.
was like
I upped my
way
rating.
more obsessed with it again the second time. And so I think the graphic audio was good for that. It was
I
great
agree.
for vibes.
But
I
for
don't
like really getting into the meat and trying to
yeah.
like dissect stuff, yeah, we need to
I
reread.
don't know that it was perfect for that. So, so I think maybe if I had done a reread physically of Iron Flame, maybe I
Maybe.
would have had a different opinion. But when I listened to it, I still
Me too.
was not convinced that those dreams were Xaden's.
Like I feel like the third dream was the only one that I felt. I remember telling you when we were doing the listen. I was like, the third dream, like I can see possibly because the
Right.
first two, Taryn and Andarna are talked about. So that's why I felt like for sure they were violets. So, but the third one they weren't. So I was like, okay, I could see that
Hmm.
maybe, but I guess they all were. I won't
That's
lie.
said.
I was a little disappointed as this being her second signet. At
Yeah.
least with in this current moment. I kind of have theories that maybe in the fourth book, this might be how she communicates with Xaden,
Mhm.
since they won't be able to be with each other. Maybe she figures out a way how to use the dream walking to communicate with him. So then I can see it being more important then. But at this moment in time, I'm just like, I just thought her signet was going to be something. I don't know. Like, I don't know why this just doesn't feel important at this moment in time.
Yeah.
Because like you can't judge someone on what they dream. Like you can't like take that as intel.
I have had some weird,
Weird
weird dreams in my
dreams.
life. Okay.
Weird.
So,
And
and I'm just
let
like, they usually are not a good reflection of like
reality at
me.
all.
It's not good for, yeah, it like definitely not real. I had camel eggs in one of my dreams. Okay, camels don't even lay eggs, for those of you that didn't know. But
Spoiler alert.
spoiler. Um, so like what would Violet do with that
I don't
information?
know.
Because I don't know what to do with that information. So I struggle with this a lot. I guess okay, so it was interesting that she could influence the dream. So when she was with
When
Xaden
she figured it
in
out.
that
Mm-hmm.
yeah, when they figured it out, um she was able to influence it and talk to Berwin or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
I it seems like he is also a dream
He
walker.
must be, right?
I think so. Unless because I guess we haven't seen any others that can do this.
Mm-mm.
But she was talking to him and she like grabbed a dagger or something and he kind of freaked out. And he was trying to convince Aiden to turn and channel.
In the
Um,
dream.
yeah, and so I kind of wondered how much influence do they have over them? Like okay, so like you know how like there's the whole thing like people say even in real life that if you die in your dream, you'll die in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Which I disagree with because I have died in my dreams before.
Right.
And as
Yeah.
far as I know, I'm still here. That one, I was also playing tag with T-Rexes. So again, okay,
Crazy
not
dream.
really sure. I'm like, not sure how that's gonna help her. But I guess like if Xaden channeled in his dream, would
Does
he
he
have channeled
channel?
in real life?
I know.
Or
Wonder.
more importantly, could she kill people in their dreams and then have them die in real life?
Right. Then I understand that it could be very useful, right?
Right.
Because like when Xaden figures it out, he's like scared for her. Like he's treating it as like intrinsic level, like
Hmm.
like they're not gonna be okay with this, like
Right.
Melbourne or whatever. But like part of me's like, but why? Unless she can also maybe like she could influence maybe in dreams, miss with your mind, possibly.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
why
not
I feel like we don't know. It's kind of like Xaden with intrinsic, like we're who knows because we don't know anyone on record that's
right.
had it. So I'm sure we're gonna find out a lot more about it. But like that's interesting though, that theory that if she could kill someone in a dream, then yeah, then it would be very dangerous.
Yeah, because I feel like he got nervous when she picked up a dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then so I was kind of wondering, yeah, how much she could influence and how much that impacts the real world outside of the dream.
Right.
Um, I don't know. There's I have no evidence for anything.
Right.
That
These
was
are
just
more
kind of
theories.
yeah, that was just kind of where my mind was maybe going with it. But I agree mostly with what you said about how this is probably how they're going to communicate in book four,
Yeah, makes
at least to
sense.
some extent. But then again, like I don't know, Xaden's not aware that he's in a dream. She is. Also, if she is a dream walker, it's very easy for her to just observe without being
True.
like
Seen.
involved in it.
Because
And
she
then so
did
like
that multiple times before she realized.
right, exactly. So she's only actually influenced one
One.
and
Mm-hmm.
recognized that she's dreaming. Um and then she like was Xaden when she first got into the dream,
Yeah.
right?
And
And
then
then
she
she
like came
became
herself.
yeah.
Yeah, when she realized she was
So like
him.
even if she was like a dream walker, like nobody would know unless she freaking tries to influence it and get involved
Right.
and tells people.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think I was a little bit let down that that's what it was, but
Me too.
not even so much that the signet doesn't seem that impressive to me. More so that like
I don't see how it helps
I'm
the
really mad.
situation.
Well, yeah, but I'm also really mad that we didn't see it coming.
I was grumpy. I'm not gonna lie. When I read that, and like I knew you were kind of you were a ways away from it, and I wanted to like talk to you about it so badly because I felt grumpy. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I was grumpy
because
too.
I was so adamant it wasn't what it was. And I think
Yeah,
that's why I was so grumpy. And I'm so adamant about a new theory, and I'm like, if I'm wrong again,
I no,
if
I
I'm wrong
yeah,
again, I'm gonna be grumpy again.
I
I
agree.
mean it's fine. I guess that's good, right? I kind of like that I can't call what she's gonna do because it,
Yeah.
but I was grumpy about that one because I thought for a fact that people, because I just didn't I don't even I just didn't get what started that theory, I guess. I didn't pick up on what like
Well,
sparked that theory.
yeah, I remember right at the end of Iron Flame, everyone was like, "Oh my
Everyone.
god, she was having Xaden's dreams," and I was like,
And you and I were
"Did we
like,
read?"
what?
Yeah, we're like, "No,
Uh,
definitely not." And like we're just like, "Did we read the same dreams?" Because
yeah.
there's no way. I was not convinced, and I was just convinced the sage was going after both of them,
Same.
which
I still
they
think they
are.
are. Yeah.
Right. I was like, both of them were being actively targeted to convert. So that is that is true. But I was just kind of like, there no, these are not Xaden's
Mm-hmm.
dreams. Um and I was very anti that. And then they were right. And
They
I'm
were
kind
right.
of so I'm more just mad that I was wrong.
Yeah.
I was also
Same.
wrong about Xaden being an intrinsic, but that one I had a very different reaction to because looking back, it was so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, doing my reread of Iron Flame, I'm like, "Oh my god, like, how was I even remotely surprised by this?" Like, all the scalp tingling in Fourth Wing, the times he does
Yes.
respond to her, and then also even anytime in Iron Flame that she was like, "Oh, I told this person." He's like, "What? I have to meet them," because he has to read their intentions. And
Yes.
so, like, he has to interrogate every single person himself so that he can know.
He'll know. Yeah.
And I was just like so, like, it was so obvious looking back on it.
Yeah.
And
But
so,
this one I
in
don't
my
feel like it
mind
was.
exactly. So, in my mind, I was like, "That one was brilliant. I love it. I'm obsessed." And then this one, I'm kinda like, I feel a little bit lied to, Rebecca. So, I don't know. Like I said, I have not gone back and, like,
Yeah, I
physically
need to
reread the
physically
dream
read them.
scenes, and maybe that would change my mind. But I think I'm just a little bit disappointed that I don't feel like it was set up quite as well.
Yeah, I get what you. Yeah, I
Because I,
agree.
because I can admit to being wrong,
Right.
but I want it needs to make sense when I go back again, and I'm not 100% there yet.
Yeah,
But
I
then
agree.
again, the rest of the internet was
I
convinced
know. I
right
guess you
away.
were
So
the
I'm
odd
like,
man out.
so maybe I missed something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
So
either.
that I have a lot of mixed feelings about her second signet.
Me too. And
And
I
most of
mean,
them are my personal problems.
right.
It's not even
Same. Pretty much same. I mean, and like I mean, I'm sure we're gonna learn a lot more about it through the next book, and she's gonna
we probably
learn.
will.
Like Violet herself is gonna learn because
Yeah.
she just learned that she has this.
Yep.
So I mean, I'm here for it. It will be interesting. What?
Yeah. Also, I was gonna say, it's like, okay, we talk about Xaden keeping secrets. Why is nobody mad at her dragons? Because she was like, "Hey, do you guys know that I do?" I don't know why I put up my hand like they're calling me on
They're
the phone.
calling. They're gonna get on the
Like,
phone.
"Hey, do you guys?" But but she was like, "Have you guys? Did you know I did this?" And they're like, "Yeah, you seem to do it sometimes. We weren't concerned about it." And I'm
Right.
just like, nobody was gonna say anything.
You know what else is something we didn't touch about too with the Cygnus in it is the Irids seem very upset that Andarna gave
Yes.
her that power. Like
Yes. They're
very.
like, you gave her something even more powerful, didn't you?
Right.
Or something like I can't
So
remember exactly how they phrased it.
yeah, we just have scratched the surface of that then.
Yeah,
It's there's
we
gonna be
don't
so much
understand
more.
that signet for
Mm-mm,
sure.
not at all. Not at
So
all. So I am I mean as even though I am grumpy about it, I'm very intrigued with what it's gonna turn into because like I said it's definitely going to be more than just like what she's used it for so far.
oh, for sure, for sure.
So how shocked were you when you saw that we had a Rhiannon chapter?
Floored.
I was too. I was
I
like,
was like,
what?
what? I thought for sure we were gonna go to Xaden. Like I was waiting for the Xaden chapter,
Right.
and then we went to Rhiannon, and I was like, Okay.
Right.
And then we went back to Violet. And then all of
We
a sudden,
we
here's
get
Imogen.
Imogen. I know.
And then I was like, okay, but where's Xaden? And like they are also
And
mentioning
we
at this point they
still
haven't seen him.
and we still don't know. Where was he through that whole thing? So like we saw him. Okay, so what basically what happens, right? Like Mira gets taken. He
Hmm.
let Garrick almost was there too, right? But like they let him leave to tell them like basically what they send him back with. What if is it Tyne? One of her scales, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Theophany?
Theophan.
I'm
Yep.
100%
That
guessing.
that one. That she takes her, right? Okay,
Uh-huh.
so they're supposed to bring Xaden and the brother.
The brother.
Okay, and like everyone kind of thinks that means Bodie, but the people that know about Xaden know that means Jack.
Yep.
So, um, Xaden's there then, right? Yes, Xaden's there at that part. So they go there. They think that Bodie and Violet can take her on because of Bodie's signet. We find out
Hmm.
then there that Bodhi's signet doesn't work on Venom, which I feel is important for my theory later. um, right, and then she tries to kill Jack. So we've also like throughout
Yeah,
this,
she
like
threw a
Jack's
knife
more
at him.
like what's the other one's name? The other
Oh,
sage,
Berwin.
Berwin. So
Berwin.
Jack is kind of like his son, right? That's how they refer to them.
Yeah,
And
I
it
think
kind of
so.
seems like her, Berwin and Theophany, like they obviously are like competing, right? Like it gets
It
the
seems like.
vibe, right? There's not like they're on the same. They're on the same
Yeah.
side, but not the same page. I
Okay, this is
guess.
where I'm gonna pull out my Kindle and
Okay.
I may be bringing up lines, but
Okay.
continue.
Okay.
Continue with the overview.
Okay. So then she knows that he wants Jack, so she tries to kill Jack, right? And then that's when Xaden tells Garrick like take him back because he obviously knows more than he's told us. Like if they want to kill him, then he knows more.
Mhm.
Which I'm also kind of wondering why they haven't used Dain on him yet. It's kind of weird. Maybe because they don't trust Dain anymore. Like Melgren and them don't trust Dain. His dad doesn't trust him.
I wonder the problem with Dane is that he has to touch people, right,
Right.
in order to get their
Are
memories.
they worried about
So
that?
I
Oh, because he can like
that's
drain
what I'm
him,
wondering.
right?
Yeah, I mean that's why Dane has
But
the handprint on his arm because Jack did start
then
draining
just
him.
like tie him up.
I don't
But
know
does he need to touch
if
him? Can he
that's
just
the thing. So I
drain?
don't
I
know
don't
that
know. Yeah, I
Jack
guess we don't know how that
if
works.
Jack has to have his hands on him or
Right,
if
or
it's
does
just
it
like if
need
there's contact
contact?
because they're also trying to keep him away from like the floor, right? So like the
That's
whole room is
true.
drained already, so he can't touch anything that he can pull magic from.
Right.
And so if Dane goes and touches him, then
That's
theoretically
true. Okay, yeah.
it could maybe power him. So
I'm I'm wondering if
that's
they're
my
gonna
current
chance it
theory.
in the
He
next book.
obviously knows
He has to
things.
know things, or
I just
she wouldn't want him dead. And what does
right.
he know that she's willing to sacrifice? Like, because obviously she's willing to sacrifice him, and the other guy wants him back. I don't know. I'm
So
curious about their
okay, so
dynamic
I
within
kind of got
the Venon's dynamic. You know what I
right
mean?
because it kind of seems like they are competing, right? So
Right. I was just gonna say, kind of like going off that because it is curious because we have no idea how the Venom work, right? Like all we know is like a war, like the Venom at war. Like, are they all like this? Or I'm wondering if I'm really curious if we're gonna get more Xaden perspective chapters throughout book 4 instead of just like one at the end like she usually does.
So I've been thinking that for books now, right? Like so after Fourth Wing, everyone's like, okay, well we had that Xaden perspective,
We're
like
gonna get
we can
more
get more of him in Iron Flame, and then we didn't, and
until
she was
the
like, well
end.
Xaden's got to got to stop keeping secrets, and like we couldn't see his perspective before we knew he was intrinsic, so
Mm-hmm.
okay, but then they and then we got the one perspective chapter again at the end, and then in this book people were like, okay, well now we know, so like maybe we're gonna get more Xaden perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And then we still didn't. We still only
No,
got
to
to
the
see one
end.
at the end. And then the twist was not that we got more Xaden, but that we got
We got
more
more
other characters.
characters. Yeah, but like,
So I
mm,
I really don't know. But I feel like if he's not going to be around,
right. And like he's going to be in with them. I guess we're assuming. Like unless he goes in like hiding somewhere, but I don't feel like I mean, I guess we have no idea. Theme of the book, we have no idea.
okay. So Theophany was kind of talking about like she wants Violet to turn, right? She's trying to convince her to
Right.
channel and turn.
Because they
Um
want her as a they keep calling her a leash, right? Throughout the book. They refer to her as a leash. Well, at least but that maybe that's not what she wants her for. That's what he wants her for. To a leash to
yeah, so
like
that's
control
because I
Xaden.
kind of feel like they're working against each other, but she
Mhm.
makes a comment about like a weapon like you will only submit to someone stronger, so come, let's get this farce over with so you can begin your real journey. He's waiting. And
Seems
um Violet guesses Berwin.
but it's another one, right?
And she's like, as if I would answer to that fool, I
Mhm.
think not. So there's obviously someone else. So part of me, when she tries
They're
to
like
kill Jack, I don't even know if she was trying to protect herself or if she's trying to take Berwin down a peg.
I'm wondering too,
Like,
like they're both tasked with bringing him someone, right? And they both
right.
want to be like the first one.
Yeah,
Or
they're
the
trying to like prove themselves. But so who is this mysterious other Venom
I know a lot of
that
people would probably go with the theory that it's Naolin. But like my
I don't
my
know.
my problem with that, like I can get on board with Naolin being a Venom. I can see
Yeah.
like I can see the context clues there. But him being the most powerful one doesn't make sense to me because he's new. If
Right,
they've been
exactly.
around for
So
so long, you're going to tell me a guy that turned what like 4 years ago? Cuz it hasn't
6.
been that long.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 is
Yeah.
like the top guy now? That doesn't
I
make
find
sense
that
to me.
hard to believe. And again with like how he turned, like
Because he turned similar
assuming,
to Xaden, like
yeah,
turned, which I gotta imagine there's gotta be more that turn for good reasons, right? Like to save
yeah,
people they love. That's gotta be it. I think a popular. So that's why I'm wondering: is there like a hierarchy within the Venom? Like, is there like, are there good Venom? Are there maybe you know what I mean, or Venom like fighting against what they are? Like,
yeah.
and maybe
No,
is
that's
Nail in that, and is he maybe like in charge of a group like that? I don't know. We know nothing about them. They know everything about they seem to know everything, right? They knew about
yeah,
Andarna, they knew about like they knew everything.
yeah.
But we know nothing
And and that was part of why she wanted Violet was
because of
because
Andarna. Yeah.
yeah.
Which is
So
intriguing in itself.
yeah, because like they don't want dragons. So
No.
why? What are they hoping to get out of Andarna? What exactly does make Andarna so special that they would
Mhm.
want her?
Mhm. And
So
I wonder if that ties into what like the sky magic theory, like using to use her to get to that, which we'll get to that theory. But that kind of makes sense to why they would want her
mhm,
so bad to figure out how they can learn how to pull from the sky instead of the earth. Because I mean,
right.
there's got to be only like, well, they kind of allude to that, right? There's going to be only a finite amount of magic they can pull from the earth, right? Because like the Irids even like allude to that because they're just like when they ask them for help, they're like, well, what happens when they come here? Well, they're like basically, well, okay, everything will die and then we'll start again. You know,
Mhm.
they're gonna Thanos it basically, like,
Right.
um, so yeah, they must be worried to some extent that they're gonna run out, even though they've been
Mhm.
around forever and they haven't run out. So I don't know.
Yeah, so like it does seem like things are like moving much more rapidly at this time in the story because like yeah, the Venom were pushed back 600 years ago, right? There was something else like they've been
Something.
at war with Pomaril for like 400 years or something like that, right? So it seems like there's been a couple times maybe in history where the Venom have kind of been pushed back,
Mm-hmm.
but like they've really kind of not been a problem for a few hundred
For a
years.
while.
So then that kind of makes me wonder like did they get eliminated and then they've just come
Well,
back?
yeah,
Did they
because
like hide out?
how do you keep that from happening again? You can't, right? Unless you stopped Well, no, because even people that don't channel can do it, right? That's the whole point, right? Because they got mad that these people had all the power.
I think it's a lot harder for them because they
They
don't recognize what it
feels
feels
like,
like
but they
and like what that
can,
magic.
right?
I
Because
think so.
Thean, I should give her a nickname. She's not like a ex writer or anything like that.
No, she's not, which I find that because like I was kind of wondering if like only ex-writers got signets and like and if their signet was left over from whatever bond they had with their dragon.
But
Um,
she has the.
but she
I
has the
guess we didn't really
storm.
talk. Well, I mean, we can kind of because we're talking about her now. But yeah, so she's technically well, because like obviously there's a common theme throughout this book too about like balance. Because we
Hmm.
didn't talk about Lynx getting shadows. We did forget about that too. So there's a new
That
shadow wielder, and
that
Xaden
kind of
says
made me
that.
sick.
That made me.
I did not like that at all. Like I get it, but
It kind.
we
That makes me wonder. Okay, because like I am not living in a world that Dana died. Okay, that's not happening in my head until it happens. Until I read if it happens and I read it. Okay, in my mind,
yeah,
he's living,
yes,
and he's saying, but
agreed.
obviously when Lynx manifests the shadows, he says magic knows, right? It needs balance, so we need someone that could possibly take him on, because he's turning. But my thing is like, well, maybe it ends with somehow the dragons dying and then they don't have the powers anymore. So he wouldn't have like so you know what I mean? So instead of like me thinking that him manifesting is to kill Xaden, you know what I mean? Because I can't think that. I can't live in that world, okay? I don't want to live in that
No,
world.
but I really hated that. I had a lot of feelings about it, and I don't know why. I don't know why I had such a visceral reaction to it because like Xaden handled it pretty well,
Yeah, he was just like
I'd say.
I mean, but Xaden I feel like through this whole book is just he's known. Like he's accepted
Yeah.
his fate
Hmm.
way before anyone else.
Yeah, and she even like made a comment about that too. Like he seemed like he was planning for the future, and then she realized that he
He
was just
wasn't.
planning for a
Mm-hmm.
future where she took over without him, or everyone carried on without him
Without
being
him.
involved. Um, I don't, I don't know. It was hard for me. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
don't. Yeah,
I
I didn't like it. I
I
think
also
you. I
have.
think you messaged me. You're like, I don't like. Like we don't even know this poor first year. We're just like, we don't like him anymore.
I'm like I don't know about this. Um, because yeah, I don't know anything about him, so I don't really
We
have
don't. Yeah.
any like attachment to the guy. And is he worthy of this power that is
Right.
being bestowed? Because like that's the other thing, right? Is that like these shadows are super super powerful. He's one of the strongest riders pretty much ever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, like is Lynx worthy of
I
that kind of
know.
power? I
We have
don't
no idea
know.
who they are.
Is he gonna handle it? And so like I'm just kind of like, okay, even if he is the answer to Xaden, if Xaden fully turns or whatever, I'm just like, I don't know that I trust this guy. I don't know
Yeah.
that
I
would
mean,
he be able to even take Xaden? I don't
for
know.
all we know, he dies in the next book.
And
Links. I mean, not
no,
Aiden.
I know.
But it is interesting. But so like the whole balance thing. So we find out then Theonoff. I cannot say her name. I'm just
I don't know.
the that she's the balance to I
Her
can't
mom,
her mom
Lilith,
Lilith. I'm like her name just totally left my mind because we think that she will throughout the book. It's making us think she wields lightning like
right?
Violet, but then we find out at the end it's not. She's a storm wielder. So which also leads to is there going to be another storm wielder soon then because since Lilith passed but died or whatever,
Well,
but
she also died.
that's true, that is true, so I guess it fixes
So
itself.
maybe it's neutralized now. Do we have any other examples of balance like that? I guess it's hard for us because we don't know the Venom enough, right? So we don't know
Yeah, I mean we
what
just
creatures we
learned
need to
this
counter.
book that they have signets,
Right.
so yeah,
I
we
remember
really
that
have no
was a question
idea.
I had in Iron Flame that like what kind of magic can they do?
Yeah, right, because
Um,
like what makes it worth pulling this, what makes it, what power are you
right.
getting, what's manifesting that it makes it worth pulling this from the earth,
Mm-hmm.
because it's got to be pretty big because we don't even know what Berwyn's like, we don't know anything
We
about
don't
him
really
either.
understand his power at all. Like,
Like
I
he
don't know. So
obviously
at first
can
I was kind
like.
of worried they could tell the future because he was very adamant that Xaden was going to turn,
That's true.
and Xaden did. And Theophany was like, "Oh, like telling Violet, like you're going to turn within a few minutes." And I was like, "Oh man, are we going to end this book with like both of
Both
them
of them.
dying?" And I was like, I was a little nervous, but she was obviously wrong,
I
which
think that's like the
great.
typical like cocky villain, right? Like they just feel like
Yeah,
they know what they're gonna
yeah.
do,
But we do
but you
know we
never
have
know.
an actual precog, which makes me wonder
Right.
if one of them is one as well.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
true.
know. Just because he is so like that is such a strong signet. That is so
Right. And
powerful.
obviously he's been keeping a secret because he knows. I'm assuming that he knows that either they're not going to at least I don't see them killing him because he is the king's son. But like I don't know if that would be a signet kind of like an intrinsic where it's like automatically kill them or he knows that they're going to want to use him and they're going to want to know
Right.
everything. So obviously he's keeping a secret, which is very smart on his, you know.
Yeah. No, I think that was wise of him not to tell. But I mean, Melgren is a sort of precog, right? Because he can
Kinda
see the battles.
battles,
So
yeah.
obviously he's far more powerful than Melgren, in terms of
Because
what
he
his
just
signet
sees
can do.
everything.
Right. But yeah, so then it makes me wonder like, yeah, would that be considered a dangerous signet like being
Yeah.
an intrinsic, or would it not? Is it not really going to matter? And they would just use
They want
him.
to use him. I think they would want to use him regardless. Like they
Yeah.
probably think that they could like just I don't know lock him up and use him for whatever they wanted.
Hmm.
Um, like that's. I mean, like I want to know more about that. And we're talking about Arc. I don't know if we mentioned if we like clarified that his signet
Yes.
is a
Arik is
precog.
really cool.
Yeah, I like him a
Yeah.
lot.
Me
I
too.
liked his I liked getting to know him more in this book. But I just
Hmm.
curious again, another signet that we know part of it, but do we know we don't know everything. Like how much
Nope.
of the future? How does it
Yeah.
can he look into anything or is it certain things that come to him like he obviously knew a lot of what was going to happen with Violet because he's the one that
Hmm.
told her to defend the Dune Temple, right? And then he's the one. So he knew they were going to get married. If he knew to tell her to defend the temple, then he knew
No,
they were going to.
I think he needed it for the dagger, not
Maybe
for
that. But then,
the
like, it
marriage.
also gets.
Because that
They,
was what he gave Sloane, right?
that is what he gave Sloan. And I remember that's something else you and I we're so mad about because Sloan ends up here at this last end of the battle to bring Violet a package from Auric. And she
Hmm.
just puts it in her jacket and goes about her business.
Yep.
And I know both of us were, yeah, like, I couldn't stop thinking, I'm like, just open the package. You
Yeah.
think he's gonna risk sending her here for wrong mail? Violet, you were smarter
Yeah.
than this. Open the dang package. And obviously she does eventually, and that's how she kills her because it's what? It's like a dagger made from
From the
the
Temple of
temple,
Dune,
right?
and
And she was like,
because she was a priestess of
of Dune.
Dune, that if you turn your back on the god, like
Right.
you're
Then
like
they're
kind of
like,
forsaken, and you can never again enter her temple.
right.
And so then by using a dagger, she like invoked the wrath
Entered.
of Dune.
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
right. She
and like
touched
entered
it or
it.
whatever.
Yeah.
And like again, like when she kills her, you can tell. Like when she stabs her, you can tell. Or there's like a part where she's just like, okay, like she didn't think she was gonna
Yeah.
die, and then she realizes it, what it is. So
Hmm.
that again, like leads to them. They're obviously immortal to an extent, or like it kind of seems. But then I don't know. Those daggers can kill them too. So I don't know. Is it the maybe only the sages are like that? Then
That
maybe those daggers don't work on the sages.
well, I don't know about that. I don't know, cause like I think they said, like only like power can kill them, which is like ironic because that's what they're after in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So like Violet can kill them with her lightning because that is like pure power,
Right.
basically. The
True.
daggers can kill them because they're imbued with power. And then I think this was the power of Dune,
Okay.
and that's why it kind of killed her. But
Okay.
like I think that one was specific
To
to
her.
to her.
Right.
Because I think you could have hit anybody else with that, and like because they hadn't turned their back on Dune, she wouldn't. She
They
would just
wouldn't
be
have
like,
killed them.
whatever.
Right. It would have been. Yeah.
But then, so I guess my other question then, does this kind of mean the gods are like actual characters?
I don't know. The gods thing was a big surprise for me in this book. I didn't realize they were going to play such a bigger role. I guess I don't know. I guess
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't have been surprised because I mean, it's a typical thing through fantasy books, right? Like whatever, gods they have usually are pretty important.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I don't know. And I don't know if I want them to be.
I kind of don't think I do.
Because I think, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I want them to be. I think I'd rather them be just like a thought, like I don't know.
Yeah. So I think I'll be kind of mad if they show up in person,
I think I would too.
like in a physical form. I think I'm okay with, you know, the way that it was used to kill Thea, whatever
Yeah.
her name is. But I don't know that I want them to be too much more involved in that. I think I would kind of like them to remain abstract in a way and like
Yeah, yeah,
not
yeah.
and just kind of like that ethereal kind of yeah.
I
I
agree.
don't know that I want them to play an a more active role than they currently are.
I definitely look at those. I was rereading a little bit last night. I reread the Rhiannon chapter, and she mentions the gods, different gods. I'm like definitely looking at it differently when I see them brought up for sure because I'm
Hmm.
like very. I don't know. I'm very very intrigued by it, but yeah, I hope, like you said, I hope they do stay like more of an abstract thing. I don't really want them to be physical characters, but I don't know.
But we'll
Like
see
I
what
said, I have no
happens.
idea where she's going with it, so I have no
Nope.
idea.
I
But
think like speaking of like and not knowing where it's going, like um I think after reading Fourth Wing, like I was like, okay, well we're gonna have well, in the middle of Fourth Wing, I guess. I was like, we're gonna have book one is year one, book two, year two, just like we're gonna go through school
I,
and then we're gonna deal with the big bad problem. And that's
mm-hmm.
how I imagined things were going. And then all of that got completely 100% blown up in the middle of Iron Flame.
Yeah,
And now I'm just like, all right, I'm just along for
I'm
the
just,
ride.
that's exactly how I felt too.
I have no expectations
I was
anymore.
like shocked that that's where Iron Flame went. I didn't think we
Yeah.
would be leaving Biscaya. I mean, I guess we did come back to Biscaya, but
Yeah.
like, I still didn't expect it. Like, I didn't expect like the whole like rebellion to like be like brought to light in the second book and all that.
Yeah.
And that's why I
Same.
like that. But that's why I love that because I like not. I don't want to be able to call everything,
I
and
know.
then that's boring. It's too predictable, and I like that
Mhm.
these aren't. They haven't been predictable at least.
Mhm.
But yeah, but the ending was just a lot. I like the Rhiannon chapter. I still don't. Like I said, I reread that last night, and
Did you
like
get any
I didn't
insights
get
out of it?
anything else. And I feel like there's
Okay.
got to be something super important in that chapter, right? Why else would she do it? I like part of me wants to be like, oh, she just did it so we can see the battle from that point. But
But nothing significant
no,
really happened at that
no.
point.
Like literally, the only
Um,
thing that really like happened, I thought was cool was like Riddick froze that wyvern.
right.
Like, and it kind of, I guess it kind of showed us how powerful that can be. That he
Mhm.
learned to do that, and like
Yeah.
that nobody, as far as we know, because what Violet asks him if like anyone else can do that, and they don't think so.
Right.
But like, I just
So I
feel
mean that
like
was like cool, but that didn't seem
no. But I
necessarily
feel like
like
there's got to be something in there. There's got to be because
I
like
mean, that's a good point. I honestly didn't really think of it like that. Because I guess like Imogen's chapter felt a lot more impactful to
it
me.
did, and not only because
Um,
Quinn dies.
yeah.
Spoiler alert. Oh my god, so sad. But it did because of Garrick. But
Well,
nothing
that's
really
kind of when we
happened.
figured out what their, because we didn't realize that there was a whole other plan going on the whole time
No, that they're
either
trying to get the wards
until,
up there
right.
extended there.
Hmm. Which it sounds like they did.
It did. I think they
Um,
did. They said that at the end, right? Like when
yeah.
somebody says that to Brennan, I think at the end.
Um, But yeah, I don't know. So like Imogen's chapter, I feel like moved plot a lot more, and
It
Rhiannon's
did.
not so
Oh,
much.
but
So
I
it
don't
kind of
know.
came out of left field, and then I was like a little bit surprised. But like, okay, so I kind of did expect it to go to Rhiannon because I think right before her chapter,
She says something like, she's something about
like,
the better
I'm
of
not,
us or
yeah, I'm
something.
not the best, but she is.
She
And then
is,
we
and then
went
it
to
goes to her,
Rhiannon.
yeah.
Um, and I don't know. So you're right. There's got to be
There's
something
got
in
to
that
be something
chapter.
there. There's no way she just did that just
I
because.
don't know what.
I have no idea what. I thought maybe I could pick up on something last night, but
Yeah.
no.
Well, because also at the event that we went to, she mentioned that, she tries not to use scenes or write scenes that aren't either moving a character or moving the
The
plot
plot.
forward.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's possible that it's just character development, but
Possibly.
it seems like an odd part to put in there. So I
At
feel like
that,
she,
especially at that point.
right at that moment. Um, so
I don't
I
know.
don't know. I have questions. I am worried. Are we going to get a lot more perspectives in books 4 and 5?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering too. Like, especially like I was saying earlier, like, are we gonna get stuff from Xaden?
I don't know. I
So we
kind of
can.
hope we see more from Xaden. Um,
I do too.
but I don't.
I don't know. I like, part of me feels like it would be weird, like a weird change to have it like early on in the book. Like we're used to having it at the end,
Mhm.
but like to have it like throughout the book would be kind of weird. But I don't know. I don't know how is she gonna keep telling the story just from Violet's point of view when like a whole other story is gonna be happening with Xaden. Like I said, unless she uses the dreams somehow, and maybe that's how we kind of like, maybe even they don't communicate in dreams, but if she still just sees his dreams and maybe kind of gets insight
Right.
from there. Where did you think Mira died? Or did you think that Mira was going to die?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you get sliced, your neck gets sliced open. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, good thing Brennan was there. And then
Brennan and
thank
then
goodness
Sloan.
Sloan showed up, which I guess that's probably, do we think that's why Arik sent Sloan
That's
to
probably
deliver
why
it?
he sent her.
That was kind of my guess. That he knew that not only would Violet need the package, but
But she knew
she
she needed
needed
her.
Sloan specifically.
And I liked that like, because what Sloan, I mean, like, I don't blame Sloan for Lilith's death. I don't think anyone
No,
does. Maybe
no,
herself a little bit, but
I think
like,
she does. Yeah.
it's still nice that she got to help save Mira after, like,
Hmm.
that her power was used to help save someone instead of, you know, what it did with Lilith, like draining somebody.
Right.
But that scene is very interesting to me on many things. So I wrote a couple things
Yes.
down for that. Because for one,
Okay.
what I've talked to you about, I'm totally a Dain Sloan shipper at this point. I want that relationship
Me too.
so bad.
Me too. And
There,
I did not see that
I
coming
didn't either.
at all.
I didn't either. But there was like multiple times. So there's a part where they're trying to decide. I think I took a screenshot of it. As I
Okay.
saw it this morning, I was like, oh, yes, this one too. This one too. So it's like before they're trying to decide if they're going to go and help the people in this final battle, right? I think it's like they're in Arisha and they're like all discussing it. And like somebody, like Kat kind of says like, are you guys just going to hide here behind your wards again like Navarians do, you know?
Hmm.
And some, like, I guess some captain makes some comment, right, to Kat, what Kat says. You don't know what it is. Oh, wait, hold on. And Sloan charges. I nearly jump over the table, but Dain gets there first, hooking his arm around her waist and hauling her back as she swings. The second he sets her on her feet, those fists are aimed in his direction, and I wince as she lets two make contact he traps her wrists. And leaning in low. Whatever he says must register because she gives a curt nod, then retorts with a glare and walks back into formation. So there was that little tidbit. Like, what did he say to her? And she listened to him. She hates him.
Hmm.
She
Yeah.
blames Liam's
But
death on
he
him.
has conflicting feelings because, like, there was, I think
There was
one
a
of their signet sparring classes. She's like blushing
yes.
when he shows up, right?
Right.
And
So there was that. There's that one. And then there's my
yeah.
favorite one, which is in this scene where he's when they're trying to save Mira. And for one, the first comment Sloan makes to him Dain's wanting her to use his power to give his power to Brennan, right? So
Mhm.
Brennan can heal because Brennan's near burnout. So he can heal Mira. And first thing is when Sloan first touches Dain, she says, someone like you shouldn't have this much power. Which I think is very interesting because
Highly suspicious.
yeah, because we know Dain's power is rare.
It is.
But I don't think we've ever really talked about how much power he has. And it also makes me wonder, again, a lot of these signets, we've only learned about them when they're still cadets and they're
Right.
still learning how to use them. So what's his power going to end up doing? But then the line I love is that Sloan says to him, I'm going to hurt you. And he said, Gods, don't I know it? And that is giving
And also
me
just the eyes on me. Like
yes, eyes on me. And that's giving too kind of Xaden always telling Violet you're going to be the death of me.
mhm.
That's giving that to me and I want this. I want this so bad.
I did not expect to I knew I wanted Dain to get with
Me
somebody,
too.
but I really didn't know who. I know a lot of people kind of wanted Kat and Dain,
I
but I
kind of
think that
thought
was like
Cat at first, but then as I was reading this I was like, no.
no, they don't make sense together.
Mm-mm.
And I think people kind of wanted them together because then they could put two people that they don't really like
I
together.
think so.
But Dain has fully redeemed himself in my
Mm-hmm.
eyes,
Agree.
and I really love the idea of
And
him.
it's a whole other enemies to lovers within an enemies to
I
lover.
know. A lot of people, yeah, so not only does he kind of that line kind of remind you of Xaden, but their relationship is very
It
much like
is.
Violet and Xaden's
Yeah.
because he is now wing leader of Fourth Wing,
And she's a first year.
and she's the first year, um, and yeah, so his job is to protect her and keep her safe. That's why he was chasing her
Mm-hmm.
out of the wards onto the field, but yeah, so
Yeah.
he's obviously protective of her, and it's also interesting because he is kind of treating her how Xaden treated Violet.
He is. It's
Because
like he
he,
learned, right? He learned his lesson with
yeah.
Violet.
So he's encouraging her to train her signet. He's like, I'm done coddling first years.
Mm-hmm.
You need to train it. You need to use it. And that's the approach that Xaden took with Violet, and we all loved that
We
because
loved it.
we want to be empowered. We want, um, you know, we want to be able to save ourselves. And so I
Mm-hmm.
think Dain kind of coming full circle on that and realizing that it doesn't help anybody to try to hide from it. You need to train it. You need to get strong. You need to help
Mm-hmm.
yourself. Is really the only way to get through this. And so I don't, there's just so many little things that I'm a
I
fan
know.
of it.
I'm
That's all I'm saying.
such a fan of it. I hope she gives us that.
Mhm.
I hope it doesn't end sad.
I know.
It's
But
I'm nervous to ship anyone in those books. I
I
just
seriously.
don't know, but
Cuz
I
okay,
want
so I
that.
think okay, so I know everyone also ships Imogen and Garrick, right?
Right?
My
Because
problem with
Imagent
that
has had something for him for so long.
exactly. But we haven't really seen very many instances where Garrick
It's
returns any time,
reciprocated.
right?
Mm-mm.
And
Like a
so that
tiny bit in this one, but not even because what he
but
just
that didn't
says
even necessarily
something.
feel
Yeah, he just says he wasn't gonna
romantic.
leave her, but
He's like,
yeah.
I won't leave you. But that doesn't she's still probably important to him, but
Of
that doesn't
course.
mean romantically.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of didn't take that as oh my God, that was a huge romantic gesture on his part. Cause
Mm-mm.
no, he's not going to leave her to die. That's
Right.
not like,
Exactly.
I don't know. The stakes were a little different that I don't think that was a declaration of
Me
love
neither.
on his part. And not saying that he doesn't have any feelings for her or that they won't in the future, but I want Imogen to be happy, but I haven't seen that side of Garrick yet that makes me feel like they could actually
Me
be a
neither.
thing. And I think I'm seeing it on both sides with Dain and Sloan, and I think that's kind of what's making me more
More
excited
excited.
about it.
I am
Yeah.
too. I hope that's something. I hope she gives us that.
I know.
Because
I want other people to be happy too. And it's kind
right.
of we haven't really seen a lot of other
Couples.
relationships. Well, okay, Kat and Traeger, that got eliminated. immediately. And what's so interesting to me is that Rhiannon is such a big part of Violet's life, and she's been dating Tara on and
Tara.
off
Mm-hmm.
since
Since the first
Fourth
book,
Wing,
yeah.
and I don't freaking know a thing about her.
Me neither.
She's she is just a name,
Basically. Mm-hmm. I know.
and so like I
I
don't.
mean,
So
I
I
guess
want other people to
the
be happy.
second, the other one we have is like Sawyer and Jasenia.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, other than that, no. And we know, like,
Well, and like even them, like I don't know. I even liked Liam and Yesenia better
yeah.
together, and that was
Nobody is giving
kind of a
me
thing, right?
yeah, I think there was a vibe there.
I think there was a vibe.
But none of them are giving me like the Dain and Sloan. Like, that's exciting.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's
Because
exciting.
like Jasenia and Sawyer, that's been going on for
Yeah,
like
that
a
was
couple of
like,
books now, and it hasn't progressed at all.
not really.
So,
I mean,
and I know
obviously they're
there's a language barrier,
right.
so he's got to work a little harder. Um, but it still hasn't like I get that he has a crush on her and stuff, but like again, I'm not really seeing it reciprocated on her side as
Yeah,
much that she has a special interest in him in any way. Um, so I don't know. So right now, the ship that I'm most invested
it's
in
that.
is Dain and Sloan.
I also like a Mira Drake ship.
Okay,
But I
yes.
guess again, enemies to lovers, right? I'm always gonna pick an enemies to lovers situation.
Yeah. Who doesn't
Unpredictable, I
love a
guess.
relationship that starts with you
With
punching him in the balls?
hating, right? Exactly. Exactly. But I would be interested in, I don't know, some other like Riddick with someone,
No,
maybe.
I
I
agree.
know
I feel
he's
like
like
we need
very
to
like,
see.
I don't need any, like he's very like wants to be single because what
Ooh.
as we learned in this book, he fucks like a third year.
So
And we obviously know he's just like not caring about being in a relationship, but I would love to see
right.
him. I don't know. I
I
just want
want
to
to see
see, like
them
you said,
like
I want to see everyone
happy.
happy. Like I'm
I
hoping. I
know.
mean, like sometimes I know some people maybe think like at the end, like in an epilogue, it's too corny, but like they're going through a
Oh my
lot.
God. So if by the end of book 5, Rebecca has not given us some like she needs to put my heart back together because I know it's gonna be broken and I'm gonna need something to help me recover.
Something.
And I'm gonna be mad if it kind of ends abruptly and we don't get
I will be.
whoever's
We need a
left
little bit
being
of a tie
happy.
up. Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We better. We better.
So,
We can't go through all this and not get that. We deserve it. They deserve it. The characters deserve it.
mhm,
We deserve it. Yeah. Because
mhm,
yeah, we already know. Like, she already confirmed we're going to lose someone we love in the next book, and I'm sure we're going to lose multiple people. And I know we're going to probably lose a
mhm.
dragon, if not multiples.
I'm really scared about Taryn, to be
I think
honest.
Taryn will. I think Taryn's on it. I think Taryn's going to go. I mean, she
Yeah,
has two
I'm conflicted.
dragons. But
I'm really not happy about that,
I'm
but
not either.
I really,
But I
really
just
don't
can't
know.
imagine them all getting out alive by the end of the series. I don't know
Mm-mm.
when. I like some people were thinking it was going to happen this because of like the songs. Like she picks songs for the characters, and like some
Mm.
people were thinking with the song she picked for Taryn that he was going to die. But this book, and I didn't think that. I was like, no, that's too early. But next book,
I'm worried about
possibly,
next book.
possibly. I mean, I don't want that.
No, but I'm deeply concerned.
I mean, like you can't. I mean, like I'm concerned with everyone. I mean, that's just how you have to read these books. Like you can't assume
I know.
anyone's safe.
Mm-mm. No
Literally
one is.
nobody. Nobody. Which is like stressful. But like, let's talk about that Imagent chapter because that's where we lose Quinn.
Wait, before we move on to Imogen, can we finish the Sloan siphoning
Oh, uh-huh.
section? Um, so we know Brennan has a rune on his hand,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
right?
And we
A
assume,
rune-shaped scar.
right. And we're assuming that's because of what Naelin did, right?
Right. We kind of assumed that somehow he got that when Nellen saved him. And then we know Dain has a gray handprint on his arm from Jack draining him in Iron Flame. And so Sloane has grabbed hold of Dane's wrist, and the back of Brennan's neck
Mm-hmm.
and siphons from Dain to Brennan. And when they're getting up and leaving the field, Violet notices that there's no mark on Brennan. And so a lot of people have been taking this to mean that like Sloan is some sort of like special siphon.
Okay.
But I don't think that's true. I interpreted this as like she is obviously not draining them the same way Venom are, which
Which makes
we
sense.
know
Yeah.
because she's a siphon. She's not pulling from the source. Um, but it definitely brings into question how Brennan got that rune and what that
That
rune
rune. I'm
means.
so curious about that.
So I hope that this is Violet finally realizing that that rune is suspicious as all hell. Because what does it mean?
I
And why
know.
does he have it? It obviously was not from Natalie,
Mm-mm.
trying to save him at least, because otherwise, like Sloan would have also transferred something. Um,
I don't know. I know. That's a
so
theory. Brennan is in a lot of theories. And like I
there's
don't
also a
like
lot
any
of
of them.
mystery about him.
He's
No,
definitely a big wild card at this point. I have no idea. Like we want to trust him. I don't know if we can
yeah, I
because
like him, but he definitely has secrets.
he definitely does. And that rune is definitely one of them. Is there some sort of blood
Hmm.
magic he used for something? Like I don't know. Is he gonna betray everybody? Is he really? I don't know.
So there are a lot of theories that he is Venom too,
I've heard that. I've
and
I've also
Xaden would have
heard
known.
I've also heard Xaden would have known. I've also heard a theory that he's almost kind of like a wyvern for Naolan
Yeah.
because of the rune.
Hmm.
I,
I
I don't
don't really know
know
how
if
that
I
would work.
like that. I don't know
Yeah.
how that would work either. So what are you saying that he's been controlling him somehow? I don't know. But I do think he's suspicious. I don't want him to be, but there's definitely he knows things that he's not telling anybody.
Oh yeah. And
And why would he not tell anyone?
hmm
Is it to
even his. Oh, sorry.
I don't know
Go
if
ahead.
it's to protect Naolan because obviously they were like there was something there, right? That was a romantic relationship.
I feel like it
It
had to
had to
have
have been.
been.
I think like somebody asked Rebecca about that at one of the events and she just said she wouldn't like they asked if like she could go in more detail about their relationship and she just said no and she just said that like if someone was going to risk everything to save someone there's like something there or there's a reason. That's kind of like what she
Right.
just left it at. So like that's gotta have been something there.
I I'm on board with that.
I am
I
too.
think that they were probably a thing. Um,
I think
but there's
that's
still so many
I know.
questions.
Because that also makes it make more sense too why he was so on board with trying to help Xaden and Violet.
Hmm.
Because if he had already lived through this with the person he loved, like he would want to try to help figure it out. I think it's
Hmm.
what's really interesting in because we didn't really talk about how Brennan knew. There's a tidbit in that when he's talking to Violet that like they tried to like do something with
There was like
the
weird things.
land that he
Yeah.
drained. And I think that's a curious little tidbit to put in there again because we know Rebecca doesn't like just do things to say
There was even
things.
something with like dragon eggs or something, right?
Yeah, something.
Like
Yeah,
they tried like a few weird little
weird
like
things, and I don't even
homeopathic remedies
right.
almost. Um, but it was like it sounded like Brennan was immediately like, "Yeah, let's try to do something." And had these ideas and implemented them very quickly and
Yes,
also did not freak out, which
that's the thing. So it's like, has he been thinking about this and like
right.
thinking about things that he wishes he maybe had tried
Mhm.
with Naolan? I don't know. Brennan is
And
like the biggest wild card at this point, I think.
oh yeah, for sure. We
And
know so little about him.
he has a lot of power
He does.
especially now that Violet's going to be, I'm guessing, a duchess, I'm guessing.
Mhm.
And she knows nothing about that world. And I feel like she's going to lean on him
Mhm.
for help with that. so in a sense, he's going to have even more of a say-so. I mean, he already has a say-so. But I don't know. I don't want him to betray them. I'll be so sad. But, like, I feel like there's gonna be... I don't know. It makes sense that there's gonna be a betrayal. Know. Especially because, like, Jack says that, like, they're already among... Like, we already know they're among us. Right. And, like, obviously we find out that Panchek was a betrayer. But I don't think he was Venin. But he just betrayed them.
Because, like, Xaden can apparently, like, track
he can sense them, yeah.
Right? So...
Or can he only sense them if they're not shielding? I don't know. I'm not too sure about all that.
That could be. But I guess, like, yeah, it kind of makes me question. It makes me question that a lot more because I think I assumed there was people or like a lot more like kind of initiate level. But I feel like if you were gonna shield it, you'd have to be a much higher level of Venin. But then it's like physically very obvious.
Unless they have some sort of signet, like Quinn's signet, right? Like Quinn was able to like project
astral projection.
But can she like change
like her appearance? I don't know. Well, I don't know because remember when they broke into the archives, she was walking around as Violet and Rhiannon. Yeah. So, but I don't know if those were just projections of them.
Yeah, I don't know either. I was never. I guess we'll never know any more about her signet since she's gone.
I know. That's a bummer.
Which, that scene.
Should we go there now?
I think we should go there. Yeah. I mean, for me to get so emotional about a character that I didn't really know. I mean, we got like little bits of Quinn throughout the 3 books. Like, we knew she was Imogen's best friend. You know, we even got like a little scene. Yeah, we got a little scene earlier in the book where she helps Violet with a rune, like, because she was actually really good with the runes. Like, just little tiny tidbits. We didn't know her very well, but man, did her death hit. Hard.
I like I said, I teared up the 2 times I read it.
Yeah, I did too. and you know me, I'm not a big crier, but like I teared up because their friend, like, I don't know, and then her telling her to like tell her girlfriend that she loves her and all that, and then just I don't know, that was so.
We made it a good one.
Yeah, that was.
Like, if it's gonna be a short friendship, let's make it a good one. And she's just like,
because then she like flashbacks to like when they first met, and she's just like, we're gonna be friends. Like, she just like picked her, and like that, and that's so like to me, because she wasn't a marked one, and she just the fact that she was just like didn't care that Imagent was, and like she's just like, we're gonna be friends. It's like very similar to kind of like Rhiannon and Violet's like beginning.
Yep.
Because like, oh, I was so sad. I wasn't expecting that. Like, no. I mean, obviously, as I'm reading, and I'm just always kind of like waiting, like, if someone's gonna die, who's gonna die? Like, but I wasn't expecting that. And like I said, I was not expecting it to hit like it did, and be so. Rebecca did a story. She knows how to write. It's just like Liam, like. The one-liners from these characters that are dying.
I know. And like I think like what I find so amazing is like the fact that she can make us so emotional over these characters that had either such a minor part or, you know, like we didn't even like when Lilith died last time. Like I was like, I didn't even like her. Why am I devastated over her death?
What is it gonna freaking be like when it's someone
what actually care about?
God, what's it going to be like? Because like, I mean, I guess we like really. I cared about Liam, but even at that point, like we know the characters. We're knowing them more and more and more, obviously, because they're lasting longer, right? Like I love Liam, but like we only got like half a book with him, basically.
Yeah, it was like on the reread, I was like, wow, we actually kind of barely knew Liam.
We didn't really.
But the way he is stuck with literally all of us.
Exactly. And so, like, if we lose someone like a Riddick or like a dragon, like
I don't know how I'm gonna get
emotional devastation. That's what it's gonna be. Like, I don't see any other way of getting around that. But yeah, that
So
hit
I'm
hard.
concerned. But yeah, so her doing it from Imogen's point of view was like so impactful.
Yes.
And I know if we had seen that from Violet's
It
point of
would have
view,
been.
it would have been sad,
But
but
yeah,
I would not have been as nearly as
I don't
affected
think
as he
so.
was.
No. Which makes me wonder, is that why we got. But again, I feel like there's got to be other reasons we got an Imagent chapter. There's no reason she did it just for that. I do. I mean, we were able to. Through that, we were learning that that's what Imogen and. Was it one of the professors, right, were working on the runes, right, to get. Or working on the.
Felix.
Right.
Felix was working on them.
So that we could. So they can get wards there.
Huh.
So, like.
And that's also where we find out her second signet.
We do. Which. She can turn things to
It's some kind of
stone?
like earth wielder type
Yeah.
thing.
Something
Do
like
we
that, right?
know any water wielders?
Only ice.
Which I guess kind of is
I
water,
guess it
but it feels
is.
different.
It does feel a little different. But no,
Which,
I don't
okay,
think so. Because,
this
yeah,
is
we have fire.
totally off tangent, but why why do I find it kind of funny that ice wielding is such a common signet? Because if it's supposed to be like something that people need at their core, why is like
Why is
ice
ice? I know.
what
It is
comes
kind
to
of a
them?
weird, like, right? Like, what
I
is
just find
the
it kind of funny, but
explanation for that? I wonder if you, like, really broke down all the signets. Like, we know, like, we understand, like, Violet's and Xaden's. Like, if you really
right.
broke down all the signets to the people, like, if you really could make a connection to, like, why they would manifest that. You know what I mean? Like, if she put
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Mira's makes sense.
Mira's makes sense. Brennan's makes sense. I mean, sense.
Yeah.
I guess, if you want to, like. But, yeah,
But
I don't know. I guess that's a whole,
I don't
like,
know. It just kind of
side
like,
thought. It is
yeah,
kind of random.
just kind of makes me
Ice.
chuckle a little
Yeah.
bit. But yeah, so she's an earth wielder, which is crazy because like
Right, because we
somebody
haven't
made a
seen
comment
anything like
earlier
that.
that they didn't think they'd seen an earth, that those basically didn't exist.
Right.
But she does. What is she gonna do with that signet beyond making a physical shield like that?
I don't know. Can she, you know, like, avatar it? Can she, like, pick up boulders and stuff and throw them at people? Can she, like, alter the ground and, like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Again, another signet that we have learned a little bit about,
But like not nearly
but
enough.
not, like, barely anything, basically. A drop in the bucket, probably.
Yeah. But I think, I don't know, I kind of like that we don't necessarily fully understand any of these signets because the characters don't either.
They don't
Like, it
either.
sounds like it's
Because,
a constantly evolving
right, how are they
thing, even
training
for
these?
them.
Like, how
Right.
is she training these with nobody knowing?
I don't know.
So, like, yeah.
Garrick got really good at distance
He
wielding without
did.
everyone knowing.
He did. But I guess that makes sense, though, because I'm sure that's probably what they used for, like, in, like, the first book when they were, like, getting
Mm,
the weapons to
it's
the
true
flyers and
about
stuff.
their transporting. I didn't think about that.
Because it was
That
always
would make
Garrick,
sense.
right?
Yeah, because I was wondering how they did it so fast.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. It was him. So I guess he got practice then. But then, so talking of Garrick, so he shows up to get her out, right? And he gets Quinn out too.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like on the brink of burnout. And then, so from there, right, all that's going on. We get the Xaden chapter, right? And we get Xaden, Sigale's trapped, Terran's trapped too, in these big nets, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically he turns completely to save everybody, really. But really to save Sigale.
Yeah.
Because apparently there's daggers that kill dragons.
Yeah.
Like, what?
And even Xaden was like, what the fuck?
He's like, he just killed a dragon with the dagger. Just boom, done. Like, so easy. And so I'm assuming, which means Panchik died. Panchik had to have died. I mean, we didn't see.
I feel like he did. Because I was not convinced that he was Venom.
I don't think he was a Venom either.
He was definitely working with them.
Yes.
For what reason?
I know.
Do not
what
know.
reason?
I don't know what he was getting out of that relationship.
That's what I'm curious about.
But I didn't think he was a Venom.
I don't either. And Xaden was like, he's dying because he's like been like giving away violets. Like, he's been betraying Violet this whole time. So
Right.
he decided, like, he's dying. And, like, obviously he lets his shadows out. And they only attack Venom and Wyvern. But he can't attack Berwin. Why? Because, is it because... I mean, he's obviously having a struggle because there's a line in there where he's like, something like, I forget exactly what it was, but he was like, oh, that's good. Or is it? Like, he was like, who am I? Because, like, it was something good for, like, like, the dragons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, can he not hurt him just because, like, because he's a Venom and he, like, physically can't? Like, I am curious about that. I mean, he thought he killed him and he obviously didn't. He thought he killed him in Iron Flame and he obviously didn't.
Right.
So is he saying he can't kill him because he's not killable? Or is he saying he can't kill him because he can't? Like,
for some reason, I kind of got the impression that because Berwin, like, made him, he can't kill him. And so he can't kill, like, any of that line. So he couldn't kill Jack, he couldn't kill Berwin, he can't kill
the new brother. That's, I'm confused
I
about that.
I don't fully understand that.
I don't either.
That was kind of what my impression was. I don't know. I have
either.
A lot of questions. I almost feel like we need to read that scene again.
I know, right?
Because, like, he spoke so vaguely.
He did. And even, like, in his, like, even Xaden talking about her, he says her a lot. And, like, in that moment, it feels like he's talking about Sigale.
I think a lot of it he is. So it definitely seems like he turns at the end to save Sigale.
Sigale, like, which is actually kind of not what we thought, right? We think it would be to save Violet.
But it was kind of alluded to at the beginning, because remember the whole clue to unlock her dad's journal in the first place was like...
Oh, the dragon, the first love. Yes.
And how the dragon is their first love, and Sigale is that to Xaden.
Right.
So...
That's true. And I mean, and he obviously saves everyone by... that too, because he goes, I mean, his shadows go out through everywhere, take care of everything at that moment. And, like, in that moment, so like, I remember rereading this because of the theory, the brother theory. It says, like, his shadows, as he's sending out his shadows, he mentions seeing Dain and Kath. He misses seeing Imagent, because he says something about, like, Imagent looking up to the sky. Okay,
right.
But he does not mention Garrick. And he doesn't mention Bodie, but we have this brother. And I guess we just talk about this theory now while we're talking about it. I mean, I think that's kind of what we've been doing anyways, just kind of talking about theories as they present themselves. So we have this new brother, because, like, Berwin's basically like, I don't need Jack anymore. I have Xaden and I have this other one. So he doesn't care about Jack anymore, because I think that's what Panjek says. Like, you're not going to hurt me. I still have your son. And he's like, well, I don't need him anymore, basically. And kills his dragon. Okay, so a lot of people think it's Bodie. I have you changed your mind? Because I'm on the okay, I think it's Garrick. I know you originally thought it was Garrick.
That was my initial gut reaction. I don't know why. But I didn't think it was Bodie.
Like, okay, this is the thing. Okay, so people's theories, right? I know that they're saying there's a lot of foreshadowing throughout the book of Bodie being called his brother, always being there behind, like, right? Like, always, like, following Xaden, right? Like, doing, and, like, I know a lot of people are thinking it's Bodie because of the fact that Xaden marries Violet to make her, like, the, what I'm assuming is the Duchess. But, like, for one, okay, my thing is, my reasonings, I think, for why it's not Bodie, is I think Xaden did that. Like, that plan was already in motion. That plan, he already had that plan to marry Violet before whoever this is turned. So people's, like, explanation to, like, oh, he did that so Bodie didn't have, so, because Bodie can't rule now. I don't think that's it. Bodie didn't want to rule, and I think he just listened to him. And again, I think one of our whole themes throughout this book is Violet learning that she is a leader. And Xaden knowing that. Xaden knew that before she knows it. And I think that he knows that she is the right person to leave that to. That Bodie doesn't want it. And Bodie's probably not ready for it, really. Because he doesn't want it. So I don't think that that's a good argument for it. Because, again, like, and mainly because, like I said, that plan was already in motion. Obviously.
Right.
So I don't think that's it. Also, we learn that Bodhi's signet does not do anything against the venom.
Yeah.
So why would he be close to burnout to needing to channel unless he is lying and he has a second signet, which he could.
Okay, so do you think he has a second signet?
I think I'm on the fence about it. I think I kind of want to go with no, because I just don't think, is it too easy for them all to have two like, you know what I mean? Like, is that too perfectly, tied up that all of them are going to have two? So that's part of me is like, no.
Yeah, I don't think all of the marked ones have two signets. I'm fairly confident about that. So I don't know.
We don't really know anything about like Bodhi's dragon, or like who it could have been before.
But like, it was just that conversation he had with Violet that like really throws me for a loop, because if he knows about Xaden's second signet, then he's like, no, I don't have one, just like Xaden. 100% means he has a second signet. If he honestly, truthfully does not know, through either his, like, maybe he can detect signets because his signet is to counter other signets. So maybe he would be aware of it that way. But if it doesn't work like that, and he truthfully does not know that Xaden has a second signet, then I don't think that he does.
Yeah.
But I was just like, cool, that was like the most confusing way to clear that up for us.
I mean, it definitely was. Because doesn't he kind of like wink at her too? Like, doesn't he kind of like...
Exactly. Like, so he acted like he knew what was up, and he had one, but he's not going to tell her.
Yeah. So he could. And then I can understand him pulling to charge whatever that signet was.
But we don't even know what it was, or
we
if it's
don't
useful
know
that way.
Exactly.
Because like, Xaden wouldn't do that for his intrinsic signet, because that's not going to help him.
That's not going to help at all. No. That's why, I don't know. I just really don't think it's Bodhi. I think Garrick, because, Xaden says, like, this person has watched them struggle.
Yeah.
And Garrick was with him much more than Bodhi, because they were, like, stationed together. Also, we know Garrick was at a point of burnout. And I almost wonder if when he saved Imagent, if that's when he did it. I don't know.
I don't know. Also, he was definitely struggling. And he said he couldn't get back to Arisha for sure.
Right. And also, when, like I said, in the Xaden chapter, when his shadows go out, we see Imagent, but we don't see Garrick. And, like, logically, they would still be together, right? And she's looking up at the sky. Why is she looking up at the sky? Because Garrick left?
Maybe. Because I guess, like, that's the other thing is, like, how did they get to where Xaden is? Because Xaden got pulled by Berwyn, right? Like, it seemed like he got summoned.
And we have no freaking clue where he was the whole time. That whole battle.
No. So he got pulled away against his will to go with Berwyn. And then they trapped his dragon. And so, like, who could have even gotten there?
Exactly.
Part of my question.
Garrick.
Because so we see Garrick is at least up and running away from Imagent when we last see him. Because he, like, goes outside and he's like, like, I can't go back to Arisha, but, like, I gotta find something to do. And he kind of, like, he needs to make himself useful. And so, like, Imagent kind of, like, runs after him. But we also see Bodhi, like, puking up in a square somewhere.
I just think everything. I just think more evidence points to Garrick at this point. Now, the only thing I know, there's also some talk that it's Riddick, but I don't think Riddick's known long enough for it to be 5 months. The only thing that's weird is that there is that line. I wonder if I can find it. I told you about it. The way Xaden words his brother. He's like this. He says, "I'm gonna look for it because I think it's important."
Okay. That it's like his new brother or something, right?
Or it's something like this person thinks they're my brother, which is a weird way to word it. Either Bodhi or Garrick, because I feel like he would view both of them as his brothers, like, or easily view them as a brother, right? Like,
okay, yeah. So, see, I'm rereading this chapter, and like basically the Venin who's walking towards like Panchuk's traitor his ass, he's a problem. Not because he's more lethal, not even because he's supposed to be dead, but because he can't kill him. And he's like, I can't raise a blade to his throat more than I could Violet. And he says, the bond between Berwin and me is the kind that should never exist. And now that my sage has another sibling he can use against me, I'm screwed. So it sounds like it has something to do with like the fact that he was kind of turned by Berwin.
Right. So it's like a makes a
like Berwin
line.
has like kind of a leash on him.
Mm-hmm.
So he like physically cannot kill him.
Like it says, okay, it says, I can't let Sigale die. Can't let him, and him is like italicized, okay? To stumble down the same path I did. I know there's a line in here that made it feel like it wasn't someone he like knew well, I guess, if that makes sense. Which was the only thing that made me like wonder if maybe we're completely wrong and it's neither Bodie or Garrick. But then like who else knows what he's been struggling with?
Well, Riddick was one of the only other people that knew he was Venin before the end.
Before the end. And Brennan,
so he didn't know the full 5 months, but he knew.
But yeah,
he found out before anyone else. So like,
so he was seeing him struggle, but he didn't know why until later. I guess that makes sense,
right? Because like he did travel with them in the quest squad, and when Bodie didn't, right? No. Bodie wasn't on the quest squad, so in a way, Riddick maybe got to see more of the struggle. I don't know. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
Also, in Rhiannon's chapter, she does notice Riddick like is staring like through the mountain,
and she's like, "I need your attention
kind
here."
Of where Xaden is.
I think so too.
And so it sounds like Thea, whatever her name was a maven,
right?
Based off of this, and is it okay? How does it go again? Is it initiate, ASIM, maven, sage? Is that the order?
I can't remember.
Or is Maven above Sage? It's definitely above ASIM. I think ASIM is next because now Xaden is ASIM, right?
Yes, because I just read a line. He's like, I'm no longer an initiate.
Wait. This is interesting because he's like over Berwin's unconscious body. And he's like, I'd kill him if I could. Fuck, I thought I had. I wonder how many initiates feel the same about their sage. At least one that I know of. What other initiate does he know that wants to? Because I didn't get the impression that Jack wants to kill him.
No. I think there's a lot more secrets we don't know about.
Fuck. Damn it.
See, again, like here, like it says, say my sage has another sibling. Sibling again is like italicized. Why him is italicized? Like anything talking about.
So like, yeah, who is it? And they just say like past the unconscious dragon line in the valley beyond the canyon.
Yeah, they don't say the color or anything.
Because that would clear up a lot. Although, okay, wait. So Garrick has a brown dragon, right?
Riddick has a brown dragon.
I know Riddick does, but I feel like...
There's also a scene in here that says there's a brown dragon. I think it's an Imagent scene.
With their tail
that she doesn't think is going to survive.
So who's dragon
what if that's Garrick's dragon and that's why...
Did he channel to survive?
She's channeled to survive it. I don't remember what color his dragon is.
Or was it Bodie that has a brown dragon? I forget.
Now we need that color of dragon added to the beginning part. Not just the dragon name. The color as well.
Because, yeah, not even Bodie is on this shirt.
Really? That's interesting. Do we even know Bodhi's dragon?
Yeah, I think. Do we know Bodhi's dragon? Debatable, but...
yeah, we don't know much.
Okay, Riddick is bonded to a brown swordtail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm looking for Bodie or Garrick. Where are they? Bodie. Duran. A green.
Okay.
Cure. Eric Tavis. Bonded to a brown scorpion tail.
Okay.
So both Riddick and Garrick have browns. And we did see one heavily wounded
and Riddick shouldn't have been there.
No.
So that shouldn't have been
Garrick. But did she see that scorpion tail while she was with Garrick though? Or that wounded dragon while she was with Garrick?
I think that was like when she was like fighting, like that was before Quinn. I think.
Okay, but then also, okay, I hope that's nobody's dragon. But if it was
Well, it's
Garrick's, then
somebody's, but
how would
hopefully it's
he?
nobody
So,
we know.
well, yeah.
But like, why would she put it in there?
I don't know, just to show the devastation of war.
But she picks a brown when we know there's people there.
I know, but okay, so but the other dragon of whoever turned is there with them.
Right, that's true.
It is trapped, and so if it was Garrick's dragon that was injured,
that's true.
then how would they have gotten to that clearing in the canyon? So then that would leave, if that dragon is Garrick's.
If it is Garrick's.
That would leave Riddick.
Do you think she would have recognized Garrick's dragon, though?
I kind of feel like she would. It seems like they tend to recognize each other's dragons. Like, they recognize Sloane's dragon
and like,
and
wouldn't, like, the dragons know?
Dragons
And,
know.
like, wouldn't they have said something?
Well, yeah, like, even, like, Ghislaine was talking to, Imagent about, like, Quinn's dragon and stuff.
Right.
Like, you could hear her dragon roaring in pain and stuff, and, like, so I kind of feel like if it was somebody we knew, we'd know.
Maybe that's just a, what do you call it, a red herring to make us think that it's...
Because this is the chapter he talks about it. He says, I glanced past Berwyn, past the gale and the venom, to my new brother and the unconscious dragon lying in the valley beyond the cannon, guarded by 7 wyvern. How could he do this? And that's italicized. Choose this after watching me stumble and fall over the last 5 months. How could he willingly walk the path I fought like hell to leave? He's the last person I ever would have expected to turn, and yet here we are.
I mean, logically, it can only be Garrick, Riddick, Bodie, and maybe Brennan. Like, I guess you could put Brennan in there, but Brennan doesn't make sense because he shows up at the end. But if Brennan are, and that also kind of like...
is his brother now.
But yeah, true.
In law.
So I feel like it's got to be one of those 3. That's all. Those are the only people that knew. Right? There's nobody else.
You think Brennan over Riddick?
No, I think Riddick, Bodie, or Garrick. Nobody else knew, right?
Nobody else knew.
Well, they did tell, because Riddick made her tell Rhiannon and Sawyer and Justinia, right? That was like his stipulation.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't even think you can add them. I feel like it's those 3, because even if you want to say, like, Riddick didn't know that long, but, like, he was with him for that time. So in retrospect, he can understand things that he was doing. So, yeah, I'm so mad that I cannot find this line.
Or, because it was, like, somebody who now considers himself my brother or something like that, right?
Something like along, though, like, thinks that he's my brother or something. It kind of sounded very, like... almost like he was talking about someone he wouldn't consider a brother, and that's why I feel like he would consider Bodie and Garrick like brothers.
Okay. This one, past the one who now thinks himself my brother.
I think that's it. Because, like, why would he say that?
Right.
It just seems oddly worded for him to say about Garrick or Bodie.
Yeah, so this is where he's, like, channeling, and he's like, I start with the one who dared set its teeth in Sigil's shoulder, skim past the one who now thinks himself my brother.
See, I knew it was in there. It just, doesn't that seem a little weirdly worded to be talking about someone he's so close with?
Yeah.
So that's, like, the only thing, that one little line, which, like, I think a lot of people could just, like, throw it away, like, oh, but we know. We know that's not how Rebecca works. So, like, one little line is kind of, like, makes me wonder, like, maybe it is Riddick, but, like, the thing is, this is the thing also, okay? Whoever this is going to die.
I'm worried about
like,
that. Like,
there's no way we're saving 2. And we got to save the... like, I don't know, I just feel like there's no way.
I don't like you saying that.
I don't either, but, like...
You might be right. And, okay, so we haven't talked about this yet. Who do we think are the new 6?
Okay, yeah, I know.
They
we're
mentioned
in theories. Okay.
Well, because this kind of ties into, like, because could we send? So if we think that one of these people are part of the 6, could we have 2 of the new 6 be Venom?
That's what I'm also wondering too.
I don't know that we could. So then would that eliminate
that person
one of the possibilities? Yeah.
So, like, the 6 is, how do they describe that?
Because, yeah, so it was kind of saying that, like, you know, there's only been a few times where the most powerful signets, like,
okay, I do remember,
appear at the same time in history, and they tend to be really big turning points, like when they push the venom back. Like I think they said the last time a shadow wielder and a lightning wielder um were alive at the same time, they
That's when they
pushed the
like
venom back or something
won
like that.
at that.
Yeah.
So
So
obviously that means this, we're at that time again. She's not going to bring
we're
that in
getting a new
here.
six.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, which
So
is
then
Violet.
Violet is one.
Xaden.
Xaden
Maybe
is
not
one.
anymore.
Could be Lynx then, I guess. But I
Garrick.
still feel like it's Xaden. Yes, Garrick because he's a distance wielder.
Right. Auric has
Um,
got to be one of those, right? As a precog.
Auric has to be because that one is so unseen. Imagent too because her signet is crazy rare.
True.
And then my theory is Rhiannon.
Right. Because they have mentioned that hers is rare, right?
So back in Fourth Wing, when she first manifested her signet, I remember Violet making a comment about like, "Oh my gosh, like a summoner hasn't been seen in centuries." Because she can actually like make things disappear and then reappear versus just
Right.
like the
Just
lesser
moving them.
magic, which like moves
Mm-hmm.
it. Um, and so she made a comment about that. So like, if that makes her one of the like most powerful ones, I don't know. But her so if we're
It
just
is
looking at
rare.
super rare signets,
Mm-hmm.
like I think it's the six of them.
That makes sense.
So I'm not saying because like some people are saying Sloan, but siphoning's not that
Because
rare.
no, and some people I think were saying Dain, right? And I don't think that. At least we've never been told that that's like that rare.
hmm
So, I mean, those six make sense to me. But again,
Yeah,
but like
and
we
then also
now that
part of my reasoning then like it is interesting that she gave Rhiannon an image in their own chapters, and then part of me wonders is that because they're part of the six and they're going to play a more important role in future books.
possibly.
Um, I don't know. Um, but I think there's going to be more with all of them for sure. But do you have any other theories? Any other ideas?
Pertaining to that or
Yeah.
just overall? I don't know.
Well, then also, I guess, like, if we think Garrick is one of the six, do we think he also turned venom? Because, like, if you think he's gonna die,
I know.
I don't think we can afford to lose
But
another
we
one of
do
them.
have. Do we have. Has everyone manifested now? All the first
No.
years?
I
Okay.
don't think we know the two others that were listed in the in the
Okay.
book.
I don't think so either.
Because remember there was that, like, love triangle between a few of them, and Lynx was one of that, and there's still two others that I think have not manifested.
Even though I feel like it would be weird to give one of them like such like.
Like,
I'm not saying
well,
that they
that's how I
couldn't
feel about
became.
Lynx with
That's true.
the Shadow Wielder.
That is true. I don't
But I don't
know.
know.
But is it
But, like,
also? But isn't Bodie's signet also? I know Violet was very like
it is.
surprised about
Yeah.
his too. But
Okay, so maybe that would honestly be a better. Maybe that would be an argument for him turning Venom, to be honest. Because, like, if his signet doesn't work on Venom, then how
he's not very
is he even
useful.
useful? So, like, would he be more useful?
He
Like,
would
if
be
he is
because if his
Venom and is
signet works
channeling
on
from this.
theirs.
Right.
Because he was useful in the sense of if like they weren't going to join forces, right? Like Melgren and
Yeah.
them and them, then he's useful. But yeah, that's true. I mean, not that he can't be like a fighter and like he still has a dragon. So I mean, could be useful, but like not
Right, right.
as useful as they. Yeah, so it would make sense if they would want him. Then I don't know.
I don't know. I have
I
so
mean,
many
I
questions.
have a feeling that's going to be a really big thing in the fourth book. Because I also feel, like I mentioned, I know a long time ago, because we've been talking for a long time, um, since we're not going to be getting Xaden Violet, because we haven't even touched on the last chapter.
Nope.
But we're not going to be getting Xaden Violet content, really, right?
I don't
So I
think
feel
so.
like the found family, we're going to be getting a lot more with them, which I'm really excited for. Like, because we talked
hmm
about earlier, I loved getting more Riddick. So, like, I'm excited to get more Imogen, more Rhiannon, more Sawyer, more everybody.
hmm
So it would make sense that this would be a big theme, especially if a lot of them are part of this big six of the fourth book. But do we think that there's a seventh that we're on? Do you think that there's any correlation to the amount of like the dragon? And now that we know that there's 7 types of dragons, because we have to remember we can't trust any history that we've been told.
Well, do you think there was a 7th dragon rider?
I don't know. I mean, it kind of would make sense, right? Like, did the Irids never bear riders? I mean, they kind of acted like maybe, but
Well, they don't fight. So, like, I could see them maybe participating to set up a ward, but, like, how that one
that's
dragon
true.
did, but, like, not wanting to participate in anything.
That
So
is
I
true.
almost wouldn't be surprised if they never really bonded a rider. Um, because, like, the thing about Feathertails has always been that they are peaceful,
Yeah,
right?
that is true.
And so, like, that I also find very interesting because, like, everyone kind of assumed that, like, Feathertails,
We're
well,
just like,
I guess I'm slightly confused about that, and it might be kind of like a plot hole because they kind of assumed that Feathertails were a separate dragon breed, but then also nobody thought there was a 7th dragon breed, but then there was, and they are Feathertails, but like not in the way that people originally thought. It's a little weird.
yeah,
But also they were like Feathertails are like peaceful and won't fight, and then turns out that is
that's true.
true.
Hmm.
So I
Yeah, I
guess
don't
like
know.
yeah, so I'm like a little bit confused about like what they
But
really
like,
know.
there's also obviously there's something missing that we don't know on how they like defeated the Venom before.
Oh yeah,
So a 7th
we don't know what
rider,
the big weapon is. So then, who would you think would be number 7?
I don't know. I kind of just had a thought, and like I don't know if it's like it's just like we're like just talking, but like, what if that? What if Berwyn is like was a? What if that's how they know about Feathertails? What if he was like a rider? What if he was a feather like bonded with Feathertail or something? We
We
don't
don't know.
know
Do you think he's
anything
that
about
old?
him.
No,
Well,
we really don't.
I don't know. It kind of
They
seems like
do
they
kind of,
are really old,
I
right?
know, like centuries old.
And like I don't know. Like what? Because also we don't even know like how they were technically like defeated before. Like
Mm-mm.
obviously they weren't completely defeated.
Was it just that there was like enough powerful signets to fight back and like that they thought they were kind of eliminated, but it
Maybe
didn't actually fix the problem?
again,
Um,
and then we have the whole like again like how I said earlier, we can't even trust anything that's written about it
I mean,
because we
you're right.
cannot trust their history. So I'm wondering if
Also, what happened 400 years ago? Because that's when the texts end. Like they unified 600 years ago, but they don't have, they're missing like 200 years of history.
hmm.
Because I think she says there's no text older in the archives than 400 years.
I'm wondering if we're gonna. Well, she's got access to all those like libraries throughout this book too. But I'm wondering
Yeah,
if she goes back to the wisdom place, like
maybe.
to like to see if they
She
have
made a lot of
more.
enemies there, though.
She did. They hate her. She almost killed all of them. I don't think we even noticed. We didn't. I don't think we talked. We don't think we mentioned that. We mentioned that she outsmarted them. But we didn't even mention that she almost killed all of them by poisoning them, which is like so violent. Like I love that
Yes,
we got that. We had
yes.
that little like, callback to Fourth Wing with the poisoning.
Hmm.
Um, and just another one of those times Violet was a badass in this book.
Hmm.
I don't know. There's
She really
just
was.
so many theories, and like I said, I'm not smart enough. Like
I would
again,
like to think
vibes.
I'm pretty smart, but
I
I've
mean,
also been wrong so many times. So
I think
I'm
I
kind
do
of like,
too. Like I do think I have pretty good reading comprehension skills, but when it comes to like making the theories up, I don't know. Or I don't know if I just read them before I ever give myself the opportunity to think of something. Like these people are quick.
oh my God,
How
they're
do
so
they
quick.
make these theories up so fast?
I honestly, I don't know how anyone does it, but good for them, I guess.
I guess. But like, so I guess we should basically talk about how it ends, right? It ends with Violet being married to Xaden
Hmm.
with a note from Xaden that says, "It's yours. Don't find me. It's
Don't look
yours.
for me,
Don't
it's
look for me. It's
yours.
yours." Which we assume he's meaning
I'm like,
Orisha.
okay, so we know Brennan's there,
Brennan's there.
right? Like maybe we should just like
Yeah, you could
summarize
kind of
it.
summarize. Okay, yeah, yeah. We know that they already wanting to kill Violet to get to Xaden. We already know that.
We assume that, yes. Okay, so I have seen people point to this line, and I don't know that it means what they think it means. So,
Okay.
I groggily rise to my feet beside Imagent, and a shape moves in the shadows to the right. So I've heard a lot of people say that Xaden is there because she sees shadows. But
I think that's Andarna.
she did not say she sees the
And
shadows
she says
move.
that
A shape in the shadows.
and that.
So to me, that's not Xaden.
No, I don't think so.
Um. Okay, so Brennan's there. We know Imogen's by her. And Darna is like, I will not let them burn you.
Right.
Which usually that's for treason, right? Like how all
Yes.
the rebellion leaders were
I mean,
burned.
I feel like the easiest way to kill someone too, right? Like,
Yeah. But why would these people want to burn her?
well, I think that's because they know that that will kill Xaden, or they're assuming still it would kill Xaden.
I guess that's true. Yeah, but she does say, like, why would my brother burn me?
Which is kind of like, why would my brother burn me? Like, that could be, I don't know.
I don't know. I have a lot of questions.
I
But
just feel
okay,
like that could
so
be some foreshadowing there.
yeah, so he's like, okay, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? Okay, somebody comes in and they ask him to report.
I thought that was weird, right? Don't they describe who that person is? Or like she says it's someone she's never seen before?
A group of riders I don't recognize comes through the gate at our left. And then Wheelson, Brendan asks, and the taller one walks our way. Report. He glanced over his shoulder quietly.
Which, like, wouldn't like any of the top that I did think that was I thought that was weird when I first read it. Like,
Yeah.
who are these random people all of a sudden?
Official numbers are 4 riders, their dragons, and 3 elders murdered in the valley in what we're estimating is the last few hours. We still have 5 riders missing. 4 now because Violet was found.
Right.
So Violet was one of the 5.
And then Xaden, right? He says something about.
Yeah, but after that display, we all know Ryerson did this. I bet the other 3 are already dead.
And we know Garrick is one of them because Imagent asks.
Yes.
Aren't there also 6 dragon eggs missing, correct?
So, yeah, the wards are holding in Drathus as of the last report. But who knows how many of those desiccations during the battle were actually him. And so far, the tally is at 6 missing eggs from the hatching ground. But they're double checking.
Which
so somebody
hatching
killed
grounds?
I think the ones at Arisha.
I mean, that makes sense because then that's why they killed some of the elders.
Right. To get to the eggs.
So we can assume that it's bad people, Venom, that got the eggs. Because I did see.
Seemed like.
I saw a theory that Arik took the eggs to Dune because you know how they wanted eggs for their army. But I don't think Arik would have killed.
I heard that too, but yeah, they wouldn't have killed.
That's why I'm wondering which hatching grounds. But are there elders in Arisha? Yes, right? Some of the elders left, right? When they left?
Yeah, because they split the Riot of Dragons. So they created new hatching grounds in Arisha in the last book. And
okay.
I assumed that there was some elders.
Because I'm sure there's elders that are on both sides.
Yeah, so then Brennan's asking where Xaden is. She doesn't know. Imogen claims she hasn't seen him since yesterday. And then she asks about Garrick. And he says, among the missing. But then Brennan, glances at her and then does a double take. And he says, holy shit. But is that the ring?
Oh, Violet.
Brennan
I think it's the
yeah.
ring. I think it's the ring.
But it has a beautiful gold ring with an emerald the size of my thumbnail.
Finger, right? Isn't it? Say something like that.
And it's from the Blade of Arisha.
And that's been missing a while, right? Because there's also theory that this actually happened at the beginning, right? Isn't that? Have you sent me that theory, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't know
if I
about
believe that though. I don't think I do either.
No, I think it happened.
I think it happened now. The only thing that makes me a little curious about that is those random people. Like, why did they give that random person a name? I don't know. Like I said, that's part of me wants to just, oh yeah, it's just story. But I just never know with these books.
I mean, we don't know who Brennan knows.
That's the thing. We don't know if we can trust Brennan. Okay, did you also... So, obviously, we end there, right? And, what the fuck?
Well,
that's how I felt.
So it's
there's
literally...
there's
a paper in her pocket. carries the seal of Dune, that it's an official blessing of your legal binding marriage by the head priestess of Dune's temple to Xaden. And Brennan
Right.
nods. And then she's like, oh my God, what the fuck? And then says, I think the note on the outside is meant for you. And it says, don't look for me. It's yours now. And she's like, how long have I been missing? Brennan says 12 hours. Taryn is also recovering from something.
That he needs a whole cycle to recover, according to Andarna.
And Imagent erased her memories because
we're
just like, what did you do? And Imagent was like, what you asked me to.
And then
and
that end.
That's it.
I tapped my Kindle for more, and there was no more.
No, I read it physical. Let me show you what it looks like at the very end, okay?
Is it right at the bottom of the page?
Yes!
Oh, she did that on purpose.
Like, look how perfectly...
Because it was at the bottom of the Kindle, too.
So, but it's like, yeah.
Right there. Like, you're going to assume there's more.
It's gonna...
At least a little bit more acknowledgments. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry, as I'm sure she's thinking. And I remember I actually filmed my reaction. It's going to be in my vlog. And I said, what? What? Like, what?
Yeah, I think I said, like, what the fuck? And then stared at the wall.
Literally.
For a while.
Literally.
I also cried a little bit, and I'll be honest, I don't know what emotion I was even feeling. Because I was angry, I was frustrated, I was sad.
All of the emotions.
Like, it was just like an overwhelm of every emotion, I think, that I was just like, what the fuck happened? And like, didn't know how to process it.
I didn't
and it
either.
Turned into like leaking a little.
I think I went back and read the last couple pages again, like shortly after.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, how do you feel about them being married?
I mean, it was like foreshadowed a lot, right? Throughout the thing. There was like, they joked about it a few times throughout the book. I mean, like, I'm not surprised, I guess. I mean, I feel like, I'm kind of like, it's kind of like anticlimactic.
Well, because we didn't get to see it, right?
We didn't get to see it.
It's not a happy marriage.
And like,
this is like a marriage of convenience, kind of. Like,
and why?
We love each other, but.
Why did she want her? I know there's been some, talk about why did she want her memories erased. Some people are thinking it's like a security issue, but like, I don't know about that because I guess we don't know enough about how was Imagent with her?
So,
or was Imagent like?
Well, okay, so like it's 3
was Imagent there too?
And Imagent said, "I haven't seen Xaden since yesterday." Which at the
Which
very
technically
least
only means like 3 hours.
Exactly. But it's so...
And like if they were with him and then like Garrick, if it was Garrick, right, brought her back there with his power. I don't know.
But I feel like if she had been with him the whole time, like...
But then how... Because if Imagent was already there, wouldn't she have already known Garrick was missing? But she had to ask Brennan.
Right.
So it feels like Imagent was with Violet.
The whole time?
Kind of. Like, where else would she have been? Where was she for 12 hours if she wasn't with Violet?
Well, she wasn't one of the missing ones.
That's true, too.
Because there was 5 missing.
And then they're like,
4 now.
That's true.
When he not Violet.
That's true.
And he didn't mention Imagent. So I kind of feel like Violet found her right when they got there and asked her to erase her memories.
Maybe. Or Imagent probably was already in on the plan, because obviously this was already planned out. Like, we know from the discussion between Zagail and Xaden in the Xaden chapter, it feels like this was a plan. This was pre-planned.
They definitely have a plan. I don't know how much of it is pre-planned, because, like, the way they kind of talk, like, we've seen Violet and Taryn do this quite a bit, like, especially when they're fighting, and she'll be like, should I? And he's like, do it. So, like, she has, like, a snippet of an idea, but because he's in her head, he, like, sees it and knows. And so, like, we don't get to know, but then she gets to act it out and
then we know.
And do kind of what they had planned. And I kind of got the same sense from Xaden and Zagail at the end of this book.
Yeah, that
like,
makes
he
sense.
kind of had, like, a thought, and he was kind of like, you saw it too, right? Like, you, and she's like, well,
yeah,
like, I can try to talk to him, just kind of like, And so I don't know how premeditated it all was. I think the ring was and the marriage was,
Obviously. Yeah.
but I don't know how much of what happened
Like
at the very
how
end
Imagent,
there.
like how she
Yeah.
plays into it and everything.
Yeah, I don't know how much all that was premeditated.
So does Imogen not see? Because I feel like Imogen
I
has
don't
to.
think so. I think it might be a time
Then how
thing.
does she know? So you just like Imogen erase 12 hours from my
So,
memory?
okay, so I guess like I kind of view it as like, well, because otherwise she's a Dane on steroids. And I don't think they would let her walk around like that.
True.
Because, like, if Dane can see recent memories, but she can not only see them, but take them from you, like, she would be
She's way
insanely
more
powerful.
dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy powerful. So, I don't know that she
So
would be allowed to walk around
do
like
we
that.
think it was just like
So,
a security thing? Is why like Violet wanted them taken? So like
kind of.
so they couldn't use a Dane or someone on her to see where Xaden's at, or
Yeah. But, like, we do trust Dane, but I guess
we
there's a lot of
do.
other people. Like, they had, like, Varish had a lot of people that
We
would
just
kind of be able to distinguish truth.
right.
Um, and so I think maybe it's just
Right.
safer for her if she doesn't know. And it sounds like, yeah, they want to burn her alive to get to kill
To kill
Xaden.
Xaden.
But then that would
Which
also require that the dragons are still mated, and a lot like you
I kind of think
think
they
that they're
broke
not
it.
bonded.
Like
Because
something
what would he need to recover
what
from?
else would he need to be recovering from? I think that he broke the bond with her because it makes sense. If she wanted to stay, if she stayed with Xaden, they can't be bonded because they're not going to be seeing each other.
Right.
So they chose to break the bond so
But
that
so do you think Sigel would choose Xaden over Taryn? He would have to have a really freaking good plan for her to go along with that.
yeah, which is kind of comforting.
Well, and so Rebecca supposedly has said that the end of Onyx Storm is supposed to be hopeful, right?
Right.
And that if we didn't feel hopeful, we should read it again. And so that's the only thing I can think is that they have a solid plan at least. And
That
that's the
makes
only thing
sense.
that's bringing me even a remote sense of comfort.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what the fuck just happened?
Okay.
It feels like everything got worse.
Kind of. Like wait, like all these questions. Okay. Have
Yeah.
you seen the theory that the last piece of Xaden's soul is in the ring? I
I
don't.
don't know how I feel about
I
that.
don't like
How would they
that.
even do that?
Like we've never had anything else. Like nothing else in these books have been anything like horcruxy.
Right.
like so like I don't really believe that. I do think him holding on because there's like when he is using his shadows and he is turning like he's
Hmm.
almost lets himself completely go, but then he holds on to his love for Violet.
Yeah.
And I
And
do
he like
think
saves the
that's
thread that's like
that
attached to
thread,
her.
right?
Yeah.
So I do think that's what's going to eventually help save him because I don't feel like he gave all his humanity away or whatever you want to call it.
Hmm.
But I don't buy into that theory. I think that's one of those theories where I'm like, no. And if I turn out to be wrong on that one, I'll be upset again. But let's talk about a theory that you and I are both on board for. The sky
Okay.
magic theory.
Yeah.
So this theory basically states that the Irids pull their magic from the sky and not the ground, which is why they have magic out there where they are, right?
Hmm.
I'm pretty on board with this. I like it.
I am too. Yeah.
My hair's
It
getting
makes a lot of
funny.
sense. It feels like the right amount of foreshadowing
I agree.
in a way that makes sense. It like it felt like a reach without being like
Too
too much
far.
of a reach.
I
Yeah.
agree. Okay, so we're told that the dragons use the same magic, right? So from the ground, that's where the dragons get their magic too.
Yep.
But what like Violet is still able to use still able to talk to her dragons when they're not there, right? Where they're somewhere where there's no ground magic.
Yep.
So she could still communicate with them. Okay, they're talking about how they're in pain when they're not the dragons are in pain there, right? Because they don't have the magic. But Andarna doesn't seem like she's in pain. Andarna seems
Right.
completely fine
Hmm.
there. Whereas like Sigay, Tear, and all the other ones are not. And that again, that's kind of what we were saying earlier. We think that's probably why she's still able to talk because of Andarna. Okay. Oh, and then there is that scene, their part where she's at in Dune, where we think she did wield.
Yep.
She doesn't think she wielded,
No.
but
But it's highly
I mean,
suspicious.
yeah, what are the odds that a lightning just strikes there?
And she did her conduit in Deverelli or whatever that Xaden ended up pulling from. She did imbue that while she was there. It
True.
seemed because she was like I feel a faint hum, and she thought that was kind of strange.
Right.
So it
Yes,
seemed like she
yes.
did accidentally while she was there, and she shouldn't have been able to
She
channel.
shouldn't have.
And then in Dune, there was lightning, and she shouldn't have been able to do that. But
Right.
even the priestess or the queen or whoever was in charge was like, "How did you do that?" And like
Yes,
thought
she was
she would,
scared.
yeah,
That's what made her
hmm
like give in or whatever, or like,
yeah,
or it scared her,
basically,
and then she was able to like overpower her or whatever, right?
yeah,
Okay, so the theory is that's because the Irids, the seventh dragon breed, they obtain their magic from the sky as opposed to the ground, like the other dragons. This is why they also think Violet's lightning allows her to kill Venin because of her bond with Andarna, not necessarily because it's lightning, but because
mm,
she's bonded with Andarna. This is also why Andarna's flame can kill Venin, because it's sky pulled from the sky.
hmm
Okay, and this is saying that's why the Venin want her so badly, because they want to use her to learn how to use the sky, which is why they want Andarna.
hmm
Okay, because so this is what a Venin tells Violet in Fourth Wing in that final battle. I think it's they say you could command the sky to surrender all its power.
yeah, that does,
Yeah, the words there, and we, like I said, we know that a throwaway sentence
I
to
know,
us
can mean a lot.
can mean a whole lot. It says the further proof of this is in Onyx Storm. Violet is overcome with a strange urge to pluck strands from the very sky and weave ruins.
And that was in when they were
Oh,
in the city that had already been decimated, right, by the venin.
yes, I think so. So that
Because I think
makes even
Taryn was
more
like, "There's
sense.
actually
Yeah,
less
because
magic."
it says at the same time Violet tells Taryn that she can sense more power than usual. Taryn says there is actually less power due to the venin. So we think that she's actually sensing the sky power, not the ground power. Okay, so this kind of explains. They think this explains why the Irids left the continent. Um, because they don't agree with that. They don't agree with channeling, I guess, from the ground. I don't know. Okay, so they talk about the Fables of the Baron, which is that's the book from the first book, right? That's the book that her dad always read her, right? And
Mhm.
that book actually like demonizes dragons. This is the passage from Fourth Wing. Dad gave this one to me. I remember pressing the book against my chest. Maybe it's childish, just a collection of stories that warn us against the lure of magic and even demonizes dragons. But it's all I have left. So it's kind of like leaning. This is kind of leaning to like the
Interesting.
dragons are kind of like not good.
Which we kind of know that because they're very divided.
They are like not all of them agree with fighting the venom. Like obviously,
Right.
like Coda and like the people that are with Varish's dragon. Like there's obviously these
Mhm.
dragons that aren't good.
Right.
Um, it says, but it directly warned against wielding powers from the ground instead of the skies. Another passage. Thirst for more power. Another talks about the dangers of wielding powers from the ground instead of the skies. That's also in the Fable of the Baron, that
Hmm.
passage. Um, as one could easily start drawing magic from the earth and eventually be driven mad. And yeah, it just kind of talks about how, like, maybe, like, not all the dragons are evil, but um, maybe over time, um, they've strayed from their origins.
Mhm.
That they used to do sky, and then they kind of like the humans, right? Like, and maybe were tempted by the ground, because the Irids don't like the other dragons, so
Mhm.
that kind of makes sense for that too. So
And it was interesting that they chose to speak to everybody rather
that
than
is right.
only their bonded riders, because none of the
Mm-hmm.
other dragons do that. And I know that was a very common theory going into Onyx Storm was that somehow Dragon or Violet Signet was communicating with other dragons because they're like nobody else talks to the other dragons. But like I interpreted that as like it was kind of rude to speak to
Yeah, like a
another
respect
dragon
thing. Yeah.
and not so much that it was impossible, but I don't think I have seen an instance outside of Sigale,
Right.
which is because of her bond, where a dragon actually speaks to her. And
Right.
I don't think they do.
Right.
She
Because
speaks to
then,
them.
right. And like even when that happened, like Riddick heard Andarna too,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, like it does seem like it's more of a choice, or at least it seems that way. So the like basically the wrap of that theory is that if like nature likes everything in balance, and when magic channeled by a human directly from the ground corrupts and creates venom, maybe the magic channel from the sky could cure venom. So that's like
And like balance it back out.
balance it back out. I really like this theory. Sorry if
I
that
do
was
too.
probably kind of like disjointed because I was reading it as I was talking about it. But I think this feels right. It doesn't feel too, like you said, it doesn't feel too far fetched. Feels
Hmm.
very, and like there's those little lines that we like again think are throwaway probably, but knowing Rebecca, they're not.
Hmm.
And I know I like this, and that does make me feel hopeful
I agree.
if the
I
venom can
agree
be
because this
cured.
is like the first like idea that we have a cure. Because um, the Irits, when we met with them, kind of were like, you have to evolve out of it. Like you can't
Mm-hmm.
cure being a venom.
Yeah.
Which what does that even mean?
Right.
I don't like that implication. Okay, and a lot of people point to that as further evidence of one particular theory that I want to ask how you feel about.
Okay.
Do you think that Violet is pregnant?
Okay, so I kind of for a moment cuz I there's a lot of like she's feeling very dizzy. There's a lot of
Hmm.
like a lot of that throughout the book. But I know that's also I forget what the
She has the EDS and
eat
POTS.
POTS, and I know that's a common symptom of that.
Yep.
So a lot of people are chalking it up to that. But I don't know, there is a part of me, and look, I hate an unexpected pregnancy trope. I really despise it, especially in
Me
fantasy
too.
books. But there's a tiny part of me that would maybe be okay with this one if there's no future for Xaden being cured or surviving.
Yeah. If that's the only piece of Xaden that we get,
Then I'm
okay,
okay with it.
then I guess I want it.
But
But
I
like,
I would rather know, and I'd rather us just heal cure Xaden and us
right.
get Xaden back. Like I would not be a fan if it is there, and you know what I mean. I don't know, because but it also
Mm.
makes me
Yeah.
wonder how quickly, because we know we have two more books, but what's the time span going to be in those two books? Because like the first book was a year, but then the second
That's
book was only
true.
like 6 months.
And we didn't even make it six in this one.
No, because yeah. So part of me is
Because we
like
made it almost to graduation, right? But
almost
we
not
didn't make it to
all the way.
graduation. So we're still not even all the way through year two.
Right. So if the next two books happen quickly in a like in a time frame where it's like it could be over before like she's really that pregnant,
Hmm.
then I guess I can see. But if it gets to the point where like she's like not able to fight because she's pregnant, I'm gonna be irritated.
Yeah.
If that's
So I
true.
guess
Do
okay, so
you
first of
think she
all,
is?
no.
Okay.
But part of it is maybe wishful thinking. I don't want her to be pregnant. um, but like so I the dizziness does come up a lot in
It
Fourth
does.
Wing, and I noticed
Okay.
that on my reread that she gets mentioned like even right after she crosses the parapet, like Dane makes her put her head between her knees like
Right.
cuz like she's so
She
dizzy
throws
and
up.
stuff. Yeah. Um so like that's been a thing she's been dealing with always, and I kind of noticed it wasn't nearly as present in Iron
It
Flame.
wasn't. Maybe that's
And
why
I
it feels like.
right, so I think that's why people are noticing it more is
Mm-hmm.
because it wasn't really an Iron Flame, but it definitely was in Fourth Wing. So I think knowing that she has all these chronic illnesses, that is my immediate reaction is to put it
That.
on that,
Mm-hmm.
um, versus it being that she's pregnant. Um, I guess also I don't know because I think like yeah she kind of got away from it in Iron Flame and like really all that we experienced from Violet's illnesses is like the pain aspect of it.
Right, like the pop, like,
So
yeah, the
yeah, so
subplot.
she definitely dealt with pain, especially
Right.
when she was constantly being tortured, and like the fact that she constantly deals with pain was like part of why she was so good at
Being tortured.
withstanding torture.
Yeah.
Um, so but like definitely the dizziness and the nausea wasn't really a thing. But we do see it a lot of times, like even like before they're intimate again. Um, like I think even when they get to Neverelli, where like because
Mm-hmm.
people are like, oh, I think that's where it happened and where she got pregnant, and I'm like,
Oh,
because they also were
right.
like, it's like the
Well,
potion, like they're like the um what's it called?
but
They're like
wait,
the
they have.
fertility suppressant wouldn't work on a non-magical island.
Oh,
But
okay.
that would imply that it's magic, and the vast majority of their society is non-magical.
Right, because there's not that many menders. There's healers, and the
Right.
healers
And
don't.
they all use traditional methods. Like
Mm-hmm.
they splint bones
Mm-hmm.
and they like, like they make up like
Like they have
traditional medicines.
surgeries and
Like,
stuff like that. Like
yeah,
Sawyer would have
exactly.
surgery and
Exactly. So
whatever.
most of their healing is non-magical. And so I feel that um the fertility suppressant is just a traditional
Yeah, like
like
contraceptive.
normal
Right.
non-magical contraceptive. And so
I mean, Violet even uses medicinal things to poison people. Like
right,
we're
exactly.
yeah. So
Yeah. So like
I don't
so I don't think that's a good argument for it.
me either.
Um, could it have happened there if she is? I guess, but I
Maybe.
don't think that is the correct way to think about why it would have happened there. Um, so I don't know. And like there's even times like before that early in Onyx Storm that she is
Like
talking about
dizzy
being
and
dizzy
stuff.
again. And so I kind of think it's more Rebecca Yarros getting back in touch with, you know,
Right.
especially the pot side of her chronic illness. Um, and yeah, we're just seeing that again. That's my idea. But then
Yeah.
also, I think somebody asked if at one of the events they asked Rebecca if Taryn and Sigil had kids or would
I
have
saw
kids,
that.
and her response was like, well, you know, they might, but they're not going to bring. They don't want to bring kids into an unstable environment like
Right.
this, and somewhere that it's unsafe. And so, if she feels that way about Terrence Sigil,
She's got to feel that way
would
about
she
them.
really do that to Violet?
I hope not.
I don't think so. And then also, just like the logistics seem really hard to me. Like, yeah, if she gets too pregnant, she can't fight. Or what the heck is she gonna do with a baby when she has to go off and fight then? And like,
Yes. I really
I don't know.
hope.
I just
Yeah.
don't see how it would fit into the
I don't
world that we
either.
currently have and the current
And
problems.
I hate when we like one of the tropes I hate in fantasy is like when like a not saying this is not exactly the same, but like when a powerful
When
when
she
someone's
loses
really
her
power has
powers,
to lose her powers and
basically.
like yeah, this
Yeah.
isn't like maybe
I
that
hate
the
that.
same, but it would be in the sense of yeah, like she's not gonna be able to fight or anything like logically at least she wouldn't be able
Right.
to. So it is kind of like that in a
And they're
sense,
all
and
just
I'm
gonna
not a
be like
fan.
fragile with her.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm-mm.
I'm not really feeling it. Do I want them to have kids? Sure.
Sure. At the
Not
end,
right now.
after the happy in the epilogue,
Right, exactly.
and the happily ever after, a little boy named
Mhm.
Liam. Okay.
Yes, exactly. So so I'm kind of anti that theory. Maybe it's a little personal bias in
Yeah,
there.
I get that
I
because
hope I
I'm with
hope
you
that
there.
if Rebecca does it, that she handles it well. But I'm not really feeling it.
Yeah, I hope that one's not true. I would be a little pissed off if that happened. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my
Same.
gosh. Are there any other theories you could think of? I think we talked about all the ones I've seen that I at least like. I think
Yeah.
I've seen some kind of unhinged ones, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. There's a
But
lot of unhinged ones. So,
I don't know. Did we touch on everything? I feel like we did.
definitely a lot.
I mean, we've been talking for 4.5 hours.
So I would
When I told Frito
so
I was gonna come in here to film, I was like, oh, probably be like 2 hours.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I
What do you
guess
think?
final thoughts then. Ratings.
Oh yeah.
What did you rate it?
Okay. Well, I gave it 5 stars.
Okay. I did too.
What did you give it?
I gave
Yeah.
it 5 stars too. I just like I can't not give it 5 stars. I'm
I know.
hoping this whole series is just gonna be 5 stars for me. I gave 4.5 stars. I did initially give Iron Flame 4, But after I did the reread, I upped it to 5. I think back then I was trying to like compare the two and like, oh, I liked Iron Flame or I liked Fourth Wing more, so that means Iron Flame can't be 5 stars too. But like, no, they both can be 5 stars, and I can still like Iron Flame a little bit more. I don't. That's fine. 5 stars. Right. I don't really, like I said, I think really the only, like at the beginning is probably the only like little like lull. I know a lot of people feel like nothing happened. That we're in the same place we were we were at the end of Iron Flame, and I just don't agree with that. We have a lot more information. We got answers for some things. Did we get full answers? Maybe not, but we got some where we have a lot more knowledge. And even if, and like technically at the beginning or at the end of Iron Flame, Xaden turned Venom, but not full Venom. Now he is full Venom. So it's like the stakes are even higher now. And so I don't really get that thought or that argument.
I don't either. And like, I don't know. One of the like first, I think like negative reviews I saw of it was saying that like it just didn't do what they expected. And that's just not fair.
No, that's not
like
fair.
You can want a book to turn it out a different way and go a different direction, but just because it doesn't go the way that you thought it would doesn't automatically make it bad.
And that's silly to me because, like I said earlier, I almost like when it doesn't go the way I expected.
Right.
As long as it doesn't go like way off the rails. Like obviously it just like something crazy weird happened that like didn't fit the vibe or didn't fit the context, then obviously. But like if it's within that, then I like that. I like not being able to call everything. That's exciting.
Yeah. And like I do feel like we made progress because like you said, like I do personally feel like we've had quite a bit of character development.
Yes.
And I've seen even reviews that said like there was even character devolvement in this book, and that's one reason they kind of hated it. And I guess I personally just don't see that because I feel like we did see Violet get a lot stronger. We saw pretty much everyone developing their signets and getting stronger. Riddick was absolute star of the show. Like his personality was like way developed. We saw more character growth and redemption for Dain.
Yes.
Like we've seen kind of some redemption of Kat as well.
Garrick, we learned a lot about him and like
yeah. So I'm just like
I guess the only
I'm just not seeing that.
Maybe they can. I guess there could be like maybe a tiny argument for Xaden because he did turn in like there was a lot. Like guy has a lot going on.
I know.
Like he does turn into like he just like I don't know. Does his personality become just like his love for Violet in this book?
A little bit,
a tiny bit.
And there are definitely times where like he kind of has that like possessive alpha male thing going on, which I personally don't love. But I kind of just attributed a lot of it to him being Venom. Because, like, he even kind of mentioned, like, times where he kind of gets snippy and, like, snaps at other people. He's like, I know that I'm doing that. I just can't control it. He's like, it's like I'm just skating across ice. Okay. And, like, those other emotions that help temper me are gone.
Okay, and this actually is kind of interesting, too, because there is a line in there somewhere. Do I have proof? No. But there is a line in there somewhere where they say that they can't love. And, like, they tell her that, like, basically, if he, like, he's lying to you. Kind of like, he's acting. Which...
Yeah. That was Theophany at the end, she says
There's no way.
Well, okay, when we see it from Xaden's point of view, it definitely feels like he is, of all of his emotions, that is the one he is left holding on to, is love.
That's why I don't think it could be a lie. Maybe
don't think so either. Theophany, also before that, she says she lies. She's like, we're very careful with our words, and also we lie. And then she like slit Mira's throat. So I'm just kind of like,
right, that's true.
That could just be her way to kind of like,
just trying to get
throw
in her
Violet
head.
off balance. Yeah, that's kind of how I interpret. Like, so maybe it's true, but also, I think Xaden could have easily lost that bit of himself as you fully turn. So I don't think it's completely out of the question.
That's true.
Most Venom.
Because
I don't think they do love.
Right, because he was conflicted, too. Like, there's that part where he's like, oh, that's good. Or maybe it's not. Like, I don't know who I am. Like, so, yeah, I could see that. But he held on to that. So, I don't think he was lying throughout this whole book about his feelings for her. Still
I don't
being
think so
there.
Either.
There's no way. I refuse to believe it.
Yeah. But, so I guess, like, sometimes we're like, I felt he was like a little much in that sense. I kind of just attributed it to him being Venom.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I still like he had his moments where there he was still Xaden. Like
yeah.
maybe there weren't, but you have to remember, like, he couldn't do that as often because he was trying to keep control. Like, if he would have been Xaden from Fourth Wing or Xaden from Iron Flame, he would have turned earlier, probably. Like, he had to try to, like, rein it in sometimes. So, I don't know. I guess, like I said, I could kind of see a tiny bit of an argument maybe, like, for that for him. But it didn't bother me, like, his character throughout this book.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was to the point where it was like a problem for me. Like I said, it's still 5 stars for me.
Yeah. Well, and I think like, yeah, I don't know, because like I've seen a lot of critiques about the writing or, like the characters not evolving. They feel that the story didn't really go anywhere. But I don't know. I feel like for it being the third book in a series that we know is going to be 5 books, it did a lot. It set
It
up a
did a
lot
lot.
more issues that we didn't even realize were problems.
Right. And I think that's what makes it good, right? Because if we're
Yeah.
still worried, this is the thing. If we're a 5 book series and come book 4, we're still worrying about all the things from book 1. I don't think that's great. I don't
No.
think that's
But
growth.
also, there have been things that were set up in book 1 that haven't been fully resolved,
True.
or
Not yeah.
hints, like,
Mm-hmm.
or like, Brennan's rune or Violet's hair. There's definitely still things that like we're
Right.
getting tidbits, but it's like obviously she has a plan for it. She
Mm-hmm.
has ideas about them, and she'll tell us
When
when the
she's
time
ready.
is right. But like she hasn't forgotten about it.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I have a lot of faith in her, and hopefully she doesn't upset us and let
No,
us
like
down.
fingers crossed that that holds
I
up.
feel like
But
she like her, because we got to hear a lot of kind of about her process and stuff at that event too, and like it
mhm.
feels like she's organized with it. So I'm
It does
hopeful
feel
there's
like
not
that.
going to
Yeah.
be a lot of plot holes. At least
I hope.
not big ones. I mean, if
Yeah.
there's a small one here and there, I feel like that's almost inevitable in these
Yeah.
things. But like, if there's no like huge, big plot holes, I have faith in her. And yeah, I think this book did perfectly what it should have done for a middle book in a series. Gave us some answers, gave us a lot more questions, and set stuff
Yeah.
up for the two. I think the last, oh
Yeah.
my god, I don't even. The last 2 books are going to be
I'm
insane.
terrified.
I was scared for this one, but came
I
out like,
know.
I mean, like, I did feel like what the fuck, and like
Yeah.
stare at the wall, and like I need more, but it was more of a I need more information feeling. Like
Right.
I was left with that, and not so much of like a despair or like sadness. Like it was sad, but it wasn't like,
I'm not
oh,
devastated.
I'm not devastated. Now at the end of book 4, I guarantee we're going to be devastated. Devastated. I don't even know if it'll be the end. It could be the middle of book 4, for all we know. And then
That's
again
a
at
good
the
point.
end, I don't know. I'm terrified, and I just like God. I want to know, and I just want a timeline, a rough
I
timeline.
know.
Are we
I
looking
know.
at 5 years, 4 years, 2, 3 years? Like how many years are we gonna have to wait until we have this full series? Because
I know.
I know
It's just
maybe I
it's a
don't
lot of
want to
waiting.
know.
I know.
Maybe it'd be worse to know. Maybe I could just live in delusion thinking it's only going to be like 3 years maybe and we'll have both
I
books.
know.
But we already know she's going to be writing a contemporary romance next. That's what she does, which I
Okay,
think it's
but
good probably for her. Like just how we need a palate cleanser after we
sure.
read it, I'm sure
Yeah.
she needs a palate cleanser after she writes it.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
I trust her process.
I do. But she did say at our event that she's already started the playlist for book 4, which sounds
Playlist,
like
yeah.
the beginning of her process. So,
She almost told us what the first song was, and she said that it
I
would break
know.
our heart. So
But maybe just because we hadn't read the ending yet.
maybe.
So, we'll see. But like the fact that she's like kind of started on that aspect of it gives me a little bit of faith that maybe
Yeah. I can't
there's
imagine a contemporary takes her nearly as long to write.
no, I don't think so.
So, I know she's trying to balance, and I support
Which
her. It makes
she should.
complete sense. She
She
should
should.
she should balance life. She shouldn't be like killing herself trying to get this book out for us, writing like
No.
12, 14 hours every day. But just,
No.
but don't forget us, Rebecca. We do
I
need it
know.
sometimes. But yeah, I think we covered everything, right?
I think so.
All
I
right.
think so.
I
Well, I was just gonna say, I was like, okay, fine. Like, I have never said that Fourth Wing is perfect or a literary masterpiece or anything like that. But you know what? It's fun. And I know this book
Mm-hmm.
is like a little bit less on the fun side. Definitely the stakes have been upped. It's a lot
Right.
more serious now. But I still just like have such a good time with all of the characters and the world. And I love that we can go on these weird tangents and talk about theories and there's
Yes.
enough substance to do that and to theorize about things like that. And it's it's also just fun reading it with everyone else at the same time.
I love
And
it. Yeah.
it's just like a very unique experience. But also, the fact that I literally haven't stopped thinking about it since I finished
Yes.
reading it, I'm like,
You
that doesn't happen to me with a ton of
you
books.
feel like
So,
you're a part of like an event.
yes.
And I haven't
Yeah.
felt like this since Harry Potter
Yeah.
about a book series. Like feeling
Hmm.
so like yeah, like we're all like doing this together and I love it. Like going to those events and seeing everyone is excited about it. I know it gets a lot of crap, but I think if it like if a series brings a lot of people to reading, why is that a bad thing? What does it matter what we're reading? I completely
Yeah.
agree. And I
Yeah.
love it. It's so fun. The series is so fun. I love these characters. I love the world. Like you
Hmm.
said, if I can sit here and think about this for days, it's there's substance there. I know a lot of people are gonna
Right.
want to say
Yeah.
it's not. There is, but yeah, I completely agree. It's fun, and like it's special to me because it got me back into reading.
Yes.
So it will
Yeah.
always be special to me, even if it turns out not good in the end.
I
Which
know.
knock on wood,
I really hope it does not take a nosedive.
I it can't, right? It can't.
I don't
Three
think
books in
so.
and it's still strong. I really don't think it would.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna pull through for us. But I think even if it did, it's still gonna be special to me.
Hmm.
So yeah. But I think this was successful for the first buddy read deep dive
Yeah.
into the book. It was fun. So hopefully we'll do more. I'm
No, it
sure.
was fun. Thank you for having
Yeah.
me, and I'm glad that we got to chat about it because obviously we've been we had a lot to discuss. We had
Obviously.
a lot of
Four
build up for this
four four
this
and a half
discussion.
hours worth. And that's the funny thing is we've talked about it prior to this too, and then we're
Oh
still
yeah,
able to talk about it for 4.5 hours.
yeah.
But yeah,
Oops.
thank you so much. I'm glad we did
Yeah,
this. But okay.
it was fun.
All right, that was a long one. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This is something I've been wanting to try out, this sort of long form content where I just chat about a book with a friend. We talked for a long time, about 4.5 hours. I don't expect to do a lot of editing. I just want it to be kind of natural, us chit-chatting. We're kind of all over the place at times, but you know what? That's what makes it fun. I really want to thank my friend Natalie for coming on and being my guinea pig in this first episode of the Book Buddy Reads. But yeah, let me know if you guys like this and if I should continue doing this. I'm hoping that I can have maybe different friends on and get some different perspective on books. If you made it through that whole video, I very much appreciate it. Let me know down in the comments what some of your favorite parts of Onyx Storm was. If you have any other theories that we didn't touch on, I would love to know so we can get some discussion going in the comments about all that. But yeah, if you liked it, I would love it if you liked, commented, and subscribed, and I'll see you in the next video.